RRQ with the hashtags Valorant Champions or VCT, so we can feature you on the broadcast and see if your takes are better than Mitch's. Not you, Mitch. According to him, the #1 seed coming into this from CN BLG will be losing instantaneously. Now, I want to ask you guys, in case the people haven't been watching CN, it's no longer all about EDG anymore. No. BLG are now the best.
Yes, honestly, this region's so interesting because if you at first glance it looks messy, but all of our teams in China, they're always aggressively fighting for timings all the time, and it does result in, like, you know, our duelists going in there, trading themselves out aggressively, and really just trying to see what teams can build off the back of that. So I think there's so much more to this region than what EDG have to offer. We got a glimpse of BLG, right? But they're only winning in Toronto was against that sort of, I'll say weakened TL, right? Penny comes into the roster. There's questions about whether Nats would be able to get there for them. Now, though, looking like the real deal. It was a crazy final with these guys. YZ stats are ridiculous. Neff is the highest assist per round player in all of China for Stage 2. These guys are cooking.
Yeah, and at all times, they just have an absolute world-class duelist that plays with a very unique style that can be hard to read at times, and even if you feel like you're prepared for it, it doesn't matter when he just swings into you and immediately one-taps you. YZ has just been the best duelist in the region, bar none.
And have Russia. The guy is disgusting. Incredible aim, unreal game sense. Like one of the most clutch players you got in this region. The guy's so stable and bails Billy out of some compromising spots they can get into because of that volatile take on the game we see early in rounds.
He might be my favorite Harbor player of all time also. Like, I actually enjoy watching him play Harbor sometimes. But I'm glad you mentioned YZ because it is a tough job to dethrone Kong from being an MVP. I think he has been every MVP in CN, every single split since 2023, without fail. He's just consistently the MVP. But what is different about YZ? You spoke about that he is a little bit different, but talk to me specifically what we can expect.
The difference with YZ is that compared to every other duelist, he never holds back. He will always push for more, but he gets away with it more than every other duelist in the game. That is the main difference. And there are just so many moments, so many critical rounds where he is the difference maker because he will be able to isolate that second unexpected duel and be able to get that critical kill in the round to put Billy ahead in situations where other duelists are just not able to get that same impact kill.
Yeah, I mean, I don't like pairing YZ against other duelists in head-to-heads. I pair him against side anchors because that's basically what his job is to do, is get in there and bust it up. And in this kind of matchup, he'll be going up against some pretty proficient side anchors, but the guy is audacious, always asks for more, and he tends to break the normal conditioning of what sort of defenders expect from him.
Yeah, as you guys see here as well, how he measures up against, of course, the other duelists too. I mean, every single one of these duelists has played a lot of games, a lot of maps as well. But does it feel weird for you guys to see that it's not Kong at this point coming in as almost the face of his region?
I would say also not even with Kong being as good as he is, because YZ takes so many more duels than everyone else. Like, he has a lot of deaths too, obviously more kills than deaths. He takes more first fights than the other duelists in the region. He is just straight up taking more duels.
Yeah. Kong is also playing the Yoru in double duelist comps as well, so his role has become a little bit less upfront, not playing the Raze so much.
Well, everybody wants to test themselves against Aspas, and BLG's YZ is no different. I heard he actually had a lot to say on the topic to Mika Fabs before today's matchup.
Mika and Echo here, and we've got a YZ from BLG. You mentioned you were really excited to play up against Aspas, your GOAT, so how confident are you that you can take him down?
你之前也提到过，你非常的兴奋，想要跟你的 GOAT Aspas 交手。那今天有多少信心去击败你的 GOAT 呢？
Okay. I think it's going to be a really easy game. I think that's what he means to say.
Yeah, easy peasy.
Yeah, easy peasy. Okay, thanks, YZ.
I want to add some context because obviously we call him YZ, but people actually, his real name, how you're supposed to say this, is Wang Haozhe. And Wang Haozhe is an incredible streamer. He has this personality of kind of, people love dunking on him and memeing him. It's sort of like almost bullying sometimes, the way that there's just an infinite amount of memes about him. And I love now he's been here a few times. He's really flourishing and being able to play into what people want to see. He's giving us the content.
It's terrifying, Mika. Can we get for a Rorschach test? Like, what is going on?
How are you interpreting that as well? If you were Aspas and you saw that,
if
how
you're
does that make you
Aspas
feel?
and you saw that?
Yeah.
I mean, That's a tough question. Those are, by the way, two duelists with insanely different playstyles on duels, and I feel like that actually embodies
Answer the question.
style.
Answer the question.
I was going to say,
What is
that
he trying to
embodies
say?
his style.
Is he trying to just...
Osboss isn't eating the mic like that.
No,
That's what I'm
said the
saying.
opposite.
That illustrates the stylistic difference in game.
Yeah,
with that
Aspas is
maneuver
dodging
out
the
of
mic,
game.
honestly, when he can.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the mic comes to him.
Yeah.
You know, he's not going
And then he
to the
leans
mic.
back away from it, you know.
But I want to know more about BLG at this point. You know, what a team
Well, just
here.
something. Just a word. that we
Okay,
can
you actually
interpret.
want a word.
Yeah.
I got you. Because Tom, Biz, and Neff had a lot to actually talk about. I'm not trolling this time before the tournament started.
Welcome back, everybody. I am joined by BLG Neff, and are you ready for some word association?
Yeah, I am.
Basically, we're going to be watching some different clips from old Champions matches, and I'm going to ask Neff to basically give us a word or phrase that he thinks best describes those moments. So I guess let's get into clip number 1.
All right.
So this is, of course, Demon 1,
Yeah.
Champs LA, 2023. What do you think? Are you getting up on any tables this event?
Hopefully I get a chance to stand on some tables, honestly. I think I recall like watching this, their winning moment back in 2023, and it was honestly an insane run from them. They were like the underdog going to the tournament, and you know, they actually made it all the way.
New map pool starts this
All I
off
want to say
season.
is him getting up on the table.
I assume they'll
So we're
probably
gonna
keep
have
it
a word or
for the
phrase to
first
describe that. What would it
bit
be?
of the year, maybe like the first tournament,
Cool.
and they'll
Honestly,
probably
Yeah.
change it
I
again.
can see it.
I think doing that after he just won the championship, I think he deserves it.
For sure. All right, well let's get into some gameplay. I don't want to sit here just looking at people standing on tables the entirety of the day. So, clip number 2. I honestly think this one is my favorite, maybe on the entirety of the list. This goes back all the way to Champions Berlin 2021, and I want to see if you remember this one when we get to it.
Oh, I remember this. He has to be the Chronicle Ace or 4K if I'm not wrong at Belong.
I think this is my favorite moment I've ever casted in my whole career. I don't know if it will be topped.
I think this was one of the first few games I watched from the very old Gambit roster, and yeah, I think it was insane, man. At that point, I was still like an amateur in this game, and you know, watching this made me like, it was like so cool.
Well, yeah, it's going to be interesting as well. Obviously, Chronicle now with FNATIC, but just I remember every single thing. It's the last kill. The last kill is just ridiculous. I don't know how he reacts that fast. And well, could you think of a word to put, just one word to put that into perspective? Because I'll be honest, I don't think I can.
One word I think I have to guess him, maybe just Clutch Master, honestly. Looking at the score, it was like 11-9, and he actually like secured this round, and I think it's probably a huge morale booster for his whole team, you know?
Do you know what? I'm going to go with my word I said in the moment, which is ridiculous. Because I don't think that, well, I don't think there's many things that could beat that, but our next clip, maybe. It's going to look a little bit egotistical because I think this is me casting again, but this is just a little bit of Khan coming in from Champs LA 2023. The question is, do you remember this one?
I remember when they played against Giants, but I don't really remember what. Oh, I remember it was the 1v2 at 2 guys at Heaven, if I'm not wrong.
You are correct.
Yeah.
That is the play that's coming up. And this is one of those ones where
What's
I
up,
remember
Stone
watching
Pelter?
it
How are
being
you?
like,
It's not winnable.
He's lost.
Yeah.
Like, they didn't play badly either.
It was just insane reactions from Khan, man.
Yeah, and then it just cuts to him just smiling as
What's
ever.
up, Rocco?
Most
I'm
Khan
good.
things.
How are you?
Last one. What would you give this one?
Handsome, honestly.
Do you know what? I think we leave it there. Thank you very much, Neff, for joining me.
Alright, thank you so much.
Best of luck in the tournament, of
Thank you.
course. Everybody knows Khan handsome.
Man, the BLG jerseys are kind of cool. I like those.
Going to be a big task for Billy today. They're going to be playing against MIBR. Now, for the non-knowers, talk me through their year and how they actually got to champions.
Yeah, I mean, MIBR started off being one of the most consistent teams in Americas. This newly formed Brazilian roster built by Osboss, upcoming players from the region.
I kind of feel like there's only two ways that this game goes. Either it's going to be a close, crazy, chaotic, potential MIBR win, or they're going to get stomped, and BLG is going to look good, and MIBR is going to look terrible.
This team's characterized
And I'm not
by
sure which one
really
is going to be the
promising
case.
up from Brazil. So, something that people often criticize Brazilian teams in Americas for failing to access adequately. And then they add Verno in, who is unsuccessful in his time with NRG, and everyone's
I'm
like,
really
"What's
curious
this
to see
supposed
whether
be?" Right,
MIBR
so
can get it
not
together.
trying to
I mean, they've had
and it
such
looks
a
like
bad
honeymoon
stage too.
period that I couldn't believe how good they were. I think Cortezia is probably the standout rookie in Americas this year. He's been an incredible stabilizing presence on this team, but MIBR are suffering with Icebox leaving the map pool. That hurts them badly.
But they get Abyss back, so is that a fair trade, you think, for them?
I think it's hard to say, just based on Icebox was definitively their best map, and it was not even close. So Abyss has to exist at that same disparity from every other map, or the other maps need to catch up to where they were at with Icebox.
This team felt like they had to fall in line with the double duelist craze that was happening in, around the world, but also in Americas in Stage 1 and Stage 2. But Aspas never got comfortable on Yoru. There is one map where he plays it, and it leaves a bit to be desired. It's Haven when they have
How my
Yoru
pick'em's doing? Not good,
Aspas
man.
is the kind of player, really high
Not
first
good.
kills, really low first sets. He does not like to put himself at
I think
risk
the only one that I've
in
gotten
his
right so far
He
is
wants to
Heretics
be
over
set up, and
G2.
he's always more comfortable in a double initiator shell for this team. That's why Artazine has picked up the Yoru and has kind of fulfilled some of that to some degree and facilitated for Aspas to go in. Because, talking to Front, he said, I've always
think
felt
that
like
might be
I
the
wanted to
only
build this
one.
team around Aspas. We want to facilitate for him because he is the GOAT. He still is the GOAT to us. But I got bad news for MIBR fans. He's no longer the #1 Brazilian duelist in Americas. Sato has statistically claimed that title. No, he's not here in fairness. This year has managed to eclipse Aspas.
Give me something positive here. I feel like I'm just getting more and more nervous the more I hear you guys talk about MIBR. Give me a reason to be an MI believer.
I don't think you need to be, honestly, because what impressed me the most
Dang, he went
is that
first,
despite
third,
having
third.
such a cataclysmic downturn, they did bounce back. It was just too late at that point. When they integrated Artzin playing the Yoru, that's when Aspas started to turn around. You can see his performance in Toronto the first couple weeks while they were
I am
still
very
slumping,
curious to see
but
what
the
they're
last
playing
3
now.
weeks of play,
Did they
Aspas
change
was
comps, or
back.
they're just kind of doing what they were
Essentially put up
doing?
45 kills for 30 deaths, 3 series in a row, even in a very close loss to NRG, who are obviously a very high-quality team. So I do think that MIBR were able to bounce back from the slump. It was just too late to make a run in playoffs, but it was enough in regard to the Champions.
Champions Aspas,
I
though.
was really impressed.
Hard.
They didn't feature in playoffs, but we had reasons to
Hard
feel
to not
confident.
see him
Cortezia
doing
was
well,
also performing at a really
feel
high
like.
level. As side anchors, he and Shannon look more than serviceable. They look very, very
He's
solid.
always
But these
good
guys
in big
have
games.
to either reintegrate Corrode into their map pool or go to Abyss and really workshop that map. With Icebox departing, like we mentioned, they need a wider map pool because they've been permering Ascent a lot, haven't been wanting to go there. So these guys played a great Lotus as my standout map for them at the end of Stage 2 against NRG. It was close overtime, didn't quite get there. They've got a hybrid calling structure, right, where a lot of the mid-rounding is handled by Artazine, but Verno is very vocal about what he wants from his teammates at the start of these teams. He's really stepped up into a kind of a leadership role. Yeah, honestly, which is really impressive. We did not think he would fit on this team at all, and we were proven, very much wrong.
Can't imagine any team that would want to let him go. But for me is I want them to remember what happened in Toronto and have that fire, because it wasn't what we wanted to see from this team or Aspas. I want them to be motivated to come here and prove that that was just a blip, that was an anomaly. This is where we can really see what MIBR are made of, because they have to. Otherwise, I think you're right. I think
How are your pick'ems doing?
Changing the combo about who is really
The better
good.
question.
Yeah, they had the Heretics issue in Toronto where they had like an out-of-season tournament. They were also playing at the same time, and it was actually on a different patch. So that really messed with their prep for that event, but they should have looked good with Sunset coming back into the pool there, and they didn't.
I'm glad you mentioned.
Does
the word
anybody
prep,
have good
because
pick'ems right now?
actually got to catch up with Verno a little bit.
I'd be surprised.
Okay.
Mika here, and I'm with Verno of MIBR. Welcome to your first champions. I wanted to know, because by now we already know how much damage the CN teams can do. So what was the preparation like, knowing that you cannot underestimate the CN region?
I think the preparation is, the same as any other team. You want to just focus on yourself and just see how they play. Just focus on yourself as a team. But yeah, China has definitely proven that they play with a lot of like fire in their gameplay. So yeah, you definitely have to come prepared and come ready to shoot back.
Well, eager to see that fire from you guys as well. Good luck.
I mean, he's not wrong, but I would add, I think as of recent times, Billy's been bringing more than just firepower. They legitimately look like a great team that has great team play.
Yeah, they're making use of YZ's ability to create that space early in the round. And like I mentioned, Aspas as a duelist is not someone who wants to trade himself out for the first kill of the round. He likes to be set up with like heavy utility and take games over. And he was able to do that in Americas. And I wonder if this team wants to veer away on some maps from the double duelist, or if they do go like any map where Aspas could play Jet. Icebox, for example, was really good for them. So that makes me wonder if this is where they want to go. They want to play the Euro Jet double duelist and still be able to set Aspas up to have that impact. But, you know, I wonder if MIBR are going to want to fight for those timings as hard as BLG and their Chinese contemporaries will. They might look to play a bit more reactively, give some space and try and, you know, punish on reclears.
Yeah, I feel like this game is going to be a serious test of MIBR's mental resolve, because that might have been the most deflated aspect of their game in Toronto and in those first couple weeks, and that is not going to be an issue for Billy. They're going to play relentlessly. They have no fear. I think that's really going to test MIBR, definitely test Verno as this co-IGL. He's been under a lot of scrutiny individually from the community in Americas because he hasn't been putting up the numbers that he did in kickoff stage 1. A bounce back from him, continued good play from Aspas like we saw at the end of the stage. That could be enough to have a really competitive game here for MIBR.
I don't doubt you, Ido. I think it's going to be competitive. No
Yeah,
matter
I mean,
what
I
happens,
think
but for now, it's time for the results of our Mastercard fan
obviously
poll.
MIBR comes
We
in
asked if
looking
this
the worst out of all the teams, I think,
undefeated.
but
The results are in.
I feel like there's too
And you guys
talented
said
to
yes,
go
of
out
course,
without a
with
fight
72%
at this tournament.
of the
So
vote.
I'm kind of excited
I'm
to
actually,
see
I agree. I have to agree.
how they show up.
Yeah, because Pacific are they're just the best
Well,
region.
yes,
They've proven themselves to be the best region.
And that is real and true, factual.
No
they are
debate.
the best region. But I wonder how much of that is people being down on FNATIC because of not, you know, having success in the playoffs versus RRQ being a team they trust. I don't know.
I mean, the global power ranking is wilding today.
Okay, two
They
people
are going
picking
for RRQ
MIBR.
and they're going
Nice.
for Billy.
Respect.
So wait, so they're going with, so Mika is a Noah.
Respect.
And Saisho Tombiz, and not you, Uber. You went MIBR RRQ in the end.
So you heard me come into this segment, and I was like not exactly giving the good news about this MIBR team, but I trust them. They've been in Germany practicing, you know, well in advance of this tournament. They've sort of cleared their calendar of any extraneous tournaments, and I really think that Cortezia is going to show what he's capable of on the biggest stage of his career.
What did you go? Sorry, why? I didn't pay attention to your preds.
I didn't have enough clout to make it on the
Get on there,
Wait, so who? Go on then. What's your pred?
But I'm going for Billy and FNATIC.
Why?
Why
well,
Billy?
why Billy? Yeah. I just think that I don't think MIBR individually have the talent to take on where they're at right now as a holistic unit.
What do you mean right now? When you talk about talent, that's just an inherent thing, right?
Well, they have players
honestly,
that are less experienced.
I do not blame you because the champion stage has been incredibly competitive so far. It has already delivered some of the best games we've seen this year. It's time to see if MIBR, BLG, FNATIC, and RRQ can take us to the next level.
I kind of hope Aspas pops off. I think that would be fun. I think that would be a fun way for this series to start. Alright, let's watch this.
Now that I'm in Champions, it means everything to me. I remember the first time I have the chance to play in Champs. Last chance qualifier 2022. I lost 3-1. I felt devastated. I cried so much. Now, 2025, I succeeded. It was like a dream for me, you know? And I think I cried again on stage. My mind is like, finally, I did it.
I look at myself 5 years ago, first starting Valorant, not knowing what I was getting myself into. And here I am 5 years later. 2 international trophies, a champions that I'm hungry for, I'm passionate for, and I know that we can do great things.
When we play against FNATIC in Toronto, it was really miserable.
Go on the crossroad, Alpha! Oh, right out of the sky!
We come unprepared. It's our first time in international.
We see an RRQ that had no response.
We are a totally different team from what we showed in Toronto, and we are ready to show how good we are.
Yeah, I think these guys are kind of a dark horse, honestly, for the tournament. I didn't pick them to go that far, but I definitely would not be surprised if they did.
But we're not going to give it to them.
Since I was young, I've been a very competitive person, and I don't really like losing. Whenever I do take a setback, I feel very discontented. It drives me and pushes me.
Yeah, I like these BLG jerseys a lot. Those are cool.
Esse amor pelo jogo, como é algo competitivo, ele me dá uma vontade de querer estar sempre sendo melhor, estar sempre melhorando, porque se eu estiver melhorando, eu vou conseguir ganhar. E ganhar é uma coisa que eu gosto muito. Eu faço isso pelo meu país, pelo meu time, pela minha família, pela minha esposa.
Although their placements in the Americas League was not very outstanding, MIBR still has a lot of potential.
Eu já joguei contra times chineses antes e todas as partidas que eu joguei contra eles foi bem interessante pelo fato deles ser um estilo de jogo muito diferente.
We are a team that is probably the youngest team in Champions.
Wait, really?
And I think a lot of our players look up to Aspas as an idol in the past as well. I think that having the opportunity to play against a player of a high
They have a bunch of people that have been playing on the team for a long time.
You know, I hope we can take him down.
I guess Rushia is really young.
Eu chamo de destino. Tô bem animado para jogar contra vocês, vai ser uma partida muito divertida.
It's VCT CN's #1 seed versus a team that very nearly did not even make it to chance. But only one player on stage has won chance before, of course. It is Aspas, but as you guys were saying, it doesn't seem as scary as it was previous years.
Hey, Biscuit, Haven, Corrode, Sunset.
This could be great for MIBR, and they don't even get a chance to play it today.
I mean, this is devious from BLG. Picking
Haven
off the back, the map I think that puts MIBR's double duelist situation in the most awkward position.
Yeah, I definitely favor BLG with this map pool.
If they go with the ISO setup here,
I think BLG's vetoes are good.
have they pivoted off that look to
Getting rid of Abyss in a set makes a lot of sense.
I'm incredibly doubtful that they'll be running the same thing. Maybe they will, and they'll just roll swap, and Aspas will play ISO. Artson playing Yoru. We haven't seen MIBR on Haven since week 1. It was against Crew.
I bet Aspas is playing the Waylay on Haven. Show it to me. Waylay or Neon, one of the two.
MIBR have to unlock either Abyss or Corrode to have a competitive map pool. They're going over to this map. The last time we saw this from them was against Crew in week 1.
And that was also week 1. Matter of fact, that is the only map that MIBR won during their slump.
Yeah,
the one map was Corrode against Crew, which they haven't played since week 1. It's
and they didn't pick it then either. It wasn't like they wanted to play it. They haven't picked it, and they picked it coming into this. But this is what you
Alright, show me what you've been working on, Fraud.
Maybe some good
Show me what you've been working on.
Rely on some of the old stuff.
They've certainly had a lot of time to prep. Billy have played Haven quite a bit, but it's been such a strong map for them. The last 2 outings, they beat DRG, they beat EDG. Both of those maps, YZ drops 23 playing Neon. They've been very consistent, very strong on that map.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the map pool, based on the data that we have, I'm feeling pretty good about BLG's chances here. And a question in the back of my head is this: have MIBR decided to trend away from the double duelist, put Artazine maybe in a more impactful position, really abuse maps like Corrode, for example, but even Haven, they're going to need good info. I don't know if just playing up aggressively with their double duelist look is going to be the direction you want to take against a team as dangerous as BLG. A player like YZ who wants that. He wants to see defenders push for info, push off the sites, and give him a that challenge.
So K-Knight has been maybe their best player recently, so I'm curious to see what his form looks like. Okay, they're going.
They binned it.
I mean, this is the
Nice. Okay.
trend in
Good. I mean, they're going to the Genji comp. I don't know if they'll be able to play the Genji comp correctly, but everybody's much more comfortable on these roles, I think, which is good.
You don't have Foxy Knight, you don't have texture, but you do have.
You do have Osboss.
You do.
Good
but
texture
but it's
replacement.
also something that has a stupid amount of tape on.
100%. Verno's locking in the Sova. That is definitely on paper his best agent, and I really want to see him bounce back individually from where he was at in that.
Yeah, I like this change from MIBR. I don't know if it'll work, but it makes sense role-wise.
Of a rookie he is. If he's hitting, if Osboss is hitting, and if Cortezia is bringing that fiery energy that hyped the team up when they were bouncing back, that can be the recipe for them having a very strong showing on Haven. But
I'm excited about this.
It's just such a strong map for BLG. So dangerous.
I want to see them actually do some of the things that Gen G do that makes it so successful, right?
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like, have we seen anybody actually play this comp well other than Gen G? There's a couple, but most teams do not play this comp correctly.
Again, I want to watch MIBR stretch Billy's resources on defense as thin as possible with that lurk wall over towards the A side of the map. I want to see, you know, what Artazine as maybe like a solo loose end can achieve on this kind of map. He's been in so many roles on this team. First tried out as a duelist, then we saw him on Cypher. Now more the controller style. He is a true flex for this team. And, you know, that mid-round calling from him that has been pretty impactful in this sort of increase in performance for MIBR is going to be leaned on heavily.
Well, just in case you were missing the two people that's been on the Destiny all the week, don't worry, they're casting today, so please show some love to Ender and Doug.
Thank you so much, Jinsu. Yeah, we have the privilege of watching MIBR make their debut on the championship stage. It's been so elusive for them. They've never gotten to this point, and while this year felt like an opportunity to rewrite history, Ender, the last couple of, really stage 2 has been anything but.
Yeah, stage 2, a disaster for the team that was 3rd place in kickoff in America's 3rd place back in stage 1. But after, you know, going winless in Toronto, they now come in with a big chip on their shoulders.
Okay.
Something to prove. The last time they
Let's
played
see a
Haven
deep early
was
cam.
week 1. The time they played it before that
Probably
was
a quick,
Gen G in Toronto. They went
maybe a
13
push
to
down
1.
middle, and then
And the time MIBR has
blood
spent
towards
since
C.
stage 2 needs to come up big for them to perform against China's #1.
The irony of them playing this comp too. MIBR will start
Are
on
they
the
just
attack,
going
try
to send
set
it?
the pace,
If they are,
impose their own plan
I
upon
don't love.
BLG, but so far, anything but. Hard team falls.
Yeah, that first spam going very nicely initially, but you also have to look at A
Yeah,
lobby
now
too,
they
where
can't
you
really,
have
I mean, they have to go back and reclear A,
into that space.
but they don't have the
BLG,
wall to
players
help
in
them.
Garage ready to fight back into MIBR.
Neff with YZ by his side. First contact.
Oh, the timing is crazy by YZ.
Two kills found. But MIBR
Shooting back, though.
at just the right time. Things settle into a 2v2.
Yeah,
You
he
still
might
got
be
to
able
worry
to
about
just...
K-Knight on that flank. Has now taken the timing to creep on forward. Verno isolated on the B side. I mean, it's a mess.
Is he going to
on the
wrap
map
A?
right now.
Yeah, that makes
All
sense.
4 players isolated between these 2 teams.
They have to
And the
expect at least
decision-making
one
on this is
person,
huge
maybe
for MIBR.
C-Link,
If they do
one
decide
person
to
lobby,
take A,
so this makes a lot of
feels
sense.
lot better. They were so exposed if they ended B with Cortezia.
What's
so
up,
weak.
Armand? Who has the best corrode in all of VCT right now?
For MIBR in the last few months.
I mean, that's
And
tough.
now, in a critical pistol, he's brought his teammate with him into the A site. He's dodged out from that flank.
I mean,
of
Energies is definitely up there.
potential to plant this up for Heaven for Cortezia to
I would
play
probably
in that
put
position too.
FNATIC up there as well.
Set apart from his teammate.
And
Deciding to step into this by himself. How far does he go? Verno spotted. And the dart used, again, independent.
yeah, I'm trying to think of all the corrodes. Ooh, dinked him.
Still snaps onto Cortezia. Yes, remember, 33 HP, leaving Verno.
Yeah, it's
in a
probably one of
1v2.
those two teams, honestly.
K-Knight weak. Time dwindling away. The shock just a bit off the mark as Verno repositions.
Ooh, he needs the one tap. Wait. Wow,
Wow,
okay. The rookie steps up. 4 kills. Nice.
4K already to kick it off for Verno. And I think if you were looking at some bright moments from that disappointment in
That's
Toronto,
big.
it would have been Verno. Consistently topping out the scoreboard, and here after that re-clear from BLG goes so beautifully for them. He's the one picking up 2 kills.
That's
His teammate
big.
falls and puts him into the 1-on-2. It's him stepping up big time.
MIBR able to strike the first chord of success, but there's still plenty left to be played. You can take a look at the purchase for BLG. They do have the Bucky in the hands of Rashia, but that's all it'll be so far.
Early space taken by Osboss into long. We'll push K-Knight away from here. And the one thing that MIBR would have seen that last round is these walk-ups. BLG, a team that never sit back on the defensive side. You'll see YZ and K-Knight in particular always stepping forward. In this round, we already saw that little bit of a B step, but now they've guessed wrong as the stack heads towards C.
All right, they will find a vacant site. They'll get the spike down. Assuming all goes well, carry a couple weapons into the next, but as we've talked about, VLG, a force to be reckoned with. They are going to arrive a bit late to the party. I think the question is now, how much do they invest? Do they decide to just die to the spike, or are they playing for exits?
The magic number is 3 kills for BLG. You do that, you've taken out at least 1 gun from MIBR, who've gone for that FPX buy. Right now, just running into Cortezia, who Ghost in hand won't be giving anything over to the other side, but he's been dealt with.
They got them kind of pinched in. MIBR is going to have to exit somewhere.
And it is just that exit look for BLG.
Oh.
I think MIBR doing well.
No
to
challenge.
Here, exit back out towards spawn. When you start considering
Pretty
things
clean.
like ultimates as well, BLG know that because Verno picked up 4 kills in that pistol round, he's online to a very quick Hunter's Fury, so that also is informing a lot of the decision-making around just executing 4 players to the spike. Sure.
Let's go MIBR.
So
Honestly, I'm rooting for MIBR here. I hope they win this.
Round, and they're able to approach this bonus from a pretty powerful position, all things considered.
I don't think this is going to be a bonus. Osboss buys a gun for Artson on the other side. So they're going to have 4 rifles and the Guardian. That'll set them up so nicely. This a chance to completely break BLG's economy. Already in here in round 3.
You see some of the pings on the minimap already lighting up the left side of B.
This spam line could hurt MIBR.
Safe passage found across, and now all eyes set forward. With Osboss, the tip of the spear. Champions kill leader. Still not on the board.
And he
They get
pulls
the
out
paranoia out early.
Front B as well. The paranoia
Really
now
good.
pulls Rusha into garage with the fault line comes down. He can't
Barely
connect
gets
the
out.
shot.
All right. Stun down, paranoia down. They can hit a site now.
So an exchange of utility.
You're going to come back to A.
So my eyes turn over towards the A side of the map, where now all of a sudden
Good macro so far from MIBR.
Peter and Artson stepping into the long space. BLG 2 in sewers.
And remember, Neff used his stun for the garage hit, so that will not be in play. But they're rotating over.
They are going to hit into
BLG
3 or 4
already
people, but
pulled
they don't
one
really have
out.
util,
It's
so.
a very good read, and this drone only sees the Viper. That's critical, but BLG
Are they going to
still
freeze
hold their ground.
and just contact?
Some noise made from Artson running away from
Nice.
A long, but BLG know that's fake.
Quietly creeping forward, playing on such a dangerous line.
Ooh,
The swing out from
Osboss.
Osboss falls at the hands of YZ, but Artsy counters. 2 kills found, but the spike is in such an awkward spot.
The
Artsy
spike
has to get out.
He's trying to run back. Cortesia just broke a tripwire in garage.
No, he's
held
toast.
his ground, but at the same time, Levius is back out
Oh,
in mid.
he
and
missed
now
him.
This mad dash out of Artson trying to dodge away from the fault line.
Wait, he might be able to make it
From
to
a
C.
cypher net. Now here's his
No,
approach.
he's toast.
It's gonna be death from him.
Yeah.
13 seconds left. Surely it secures the round.
They were just a little bit too slow to get over to A.
3 targets to find. Not a ton of time to do it. BLG get on the board.
A little too slow to get to A
Been
after
a
the
disaster for BLG. MIBR buying
garage
into that
pressure.
round.
They maybe
see
should have
the
left somebody
following.
in garage,
Some good
potentially.
utility in mid-round calling to stack over towards the A site.
Or like
That's now
2
3
people
rounds in a row.
pressuring
MIBR
garage
have
still.
Shifted back towards A once the clock has started winding away.
Also, Osboss needs to hit some shots,
99
man.
and YZ holding their ground here, doing nicely with it. That tripwire, almost the bane of Levius' existence.
Yeah.
The turret.
Yeah. And so into the next we go. Good purchase on both sides. An early stun and a dump utility towards A main.
Okay,
BLG know that
4-1
versus
from
these Viper comps, you
BLG.
need to bully them out of the A main space
Yep.
early on in halves. Otherwise, it just allows lurkers to take that space so freely. So you expect to see
So
the
let's
fault line
see
the
if
next couple
MIBR
rounds. You expect
understands
to
what
see
they need to
players
be
posted
doing
up in
here.
front of it. That does leave their C side very
Which is
vulnerable.
that they need to be really willing to start doing like a just a full-on exec C.
Full retake setup for BLG, and it's not
If
like
you
they have
if you
ultimates
never
to
do
get
the
back on
full
side
C
either. They
exec,
just trust
then it's way too easy to play against this.
utility in their marksmanship to get back in.
My picks for today are BLG and FNATIC. Very boring. But I'm rooting for MIBR.
Now BLG have had 3 players stuck on B. Look for exactly
Nice
this, but this
pick.
time Cortezia shows up massively.
Paynat was there to respond in kind. things quietly settle into a 4v4. They're going to rotate back into all of the space that BLG took away, eh?
This is wild. I mean, we're less than 40 seconds
They're
left on
so
the clock.
split
MIBR
right
have
now.
Player C, have players Garage, have player A. It's
He's just
on
going to get
lurks,
picked
and
here.
now with Arts
I
involving,
don't love
they
this.
have to go C.
They will have 3 there. K-Knight somewhat on an island. I mean, Levius is within striking distance, but the smoke
Okay,
goes down.
Ospas win the
strikes,
duel. It's good.
and now the dash through.
3v3. They have
Site
Cam
should
for
be
retake.
secured.
They have stun. They have para.
See what they
So
do in the post plant.
BLG should be able to flood this.
Rusia still has the paranoia. Still a stun for
Or
Wise to
retake
play
this
off as
regardless.
well.
Okay, there's the Cam. Cam used kind of early.
Will be critical here if he can dodge away from
Only
that
sees
utility.
one, I
He's
believe.
so close to that smoke back towards C-Link.
They're not playing long. They're hunkering down. Into
Early
sight. First
paranoia
out
from
for
Shenum.
Traded now. Both flashes used. Aspas waiting on the other side of the smoke. The dash is just
Oh
much.
my gosh, how is he alive?
Looks to take the fight the second time around. Inferno saves the day.
Ospas has like a 1 HP.
Levy is weak, but Aspas worse.
Yeah.
HP is stiff freeze.
Yeah, he's too loud. Ospas is not shooting well right now.
5-1 now for the Sentinel. Levius started off the pistol round with a nice kill.
Yeah, Ospas needs to wake up.
Continued that
He's not
the
shooting
last
well.
couple of rounds. Has been so solid, playing into that C retake, but when he gets back out onto the site, shows up in a big way. And this is starting to be a little bit indicative of how these teams want to play. You know, BLG grouping up often to fight around the breach and the neon. MIBR going to look to spread out across the map, play these much slower rounds. BLG's planning in these rifle rounds has netted them 2 wins.
They also, they're not going to have success unless Artsin is like comfortable taking a lot of space on Viper by himself. They shouldn't have to enable him with a drone and stuff like that. He should just be willing to take timings into A.
And currently, what, 1 in 3? Quiet start.
Quiet start for him. People will be used to also seeing his Jet on the international stage, but he's been playing a whole lot more than Neon in Americas this year, incorporating that into the pool. But this MIBR team was always a team that was underdogs. You know, 11th place, back-to-back stages in 2024, but the signing of Ospas and these incredibly talented rookies at the start of the year, and Cortesia and Shenum propelled MIBR to the best finish
Garage
they've ever
pressure.
had in third
Nice.
place.
Garage pressure kind of enables the Ospas pick, so gun down. Okay, they know the Outlaw's middle. I feel like they should just regroup and go C here.
Now the opportunity to right their wrongs.
But they're just going to exec A. Orb committed.
Yeah, decent start to this eco round. That paranoia is nice.
Okay, they have Hunter's Fury, which is actually,
Beautiful.
Popped on the other side. And
I
Wisey
mean,
has no target.
I guess if you're just going to hit 2 Hunter's Fury kills, it's pretty easy to exec.
Masterclass ultimate there out of Verno. 2 kills with the Hunter's Fury, comboing off of Shenum's
Okay,
paranoia.
that's a huge round.
BLG have no idea what just hit
Break
them.
the econ. MIBR's econ should be really good now.
Stellar in this opening map. 7-2 so far.
There's that paranoia and a stun.
Where-
You see Rusia's
where even
idea
is that
really
dart?
where to go, just teleport straight into the Hunter's Fury. It's a perfect read out of Verno on that. And even the teleport up into heaven too. Gorgeous.
Yeah, great round. I really think that they should just exec C here.
MIBR on BLG's map pick.
I think they need to.
Again, we're going to see a lot of this tension towards A main at the
They need
beginning
to
of the
start
round.
showing the fast stuff.
Now, last round, MIBR realized
Maybe
that
they'll do it
it
next
was
round.
light A hold. A lot of times you're going to see K-Knight playing on an island over towards the A site, and it's those rounds in particular. that I
What's
think
up, Prop Dude?
MIBR can try to punish this right side of the map a little bit
MIBR's
more.
winning champs.
Good
I
story
wouldn't go
here
that
in
far,
round 6
but
as it's back
I
to
definitely
a
think
bit
they
of
can
a
win the
trap here
series.
on the eco for BLG.
Trip could be a problem.
Especially when there's a fault line right behind it as well.
Yeah, and a paranoia.
And YZ Sheriff, BLG have the tools. But this patience from MIBR is nice. You know, they've seen this B hold a couple of times, and they've teased that space a bit, called back towards Garage a number of moments.
Levius is getting curious. Not going to get an early line, all rotating towards
Okay, just hitting C, good.
And remember, BLG have taken this defensive approach.
Not
in
like
previous rounds where they
a
just
full
play entirely
exec,
off the
but
site. And the last time we saw this, it was a
I
retake.
mean, this
attempt
is good.
that
They've got the
ended in
orb
Aspas
on
fall,
choke.
they had Levius.
Should be a pretty.
Number, but now a Hunter's
Oh,
Fury to follow.
wait.
And that's a spike. Artsy might fall just barely
Okay.
dodging it.
Yeah, this is a little bit tough now.
Now a second attempt. And they're digging their heels in. The spike goes down. How do BLG approach this? Remember, they have a
There's the
and a
para.
Stinger and then a couple of shares,
Oh,
and there it
nice
is,
play by
short from
Artsy.
Artsy.
Just stuffing the choke with a
Defusing
shorty.
the retake attempt before it really
Super
got
good.
out of the blocks. Still a decent spot for Rashida here, but they turn
Nice.
it onto him. Very nicely
Good
handled
post plant,
from
good
MIBR.
adaptation from
the
MIBR.
difference
That was
in
nice.
this post plant from MIBR.
Verno is the
On top of that,
IGL
they just have
pre-round,
better guns.
so he
It's that
calls
forward
like the
position
sets
that
and
Artsy
like
is able
the
to find that first
the
kill,
round-around
sort of stumps that
adaptations,
retake
and
coming in.
then
A couple of times now,
Artson
BLG
is sort of like the
outrun
mid-rounder.
C-Link. And if those C-Link players don't really get to go anywhere, then your solo garage guy has nothing really he can do. Right, it's just kind of stuck for sure. Doesn't even matter if they have that first kill coming out from the Hunter's Fury. I still have no idea how Artson dodged away from that final shot. I thought for sure he was a goner. And again, the value that he provided after staying alive and getting the kill
This
on
is good for MIBR. Both Cortezia and Verno at the top. That's what you want to see from them.
I'll tell you what, though, that level of energy has been something that was sorely lacking from MIBR back in Stage 2. It was like watching a funeral procession, how quiet was it sometimes, but already I think you can feel them getting a little bit of that hype. Getting some early rounds on the board for sure is going to be something that'll shake off a lot of the dust. Remember, this team did not have the opportunity to attend playoffs in Americas. They came over here to Europe early on. They started boot camping, getting that experience and adjusting to the climate over here, and so far it's looking solid. I mean, yeah, just a complete shell of the team that we saw early on, the team that we saw, you know, really at the beginning of the year, and something at least. It's only been 6 rounds, but something seems to be working for them. I think you're absolutely right as far as the energy goes. I like some of the way they've approached these rounds.
Again, I really wish that they would show me like a full C exec just right off the bat. So that's one of the things that Gen G does with this comp is when they sense weakness on one of the sites, they will just full exec it like insta. And you're not expecting this comp with the Viper to play a fast round, and so it's very hard to play against it.
Deep smoke into spawn. Shadow cancels it out, and Artsy gets the best of Rashida.
Wow, okay. Pivot to B. I mean, I don't mind this. They saw a bunch of people A. They pulled them out of B, probably. Oh.
Yeah, misdirection all over the map. But look at this, K-Knight stepped forward out of lobby. Again, he goes for these walks all the time, and Artson's holding for him. But he's weak. K-Knight, a bullet between
Nice
his
trade.
eyes. Cortezia succeeds where his teammate could not.
Spike down, and Gen G post plant.
Where MIBR once again find themselves in an advantage. YZ as an op.
Going to be very difficult to retake this.
Have to find a way to make that thing sing.
Also, you know, a good, solid, fast round against the first op purchase. Yeah, make them retake with the op, and they got to save.
Does not have another smoke, so as that dissipates, there is no other one-way situation, but the timing seems to be perfect. There's no way in for them to pull this thing off.
Not with the operator in YZ's hands. You can't retake the B site. That seemed like
Yeah, game plan looks good from MIBR so far.
Have this idea to fight so heavily for the A space. It seemed like with how quickly MIBR reacted to instantly punish onto B and hold against the lurks. You can't be dying to the spike there.
No, that's tragic.
But it seemed like MIBR had that contingency plan in the back of their mind set up during the timeout. If there's this heavy fight over A lobby, accelerate quick into B, go there for the first time this game, and also keep holding for the flank.
I wondered, yeah, how much of that was a response to the aggression, and how much was that?
Okay, looks like they're gonna
call out of their playbook on the other side of the timeout. The TP
Floor A this round.
And Levius was so focused on what was happening in spawn that he really was not in a position to play B. He was kind of
BLG swapping the Cypher to A, trying to deal with the Viper in that way, put the op on C.
BLG, excuse me, on this lighter buy. Yeah, BLG
Could just be another situation. If they can figure out that the Cypher's here and just hit the site, BLG might be in big trouble.
Consistent pattern for
BLG still doesn't really have any good retake ults, so okay, YZ gets here quickly, fully abandoning C.
See how MIBR deal with this. I think some audio of a drone going out of garage has been able to be heard by these players.
You should run.
And now the lockdown.
Okay, just standard lockdown.
Just kind of wait this one out.
They do have
That's one way
pit.
to win in anti-eco.
Yeah, I mean,
Still YZ playing heaven.
they put the
and now he's slipped off,
lockdown,
no
then they
chance.
just pit spawn.
He will get back into the line pretty quickly, but yeah, you're right. That Omen Smoke will provide problems.
Is he gonna pit? I guess they're against a lower buy. Okay, he does
Now
pit.
the pit, they're putting a lot into this. Looking to secure it. Verno gets 2.
Nice. All right, round over. 6-2. Really good start for MIBR. I kind of like this.
There's no way in. YZ has to save the op.
Yep, it's another
Just
save.
do a standard
Elias will
KJ
go
into
his
Viper
death
ult, execute
intentionally this time.
using the wall to get into short quickly.
Just a tough situation
Makes
to be
sense
on.
to me.
And BLG, I think
Verno on the
now's
quick
the
flank
time
hunting
where
this operator.
they need to make some adjustments. They've tested the
Might be
flanks
able to find
so
him
often,
here.
both
It
here
looks like they
and
just have
domestically.
they have no idea
And
he's
MIBR
doing
come
this.
into
Yeah.
this, well, you know, it is going to be
1
BLG's
HP.
map pick. MIBR know
Probably
that
gonna find this op here.
BLG are going to be haven in
Yep.
mind. They'll have done plenty of
Op
homework on
down.
this. They'll know exactly what's up, and now they don't even have to worry about that operator.
11-2 for Verno. 1 off of having his Hunter's Fury on mine once more.
Kid's a monster. And this is what it felt like when MIBR picked him up back in stage 1. Remember, they weren't playing with this kid in kickoff.
Right.
Verno was wearing a different jersey with NRG. And it seemed like that signing from MIBR just made everything click. All of a sudden, they're winning everything. Again, a top 3 finish. While individually, he looked decent enough in Toronto.
Nice. Okay, now they're going C. Will they actually just hit C? No.
Aspas has an op. Artsine has a Marshall.
Oh,
Or an
careful.
outlaw, excuse me.
A little bit wild, but honestly, when I was watching BLG play, I think that on the attack side, an attack op really works against them. If you hold extremities, you hold that contain against the
Okay,
walkover,
good
well,
early
what is YZ doing right
defense
now?
position
Also gone
from
for that. You'll see
BLG.
walk down C long. You'll
They
see
get the
them
early
walk out of the
rotation
garage.
towards C.
Those scope guns can be so good
Verno
at shutting down BLG's
is
playstyle.
Man, 4 of them are on
just
light armor.
scouting.
You see the outlaw was put down in exchange for a rifle. Whew. That was close.
Oh, Aspas has an attack operator. Interesting.
Setting off of that, clearing the trip, but A is BLG's.
YZ steps on behind that drone, and this is what makes BLG tick. YZ takes more duels than anyone else in China. It's a search and destroy mission so often for him.
It's an interesting
Finds
trip.
the openers. BLG's rounds just play
Makes it so
themselves.
it's hard to actually get up close and lurk and listen for
Leader
info.
from his respective region for that reason.
A little bit of
That trip still hasn't been cleared. Now
Yeah.
finally cleared. The TP, the dash through, the wall goes up, the
Okay.
spike goes down.
I mean, it's the
MIBR
classic.
come to life. Aspas waiting on the other
Leave
side of the
one
smoke,
person on
beckoning,
site.
demanding a challenge that does not come.
Gets the dink though. On to K-Knight.
They
Still
do have
the
a
post
smoke,
round.
so this
Hunters
is not
44
not
Verno.
great.
Nano's now being thrown down.
Cortesia, big
Not
fight here, has to be
great
able to
for
pull this
MIBR
off.
post plant wise,
Flavius can
but
relieve some of this pressure. It's a problem, but no, MIBR stand tall. 3v3 now.
okay, they're gonna try and stick.
In exchange for the Hunter's Fury from
Nice pick from
a
Jenum.
distance.
I mean, this is another win for MIBR.
Pulse goes off. Another mark found.
Beautiful.
Another round for MIBR.
Just insane there. Getting up in front of the Hunter's Fury. In front of the Rolling Thunder too. I want you to watch in this post plant. First of all,
Yeah, their
Aspas
ideas
gets
look
a-
good.
Gets a dink, then gets this shot with the operator. But then Shenum on the Omen steps in front of the Rolling Thunder. Gets that kill first. That means so much. Leads to a Hunter's Fury kill. Leads to the round for MIBR.
I love this
and
kid.
BLG's
Cortesia is the
second time
best.
out of the half.
Yeah, because imagine if
I
let's
like
say
watching
everyone
him.
else dies on site, Verno's still playing pretty far off. He's been using the Hunter's Fury. He can't quickly get into spamming a smoke. You're doing this, that, or the other for the defuse. The play is gone.
Oh yeah, you have to have teammates still alive. Verno can't win that round on his own with the way he played it. But again, that seemed like MIBR have a very clear plan. If BLG are fighting forward in A lobby, and I don't mean just hanging out, you know, that deep long line or fighting with an operator bottom sewers. I mean they're up in lobby threatening your flank. As soon as that happens, what has MIBR done every round? It is a quick acceleration into the B site. They know that site.
Yeah, MIBR is doing a good job pivoting from one side of the map to the other. Again, I still want them to show me an actual exec here or there. But so far, they seem to have a decent understanding of where they need to move.
Oh, they don't have time to defuse. No, MIBR are just slaughtering them.
I was talking to Fraud prior to the series starting, asking him
The
how
Odin.
he felt about the pick bans and how it kind of went down, and he had a smirk on his face and said, we got both maps we wanted. They picked our first choice. And I was hesitant to believe it, to be honest, and forgive me for being a doubter, but given history, I don't know, but yeah, he was right.
And it just
Yeah, I
makes
mean,
sense.
that's one of the
Like,
things that I
MIBR
said
have the extra time to
when
prep. They know BLG
they showed this
season,
comp is like,
and
I
they're
feel like this
staying
comp
good with
just
the new
fits their players really well.
MIBR with the double smokes. Now another fight into
Oh,
this one.
okay. accidental kill from Ospas, I think. I don't think he was supposed to kill the Neon there. I think he was shooting the guy behind him, but they will take that.
We'll see what Levius can do in the corner here. Stinger in hand, not tagged up. He's been here a couple of times. What is going on? Body block, net falls.
Ooh, that's not a good.
The Stinger's proving to be a problem.
Not a good push from Cortezia.
BLG, they made a good adjustment out of the
Solo
timeout.
through the smoke. Gives away a gun.
Threatening on this B site and into garage. So you can see that scattered MIBR a bit. Their spike is still outside garage. It's time to maybe regroup, play together. This was a bit of a half buy from BLG, but they're ahead of it again. BLG are already rotating into A before MIBR arrive. And they have the information
Another gun.
to know exactly where these final two players are. A gun for K-Knight. Just over 40 seconds left in the round.
Do they commit? Ospas is going to...
Oh, pop, wall through.
Okay, I mean...
We'll find his one. K-Knight down 3 on the round. For the duelist, and one more waiting on the other side. Dash is back, throws it in reverse.
Neon alts, something else.
Dancing on him. Ospas had no clue where that last guy was, but it doesn't matter. The Stinger cannot hold up against Ospas with the Neon ult. That kill from YZ at a distance.
Yeah, that was definitely an accidental kill on Neon. He was going for the Sova.
Doesn't amount to much of anything. This is now where we need to see the learnings taken from BLG in the timeout. They need rounds. They can't, you know, limp out of this half with 2 rounds. You've got to have something more than that. For the first time in what feels like forever, MIBR set their eyes on C. Right off the rip, too.
Yep, good. This is the exec that I wanted to see. And it's just a free round. Oh, maybe not. Good response from BLG. Double flash. Done.
No utility to hold him down. He's a little bit too late. BLG are into the site.
Nice. Good round from MIBR.
BLG cannot find their way in. And again, that was off the opening from K-Knight with the
Yeah, I don't think Ospas is shooting that well. His aim has not been clean at all. He's been very like crouch spray heavy.
Zortzen has a free couple of kills. You can see that dart ping helped out so massively. And it's a drone, and it's now turning around to deal with them.
Cortezia, bro.
And MIBR just running the map. Yeah, we've sung his praises a couple times with that dart that you mentioned, setting up the kills. Oh, it's going to be a Clash B, isn't it? Swinging into 3.
Beautiful. I mean, 10-2 half. Let's go.
It's a slaughter.
Let's go, MIBR.
It's a disaster for BLG.
Love this.
Done yet. Pushing the case, looking for another. Will find it. This tournament doesn't make any sense, Doug. Think of the number 4 seeds upsetting number 1s. Even just yesterday, G2 went down to Heretics. And it's MIBR leading the first half.
And a 2 on their opponent map pick. Very nice. Yeah, I mean, this could be a quick 2-0, honestly.
This team didn't make playoffs in Americas. And they're already lighting up the global stage. No love between these two either. I mean, you see them stand up out of their seats, giving it back just in kind. A slaughter of a first half. BLG on their back foot. We're going to throw it to a quick break. We'll be right back.
Super nice half. Man, get out of here, BLG. Get out of here, BLG. Callum Frost. All they really have to do. Obviously, if they just win a pistol, the map is over. All they really have to do is just make sure that they don't play retake on C and A. All they have to do. Yeah, I do think that Verno's darts have been really good too. I mean, BLG hasn't lost the series yet. This is one map. They can definitely come back. We don't know what MIBR's crowd looks like. Really.
When you've got a team of such high expectations like BLG, you look at a star to bring them back into this. And my eyes go towards YZ here.
Yeah, YZ was just completely shut down in that first half, largely in part to Verno.
Yeah.
You can see down here with the Coinbase Econ report, this guy was absolutely torching BLG. And I think that MIBR's game plan really supported this shutting down of YZ, a guy that on defense so often will step forward and seek out those
This would be
fights.
the biggest upset.
Every single time. Now on the attack side of things, I need to see that.
I mean, I don't know. Like, I guess I was just never that high on BLG. I guess a lot of people thought BLG was like super, super good, but
just so far back, you have to
not.
play perfectly.
I mean,
if you want to get a shot, just get back.
I guess I have a little bit of a closer vision of them than most people, because like we scrim them and we've seen them play a bunch, but I've never been that high on BLG. Like, they're good, but
Geared up towards the seaside, which is light right now.
they're definitely not like EDG level. As weird as that might be to say, with EDG losing.
A lot of our attention will be, we mentioned
Yeah,
YZ
Verno had a
for good
crazy
reason,
first
but
half.
Neff in particular does such a good job of setting him up and unlocking him. So it's as much on his shoulders as it is on YZ's, in my opinion.
It's going to come down to
This kid, Rushia, is probably their best player. And he's not having a good half so far.
Into lobby. That's going to take a shot and fall away here.
Cautious here. Shenum is close.
Yeah, and I mean, I know that MIBR had like a rough stage 2, but again, people are just so reactionary in this game. Like, Sentinels lost one game, and now people are saying like they need to make roster moves. Like, just truly insane takes by the Valorant community. Oh.
Tucking behind the box, Cortezia delivers. Now the paranoia.
Oh, Cortezia.
Will their way into a pistol, and they
Nice. Okay, so the first thing I will say is that MIBR might be the first team that actually has like downloaded what Gen G do on this map. A lot of people have copied the Gen G comp, but MIBR are actually playing the Gen G comp correctly.
That quick thinking, that reposition out of Artzine was so nice. The only thing that stopped him from killing everyone, the magazine size on his frenzy.
Enemy remaining.
This is now 9 rounds in a row for MIBR.
And now BLG have to force up into it.
Yeah.
Not even with the generosity of a spike plant.
5 stingers, light armor on 4. K-Knight, the one exception.
So double body shot from Ospas here, good enough. Take out Rushia.
Darts have been exchanged. A little bit of info gathered.
Yep, here comes the Viper over. Okay, yeah, they understand what they're doing. This is MIBR actually understands this comp.
Back into mid, but in their eyes, MIBR could be anywhere.
This wall from MIBR just takes away so many options too. I mean, you take a look across the minimap.
Yeah, agreed. That's the thing, is like, when you're looking at a team like MIBR, they're so talented individually that all it takes is for them to just not be trolling, basically. They just need to have good energy, and
Shenum's holding it on the other side. I mean, maybe with different weapons, you got a shot at this.
Oh, jeez.
Some of the pressure, takes a step back with the judge.
The judge.
And they try to brute force their way onto A, and so far, so good. They're succeeding.
Yeah.
They've gotten the sight, they just don't have numbers, and they really don't have the guns.
Chip damage well onto
Okay, Rushia does get a Guardian. He's going to play close.
He needs to find something for his team.
Upgrades into a Guardian, entrenched in the smoke.
They do have Para, so.
Waiting for the challenge.
Nice.
As it goes down, the kill goes up. Cortezia finds it, K-Knight.
Just para him. Para, nice.
Into 1v2, swings it, delivers it, dinks.
Double peek, good. Very nice from MIBR.
Avoids disaster as MIBR get the round. That was the force up.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I don't have all the context because I didn't get to watch every America's game this year because I was too busy. But when you just look at their players and like what they did early on in the season, for me it's hard to imagine that they can't get back to that because they've already proven that they can play really, really well. So yeah, they might be kind of in a slump, but they have the potential to be really good.
So BLG go back to the well. Again, it's not pretty.
No, it's a shallow well, man.
And now there's an outlaw in the hands of Osboss. Only half armors except for K-Knight.
Yeah, it's going to be a fast C-split.
What can they do here?
There's even an alarm holding this heaven jump.
And they hadn't seen that one. They hadn't gotten that far up, and they've also only played, what, 2 defensive rounds?
Fast rotation from Neon, getting in position to flood.
They smell blood in the water. A bullet between YZ's eyes as Shenum gets 2.
Perfect.
K-Knight tries to open up the site, but can, and the spike is well out of reach.
Yeah, this has been really nice from MIBR.
He didn't even pick up the spike.
No, it isn't. I don't know that he feels safe enough to at this point. And so Osboss can just hold it.
I think he just missed it. He was right on top of it and didn't connect. And now it's being hard held by 2 players.
You might be right. Tragedy Bears spots it. K-Knight's head snaps back, as has been BLG's. MIBR flawless to close out map 1. BLG's map pick.
The last time we saw MIBR play this map on the international stage, they lost 13-1. They have now taken down China's best team 13-2 to open up the tournament.
And now they turn their attention over to Corrode, which was the arena they wanted. That's where they wanted to play. That's where they wanted to fight. It looks rough for BLG. We'll see what they can do on the second map. We'll be right back.
Yep, guys, we don't need to overcomplicate anything this game, all right? Just keep it simple. Just go all in.
I want to see everybody hyped up and yelling as much as possible, boys. Let's go.
Yep. Yeah, that's the other thing is, you know, I guess people who have not been in a team kind of don't understand like how quickly things can change in a team. But if you have a month to work, like you can really change stuff. And so expecting teams to come in to champs looking how they did in stage 2 is just kind of like people just don't really understand like how much difference there can be in a month. From my own experience, like you can look really bad on a map or really bad as a team or really good as a team, and then like 2 to 3 weeks later you're a completely different team. And so yeah, I think that's part of why you kind of need to have like a longer window to look at teams. It's one of the reasons why I was very high on Heretics, is because they've shown us the peak that they can hit this year by winning EWC. Obviously, they showed us the peak that they can hit last year by getting 2nd place in champs with the exact same team. A team like MIBR, I didn't pick them to do that well because I just didn't really, I don't know, I didn't really watch them that much this year. But I've seen them do well in the past, like early on in the season, so it's in there. And that's kind of one of the reasons why, honestly, I probably should have been higher on RRQ, because RRQ has looked really good this year, and they've also looked, you know, kind of iffy. Same thing with like EDG, right? Maybe EDG will go out 0-2, but there is also a world where EDG could be insane. You kind of just have to look at like the actual players. And if the players and the talent is there and they've shown a peak and they've shown that they can do it on international LAN, like, yeah. Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. Like, I fully understand why people are down on MIBR. I was also down on MIBR coming into this, but I'm actually not that surprised that they look good. I think also you kind of have to realize that, like, in a lot of cases, Champions brings out the best in teams, especially if they're like championship quality players, like an Osboss, right? You kind of have to assume that they will really lock in and take this tournament seriously, because this means way more than any other game. We'll see how Corrode looks. I'm kind of curious to see what they play.
Of MIBR, congratulations on that first map. Congratulations on Haven. Just wanted to know quickly about the team dynamics, because when last we heard Verno was IGLing, I believe he still is, but because the team seems to be in top form, we just want to know, is he passing that around and with the communications within the team?
No, Verno's fully in control. After the second game of our split, we made the decision to swap him as the IGL because he was really wanting to do it. So we're just all in with him, full faith. We've been working with him every day to try and improve his calling, his understanding of the game, which is already at a high level. So yeah, we're not, we made the decision and we don't look back. Even though we've made a couple other decisions, we stand by those decisions and go forward, and that's exactly what we're doing.
Well, he's in top form as well, so a good call on that, and good luck on the next map. Thank you.
Well, it's not just the calling that's been amazing for Verno, the shooting, the everything. Uber and Wyatt, I can confirm now with you guys, Verno has broken the global KD record previously set by tens. With a 7 KDA, which is absolutely ridiculous.
Light work for the boy. Insane. In stage 2, Verno was the 3rd lowest rated player in the league. A lot of people were attributing it to him picking up this IGL role that Fraud was just talking about, and maybe it just took more time to fully adjust and be able to figure out how to play his own game within it. That was the best game he has played, probably all year.
BLG and RRQ win. All right, let's see.
That was mental.
I love how it happened.
Let's see it.
He just started calling one day, apropos of nothing. He's like, all right, guys, I want this, I want this, I want this. And one of the most impressive things from MIBR we just saw was their macro. The early round shot calls that we're getting from Verno, that's so good. And it looks like they really understand how to play this comp that they've obviously just moved off of recently.
And I love the way that the team are clearly following the instructions, and the synergy is there, because if we take a look at the Verizon high-speed moment, this was Verno getting kills with his ult, but this would not have happened without the util that the team managed to land and the time.
Nice dart.
Yeah, this was absolutely.
Okay, so it was right on the corner. I was curious where that dart landed.
Having very good Hunter's Furies is something that Verno is known for, was known for when he was coming up. They gave him beautiful setup here.
I mean, Russia kind of accidentally into Neff there.
Yeah.
Into his
yeah. Russia owned Neff there really badly.
Get pinged off by this. Yeah, really set things up for MIBR. But man, so intricate. It's not just moments like this as well. It's like their post-plant.
4 NA teams, 3 APAC, and 1 EMEA qualify.
Working the map
Cool.
pretty well. I didn't expect to be the macro. We spent so much time talking about Aspas, right? Highlighting these individuals. I didn't really think the macro would be the thing that we're sort of chirping about here as what has got them in this position. But man,
Sue, how do they match up on the Gen G scale for you with that comp?
Okay, I need to see it one more time. There was a round that I was screaming the groom. I was
like,
this is the Gen G round! They did a carbon copy, which is nice.
I feel like for how much we've seen this comp in Americas, that was definitely the best display of
Yep.
it that I've seen from an American
I agree with that.
so far.
I agree with that.
Well, hopefully the next map is going to be the same for them. Because
Corrode,
this is
I mean,
why we had questions
I think
about
at this
both
point,
teams for Bilibili. They banned
at this point, I think
so many
I don't
times
know.
in stage 2. They showed it in the finals. But like you guys are saying,
Okay,
both teams
I'm pretty sure that we scrimmed BLG on Corrode one time.
a wild card.
So I do know what their Corrode looks like, but it was a long time ago. It was probably like 2 months ago. So
and it's a map that they could reflect on of hey, we didn't
How do I rank up from gold? Focus on your mechanics.
Been at all year. It was the only map when they had during that time period.
Play a bunch of DMs, make sure your aim and movement is good, and just shoot people.
Was paying off. Aspas was able to op a lot and play off of Artson, making space, being that entry.
Give me more Aspas attack side op. I think the Viper Wall was actually pulling a lot of these Billy players off sites. YZ especially, he was like, oh, what's going on here? Anyway, trying to get that info, and it's getting punished a lot, these contact plays. And I mentioned at the start of the last game, you are not going to see MIBR compete for the same tempo and timing windows as someone like YZ.
Who do I think has the best corrode?
Give him just enough rope and then punish him.
I mean, energy has to be up there. I think FNATIC is good.
Out of MIBR, I think I'd like to see him go back in that direction.
I am curious to see if they're just going to trend to the
probably
meta.
one of those two
Also,
teams.
bear in mind, when they were
But I think a lot of teams are still not very good at the map.
That was right when Corrode got into the pool, so there was no set
There was no meta
look at all. Yeah, there was no meta. It was chaos.
I like the way that they pulled out.
It was mostly just MIBR playing well, Orange Juice. BLG definitely
we barely got to see YZ because
made some mistakes.
Attack, so he was in his own
I think the young players on BLG looked a little bit lost, but MIBR's game plan was really good.
Hopefully we get to see more out of Billy because if they don't
Is the meta still double duelist? I would not say that.
Are going to finish the first 4 days without a single
I think the meta is still pretty open. Like,
the last time we've seen that, considering they are the
some totally depends on the map. Some maps double duelist is really good. Sometimes some maps it's not. Some maps double controller is really good. Some maps it's not.
Against the lowest seed from Americas. That makes 0 sense on paper.
But yeah, this MIBR.
There's a couple maps where, Aspas Waylay leak, the leak. The leak. Okay, I like this comp.
They were queuing up the NRG comp.
I like this.
Do you think he's going to be a Waylay? Or is it just a regular Waylay?
I do. MIBR, they had Aspas playing Waylay on the top of the
Nice. Okay, I like the KO.
Aspas's Waylay looked really good.
I like
Only
this.
played for a very brief period of time. But yeah, now Wasteland mode.
This comp though, obviously, it foregoes a Sentinel. So you don't
I think MIBR win this 2-0. I really like this comp on this map.
So I want to see this like extreme.
I think KO is really good on this map. I think Waylay is really good on this map. Verno on Sova, Artson on his most comfortable agent, Cortezia on Viper. Yeah, they look like they're just pure comfort.
I would also say this is the exact map that I want to see Verno on. After having a heater game playing Sova, you get to go to a Sova playground map. He should be able to just continue that momentum right into this.
Yeah, I agree with that, Bratu. I think there's a bunch of different options you can go to, and you should really just pick what's the best for your players.
Defense side, if they can fight for any of that contested territory, get grab nets into A main, fight in yard, punish MIBR, maybe getting ahead of themselves there to try and get that info off their scan util. That's one place they can hit MIBR where it hurts. But again, they're starting on defense side. So do we get to see enough of YZ's impact on this game before it gets away from them?
I'm so glad you mentioned that because when they did play this comp before, he took a silly amount of first engagements on the defense.
100%. Yeah, that was in that finals game against TRG, who were running a bizarre Gecko comp. Yeah. I think the read on Corrode from CN, the region, has been all over the place. It's been very weird, whereas around the world elsewhere, it's felt pretty set in a couple comps. So I don't know if that game against TRG is really an accurate test of where Billy are at, because they were playing such an off-meta, strange thing. I don't know how to rate them.
Well, we're going to jump into map 2 now and send this over to Ender and Doug and see if Billy can take a map off of MIBR.
Thank you so much, Yunsu. At the edge of chaos, the unexpected occurs, and that's exactly where MIBR took us. Now, Ender, my question to you is, are we expecting some of the same here, given the comps that we're already seeing?
I think it's really hard to come in with any real expectations of this map because of only seeing these teams each play the map one time during stage 2 because the changes in composition as well. I think that what I'm really going to be looking at, the desk was talking a bit about Neff on the deadlock, taking a lot of those early engagements, which I think could be a bit of a detriment, but I want to see how...
Okay, nade for the back corner of B, just full on exec. Gonna be a little tough. Deadlock Viper, they know both are here. They're probably gonna back out. Yeah, they can't just hit this site. They have walled it though, so...
B exec wall, just straight down the site. The rest of the team maybe trying to go back into mid, and I think it's important.
Yeah, this is gonna be tough. I think
against YZ and Knight.
I think
Otherwise,
MIBR might be a little bit
really sell
in
this
trouble
rotated
on
ball.
this pistol.
K-Knight tucking behind the
Unless
wall.
they can find some kills.
Cortezia has been left to go explore and try to sniff something out. And
Deadlock wall, triple mid push.
in very BLG
Good
fashion,
proactivity from BLG.
get a little curious. They decide to go explore, and Cortezia swings
Ooh, that's
around, gets the best of the Sova.
that's
YZ
rough.
Still continuing forward on the lurk. There's no way this is expected.
Oh my god.
Slips the net, gets the kill onto one. Now they
Okay.
have to turn attention forward. Do BLG
But
crunch
his
in from
teammates
main?
can't help him.
Got Nev who's considering it, but they're waiting for
Yeah, his
something
teammates
to
can't
solve
help
the
him
ball.
because they're
Eventually,
walled off.
YZ on an island, not forced to join the fray.
And now, as a matter of fact, all of a sudden, Cortezia is up into mid. He's got a chance to come
Yeah,
in
now they're
from
just gonna
behind.
chill and wait for Cortezia to open this up.
Cortezia creeping forward, playing on the other side of his wall. As it goes down.
Really nice.
Oh, I love this out of him. Assassination style. Neff falls. Levy is tucked.
Really nice, actually.
Rushia left into 1v4.
I mean, how can you do that?
The proactivity from BLG was good, but they just kind of messed it up because they deadlock walled B, and so nobody could help YZ.
Forced into a miserable position and asked to make art out of it.
I mean, I think you're already kind of proven wrong there. I feel like group stage has been amazing so far.
A little cheeky with it, but not given the fights. Rushia is running out of time as well.
I think this is probably going to be the best champs that we've had in terms of how exciting.
The swing out, Aspas gets the kill, MIBR get the round.
I mean, that was a wild round, right? BLG going for the double walk down through mid, but I can't help but feel like YZ pulled the trigger way too soon on the B main flank. He sees one player on his screen. He knows no one else is really anywhere on the map. I would have thought. And it's, I think, a little bit of the patience as well that you see from Cortezia on that mid flank too that pays off for him. I think there's a world where if YZ is patient with the
All right,
trigger,
they're 3 for 3 pistols.
kills there in B main before anyone realizes what happened to him.
And again, he was in such a bad spot. He knew he had position, but his teammates couldn't help him because of the deadlock wall that was B main.
BLG goes
Aggressive
aggro.
BLG towards A main this time around. They want to take the fight.
Cortezia sees 2, maybe 3 people.
K-Knight picks up the orb as Aspas steps into mid. Now,
He is very exposed with a Phantom. Yeah, I don't love this.
I'm freaking out. I'm freaking out. That's a Phantom just dropped up in top mid.
Yeah, they got to go protect that gun.
K-Knight has a kill as well.
I don't know.
Is that actually, that's recoverable for sure.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, this is
But it's going to take some time.
a little rough from
That time, MIBR should be able to get into comfortable post plants.
Yeah, at least that
Am I alone in Korea? I'm not in Korea. I'm in the US right now. Dude, MIBR is
And it wasn't even the Phantom.
looking a little shaky aim-wise right now.
Battered and bruised, but still in a position to fight. Still ready to go.
Oh my god, they're just losing to pistols with rifles.
Sova with a frenzy, and now it's our team left in a 1v3. Can they find a way to avoid disaster?
Watch your back.
BLG in a really nice spot, but it's a knife. You're absolutely right.
They lost so many pistol v rifle duels there.
Tragic punctuation point to the round.
That is so rough.
Yeah, the MasterCard Thrifty, and
All right,
I don't know
they need to be able to laugh that one off.
the idea was there.
They need to be able to laugh that one off.
Into top mid on his own. Does feel like back-to-back rounds, our duelists getting a little bit ahead of themselves. That is a brutal way to finish it. Uh-huh.
Yeah, this is gonna be. Let's see how they mentally recover from that one, because
Thought he might get out of his seat. Thought he might get a little
that was rough.
across the stage.
All players are at their home. Yeah,
So off of this, they give a rifle to Aspas again.
GE players are all home.
Already has the TP procced. Flash over the top, looking to take the fight. There is no one there.
You can see the benefits of the KO flash hitting both yard and towards elbow.
Aspas looking for a fight. Remember, he failed at this the last time around. This
I
time,
mean,
Aspas with 2.
the hero rifle pays off.
K-Knight with a bulldog. Can't find its mark.
Actually, very nice call from
Most
MIBR.
nonsense rounds I've ever seen. Aspas just fully picking things back up after a blunder in round 2. MIBR just seized the reins once again.
Okay, good recovery from them. That's what you really like to see, because that first,
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it's
that second round, or they lose to classics and stuff, that could be a huge tilter. But if they come right back, thrifty them, it's nice.
Tough to really see what the financial situation is for Neff and Levius, but you imagine
that's one of the nice things about playing the double initiator, is that you actually can go fast. You can just decide to go hit a site.
Well, they're going to have a buy because, of course, they picked up all those guns from the last round.
Right.
Verno is going to have the 100 Fury online. You remember how deadly he was back with that on Haven.
Back-to-back MasterCard thrifties. I think for MIBR, we've seen a lot of what their approach is and a lot of their plan is on the attacking side. And you mentioned it, the flashes from the KO do such a good job of unlocking Waylay. We talked about it on the desk yesterday, I believe. This is the meta that is evolving in this tournament. The flash with the Waylay, let him go, take a fight,
job, guys.
and then get out.
God, okay. No one.
Yeah, nobody. Well, nice save there from production.
Yeah,
catch that one.
A little bit of a different reaction from our coaching booths compared to round number 2. But here you go. See some of that speed with the Waylay.
The knife out. Aspas takes a fight, waiting for a second challenge.
Ooh.
Wow. Nice, brother. And the follow-up, too, from Verno. It's only the spam from K-Knight to try and equalize.
Takes the timing. There you go. Very nice. Good mid-pressure from MIBR. Very nice.
Towards Con there, but then freezes, so that reclear with the stun doesn't connect on him. He gets the one kill, dodges away. Verno takes his place.
Neff falls.
Good trade.
Leaving Levius in a 1v3.
Yeah, this is a very nice round from MIBR.
I found from watching Neff's deadlock in the finals, it was kind of hard for him to play off of his.
The most Valorant pros have experience from CS. What advantage do those people have against people who didn't play from CS? So the main advantage you get from playing CS, the short answer is no. We're at a point where there's a lot of people who are playing Valorant professionally who did not play CS. Early on, there was a lot of CS players. The big advantage you get from CS is like fundamentals of trading and you know, how to move and shoot and clear angles and stuff like that. Basically like the fundamentals of the game. But this game is very, very different from CS. And you have to be a lot more creative and adaptable to be good at this game.
That's a demonstration how to deconstruct a mid-hold from a defending team.
Yeah, that was very nice from MIBR.
5-1 for Aspas, 5-2 for Verno.
Here's that quick pace to A.
It's just Wisey here. Is that going to be enough? Just Wisey? The TP across, he gets his one. Just not enough there.
It's past the judge. This judge could get like, yeah.
Through. K-Knight joins the fray. K-Knight gets 2. And now it's Cortesia left in a 1v3.
Yeah, the judge is judge is a little scary there.
5 HP, he's left alone. This is going to be difficult. He spots his one, no real idea of what's
Doesn't
waiting
expect
on
the
other
second. Doesn't expect the second guy.
Might be the easiest kill of his life.
BLG continuing just flank every single round, it seems. Just when you think they're done, there's another player coming in from the side. But truly the hero of that round, K-Knight. In main after Wisey, you know, gets his kill after the little bait and switch there from MIBR. And Rusha is blinded up. It doesn't matter because K-Knight came out of Link and just fries. That's his guard as well. Didn't catch that the first time around, but beautifully pings up Osboss.
Good response from BLG.
One round between these two teams. You see the exec wall A this time. I love the exec out from BLG towards B, but nobody's home.
Yeah, it's just A1.
They went for a little B trap with the deadlock net.
Invested a ton into that. The paranoia, the stun, the Hunter's Fury, the position.
The gamble doesn't pay off.
TP across the map though. Rashia tries to get into the action A.
And they're going to have bodies here because of MIBR taking their sweet time, scaling forward. Now there's a smoke onto elbow. And MIBR, to succeed, are going to have to pop on out of it.
They have the tools to do it.
Yeah, BLG are playing very proactive. So MIBR may need to speed up their reactions a bit.
Pushing forward. K-Knight gets 2, delivers again. For BLG, our team so weak, but counters, and now Levius fills in on the space. Aspas a 1v4. 1v3 now.
Really? He's going to use conversion paths? I don't. That's not good. That was a bad round from MIBR.
Best guy in the server.
Yeah.
That quiet reclear. BLG love to go for these.
I don't know. Ospas is not playing particularly well right now.
Back into space. And this time it comes after knowing, hey, they've pushed anyone out of B main space. They've got a couple players that made sure there's no one in mid.
You highlighted it perfectly, man. K-Nut was a guy who had to deliver on that fight. That's exactly what he did.
He did. Even there, Levius finding 2 kills, shoulder to shoulder with him. Exactly what you're going to ask for. So MIBR go away from A and back to mid.
Still no timeout called from other side. Paranoia, just a little short.
It's because Ospas' pathing is different this time. Last time they heard the double dash in mid. It would have been hit by the Paranoia.
A nice pick by BLG. Ooh.
Really nice spot.
That stun.
They have to swing out into it. Ospas shoves the barrel of the Vandal down his throat, but Rashia counters. And now they can speed up towards A, but again, down in
They
numbers.
do have Viper's Pit.
And they have hard team's ult.
I mean, this is funky. That pick gives them a lot of space to work back into CT, but BLG are doing everything. They're clearing away.
Yeah, they're giving up a lot of space.
Really, it will be Cortesia
Inside
the smoke.
The pit does not do much for these positions from BLG.
He's been so good.
Counter pit.
He's going to drop his pit too.
Okay.
Green goo everywhere. It's like Nickelodeon in the 90s all over again. K-Knight with the dart drops it down onto the site. The spit will follow. Cortesia playing on the other side of it.
It doesn't go through the top of the pit.
Cortesia left in a 1v2.
Nice retake by BLG. This is one of the main ways I've seen people using the pit on defense, is just using it as a retake tool for A.
Cortesia wasn't actually tagged by the dart there. It seems like he was maybe in the perfect position to capitalize. But Levius gets back in there.
What makes Indian players weak?
BLG the lead.
I think they just,
So much riding off these 2 kills from
I think gaming is just like not as popular in the culture, so there's not as many. It's less supported, like culturally, and also I think India geographically is kind of in a spot where they don't really have good ping to anywhere, so you don't get to play against a lot of good players because your ping to Europe is bad and your ping to the Asian servers is pretty bad too. Like you can basically only play Singapore, right, from India. So you don't get to play against the Koreans, you don't get to play against the Chinese, you don't get to play against the Japanese players. So you're basically just playing kind of like in your own little bubble, which makes it really hard to improve.
Yeah. I mean, it's caused some
I honestly think that's like one of the biggest reasons why India is behind in Valorant, is that they just don't have good server support. Geographically, they're just like at a disadvantage. Because like I know that we would basically never scrim any Indian team because we could only play in Singapore, and that was like a 65-70 ping server for us from Korea. So it's hard for the Indian teams to scrim anybody.
Sure, I do think they tried that in the last round. Remember, Shenum got the 1v1 outside of B main, and he got bested ultimately. And I mean, it was a 1v2, but still, even if they do know that's what's coming, they haven't really been able to solve it. This time, a 3-2 approach from the attack.
Other ideas they could play with is just, you know, fighting more aggressively for the main space. That's actually an attack smoke they drop down in B main.
Look at how far back Wisey's playing off site.
He's hanging out all the way back there.
Yeah, with Arteen's ult online.
Play, re-clear middle, take mid space away, counter drone.
What more of the idea is than that?
You know, you'd expect Neff to be the one playing off. So
Big spam.
The sensors stay up, but
this A-pop coming in hot.
And the sensors go down. Cortesia has a lot to deal with here. 2 members of BLG have taken this space, trying to tuck their way into this so it could strike a little bit later as the rest of the defense starts to encroach in around the site.
What's Cortesia's patience like? Yeah.
They've lost the sight.
This is wild.
Ooh, he's looking at the wrong, looking at the wrong angle. Patience was good. Now they are fully surrounded.
Gets the best of Arteen, looking for a second and delivers. The
Yeah.
will connect onto Ospas.
BLG's defenses look pretty good so far.
Emerge
on top. That's just unreal. MIBR know exactly what BLG are going to do, right? They're still looking for the flanks, trying to deal with it, but they're looking the wrong way. Neff just pushed through A main. It doesn't matter if it's
This is a good response from BLG. Just take A main, hold A main.
A lot of teams would stick those two players together, but BLG choose to play on their own, and it pays off.
Little frustration starting to show on the side of the MIBR camp.
I remember we heard, their pregame talk before game one saying, let's get loud, let's hear some energy.
Yeah.
And here, even there, it's mellowed out a lot in these rounds.
Yeah, they need to be careful. They don't have like a
from America starting to show some cracks.
big
Again,
sort of drop in their energy and performance.
Was able to net a kill.
It's BO3 series. Like even if they lose this map, they need to just come back with the same energy for the last map.
Allowing YZ to get up here into mid. But it's a bit awkward for MIBR, who have spread out 3-0-2 around the map. Yeah, they have control of mains, but you can't really go anywhere without numbers in mid.
Main cleared out, a drone traded on the other side, only spotting Shenum, who has technically been responsible for holding this side of the map by himself previously.
And now YZ all the way down into bot mid. This is a guy that doesn't rotate to flood retake. He will start pushing forward once his teammates get information. That's a second player now spotted in main. And here goes YZ.
Cortesia, there to greet him, there to best him.
Weird timing. I mean, kind of lucky by MIBR.
But there's already 3 players from BLG here.
Flash over the top. They're committing onto this, but the spike is
The
rotating
B
away.
fake.
Yes, it is. Now a counter
B fake into A hit. This is nice from MIBR. Good pivot.
Down the board with 25 seconds left on the clock, and Elbow walled off by the deadlock. Neff could stop them in their tracks.
Wall, the only thing keeping them apart.
Is he gonna catch the spike?
He's got a timing. He could be everything for BLG.
A lot of the hands
I mean, are they gonna get the spike into sight in time?
I don't think they can make their way out. The spike is still waiting. Neff holds the line.
Gotta plant
5
insta.
seconds now.
Yeah.
Spike will go down. Aspas gets the best of K9.
Okay, still winnable.
And Levy is not able to play spoiler. Now left in a 1v3. Into the
I mean, I respect that. Being willing to pivot when you have just enough time to make the rotation is nice.
On the spike to go for the plant there. Neff was almost the hero for BLG. And it's in these slower rounds especially that I think Neff can be a monster. But MIBR fight their way out of that choke point, even against the deadlock wall. I think making the right call to pivot away. As soon as they heard Rush's Omen ult, head over towards the B site.
Yeah. It does feel like these rounds live or die by whether or not the flank is controlled.
4 is pretty good.
If BLG are able
Pretty
to
good for
continue to
attack.
abuse that, they seem to find success.
They've got Hunter's Fury.
Bit light from BLG.
Yeah, but it is Rashia on the other side. 7-7 so far. And K-Knight's not far off. Wall goes up, the spam through, that will connect.
Nice.
Gets out.
Good little pick. They don't have to fully commit here,
Looks to join the fight, looks to
but
join the
looks
site.
like they're going to.
Got tagged up by it. So now with K9 onto the
But
site,
maybe with some patience.
down, start to creep back up into yard before they move on in.
Okay, front side is clear.
Just a bit. Playing this dangerous push and pull.
Ospas on flank watch.
Verno now committing.
Another round to double flank for BLG. This time Ospas is holding, but he's only got 20 HP in main.
That's so much to ask of.
Yeah, it's good info from Ospas.
And he buys time.
He knows
And
that
gives
there's
MIBR
just
the
one
numbers
more there
advantage.
for sure.
As the spike ticks away, BLG are forced to answer very quickly. Do they commit
Yeah,
onto
these are
this?
good
Do they
positions. MIBR should win this very easily.
So all eyes set forward. The dart, the wall, Cortesia on the swing, gets the kill.
Yep, just tuck.
Beat up a bit.
Great discipline from Cortesia.
Neff is rotating away.
No need to go back.
I think they're done here.
Really nice.
You leave K-Knight out there to maybe try to
All
get
right,
a kill
5-5.
off of his ult, but no. The weapon's more valuable.
Cortesia's movement there, real nice to step back in front of the retake. Just catches YZ in motion. So, we're all tied up now. These teams getting a little bit better of a read against each other on this opening half, but There's only 2 more rounds left to play on this side.
And I do think for BLG, this felt inevitable, right? We're talking about the #1 team from the CN region. We knew this was not going to be a walk in the park, regardless of who they were playing against. So honestly, I'm more curious about how MIBR responded to this, because the first map was a stomp. They were all confident. There really was no reason to doubt. It was happy days. But now that they're getting punched back in the mouth, now that they're getting pushed, how do they respond?
That grit has been something that we haven't really seen from MIBR this
Right,
year, right?
exactly.
When the highs were high, it was all smooth sailing,
right?
You know, it was kickoff, stage 1, 3rd place finishes. But ever since Toronto, it has just been a drought. Say the team is streaky would be a bit of an understatement.
Agreed.
Now coming back here, being tested in a map 2 is really.
What do I like to do other than Valorant?
And I think tremendous. You gotta give tremendous love to BLG for the fact that they're in
I
this
like
fight
hanging
their
out
star.
with my family,
Performing
my
still. I mean,
dogs.
YZ has
I like playing
to be candid.
Magic the Gathering
It's been tough for him, and I think
in person
a large part to it is
at
that
the
he's
local
fighting
game
on
store.
his own almost every single round. He
I
plays
like
his style, sure. You know,
going on
for
hikes
these
and
contact
camping.
walks.
I like snowboarding in the winter.
Done their homework. It's not like it's a
I like
surprise
playing
by any
guitar,
means
even though I haven't played guitar in a while.
Like YZ's going to be able to outskill you if
Yeah. I like working out, going to the gym, watching anime,
it's tough to do.
you know,
Yeah.
regular stuff.
You take a look at the minimap here quick. MIBR look like they're going to want to go fast speed, and there's not a ton of defense here. You got the flash set up. You imagine Aspas will double dash out.
Yeah. The trick for Osboss is trying to catch Levius when he's got util in hand, trying to stall out the choke. So Levius going up towards heaven.
All right, they're going for the B exec again.
More of a honest retake setup is the right idea.
Paranoia, flash.
Oh, he's going heaven. Oh,
Ooh.
Levius is there to greet him. That's crazy.
The scaling here was not great from MIBR.
Gets the best of Shenum, looks for more, will find it.
Yeah. Osboss went in, and then his entire team was still just in the choke point. Behind the choke point.
Osboss is already up in heaven. Seems like a bit of an overreach.
Yeah, this fast strat was not good.
Out from BLG. Perno gets his 2, but Levius bests him with 3, and BLG take the lead.
Honestly, I've only seen like an episode of One Piece. It's too long for me to get into. So Attack on Titan for sure. One Piece is way too big of a commitment for me to get into.
I mean, I don't know how much faster they could have gone.
I'm also not as big of a fan of sort of like the like overly funny, yelly shonen anime. I don't love them as much. I feel like I'm too old for that stuff.
It's the same hit. The paranoia out. The Hunter's Fury through, and this time
It worked this time. Okay, good response from BLG.
Swings into his death. And now Paranoia
Yeah, MIBR,
trying to respond. Will.
they've looked a little bit all over the place on this map.
There's a beautiful spot. Will get his kill. The spike is recoverable, and all of a sudden, there's a shot at this.
This one is weird. BLG have to be worried about that walkthrough on the A site. So what do? Control mid, stop the rotates, force Shenum to take the long way round. And what that means is that they have the opportunity to actually cut back in through mid and get onto this A site quick.
Smoke will buy a little bit of time. Quick note here. If it gets to that point, Neff one off of his ult.
BLG are really taking their time. They're going to allow MIBR to plant the spike.
I mean, if MIBR can steal this round back, that would be massive.
Is the chance to maybe
Huge momentum swing.
Yeah. How do they choose to play this? Well, one way
for it, sure.
Yeah. And the spike goes down. Now the onus is on BLG. Only one on the flank. That means this fight is everything here. What can Cortezia do?
Yeah, I mean, he's got Molly, he's got the one way.
No stun. Spots
He's one.
Shenum 70 HP in such a tough spot. Cortezia waiting for the first challenge, waiting for it to arrive. Like crawling on his skin. Shenum falls. Cortezia left alone.
Yeah, there's no way.
YZ gets
Good
through.
round from BLG.
BLG will get the 7th.
YZ just ran straight through the poison.
5 is pretty good for MIBR, but
in his body.
they definitely didn't look as good on this map as they did on Haven.
Seeing it through calmly as well. You can see in the replay as well. It's that same set piece like you mentioned. The net just making it so
I feel like they're calling, their decision making, everything has been a little bit off this map.
Steady aim from the duelist too. Out of YZ, we mentioned he's been a little quiet, but certainly comes to life there in that last round.
BLG have woken up well and truly. Leading into this half, that's what we expected.
7-5 half for BLG. Let's send it down over to the stage. Lou is standing by with a very special guest. Lou, take it away.
Et les Champions Paris sont un moment qui se vit en famille avec la maman de Verno ici. I'm never getting rid of interviewing moms here in Paris. And Elizabeth, Verno's mom, you are no exception. So first of all, welcome to France. It's a pleasure to have you here. Merci. Very nice mercy from you too. And my first question is going to be, do we have a radiant mom here? Have you ever tried Valorant? What are your thoughts? Do you have a favorite agent maybe?
I tried to play Valorant and I asked Verno to teach me and he said, yeah, no.
What? He refused to teach his mom Valorant? Are you serious?
To learn Sova.
Yeah, so Sova is your favorite agent, right? And he's doing awesome with it currently. Donc première question, est-ce qu'on a une maman radiant à nos côtés? Quel est son agent préféré? Est-ce qu'elle a déjà essayé de jouer à Valorant? Et ben elle nous dit oui, j'ai déjà essayé, j'ai demandé à Verno de me coacher et il a complètement refusé. Je voulais apprendre un petit peu Sova, etc. Mais ça a été un non catégorique de la part de son fils. And second question, I heard that you got, to hang out a little bit with the team, with MIBR. So how are the vibes? Are the boys feeling confident?
I love this team. This team feels like a family, including all of the Brazilian moms that have welcomed me and all of the players in the community. What I think about the team, seeing them last night, is that this team has heart, this team has grit, and they came to win.
And I think we can definitely that on the server and also here. Donc on a pu voir, la maman a pu rencontrer un petit peu l'équipe MIBR hier et donc est-ce que les garçons étaient confiants? Qu'est-ce qu'elle a senti?
Yeah, the stage is definitely not as cool, but I'm hoping that they bring back like the very cool stage for the main event, which I think they will. I would be surprised if it was this boring.
Verno is very lucky to have you as his mom, and we're going to see if the family buff works
for the playoffs.
On Road.
The family buff, the grit, the confidence, it's going to take something for MIBR to get back into this game. Christy, anything that tickles your fancy here with the Coinbase Econ report?
I mean, honestly, I think right now we're highlighting Osboss, which is fair. I think he started off that half with a couple of big rounds, showed up in a major way. But I think on the other side of things, I'm just thinking of the amount of rounds K-Knight just straight up won for his team. The amount of like hero moments for members on BLG between K-Knight and Neff in particular.
The 3-0 pistols for MIBR in the series. Can they
the reason why they come into this half leading has been individual moments.
Get another one?
Those are often the ones that make a difference. Those are often the moments.
Yeah,
that
it's true.
The good from the great.
Pacific just kind of clears in general, huh?
Two-round lead now on the attacking side. Now it's on
We
them.
kind of just clear everything.
As Aspas has already taken an aggro line, already gets the best of Levius. That's a great start.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. No threat on the A side of the map whatsoever. And now over on B, well, if you try to exec in here, Artsen's been holding on to the knife. So that's an easy way to shut down any chance of execing.
Unless you die before you get a chance.
Yeah, let's try not to die. That's
Artsen
step one.
Gets the info, though. Drops the
Only
knife.
pings one.
Found.
Okay, so MIBR maybe layering
So they're just going to hold.
at the same time a bit too much there. The wall goes down.
2-2-1.
Snake bite and the
Nope.
knife.
They're going to go to a 3-1-1.
Encourage BLG to step away from the B side of the map.
BLG going to run the clock down super low here.
Tagged with the knife.
The thing is, MIBR can be happy to play 3 towards B.
Bruno, good information. Sees 2 people.
In mid, Osboss has full control of A main.
Pesky little drone. You're right, Ospas hasn't moved at all, so they're going to rotate
I would
back
expect.
into the man who started the round.
Okay, reclears middle. Yep, they're going to go to a 3-2.
Make that 2.
Osboss gets 2.
Damage on K-Knight and YZ, 40 and 70 apiece.
Do they have time? No, they don't have time to go back to B. It's too far.
She is still playing all the way back B.
Yeah, you've got 20 seconds to exec A on virtually no HP. You're only
Okay, I think they know where everybody is right now. Verno just needs to live.
Verno has been just as good.
Yeah, he needs to live here.
To buy a little bit of time. 13 seconds left, realizing if he just wins this fight now, the round is secured.
Well played by Verno.
8 seconds left. It's all a matter of
Oh.
time. And as the hourglass strips away, the spike
Very
is
well
out
played
of
by
reach.
MIBR. Super, super good round.
It was a little messy.
Wait,
but,
they could let him live here, and it's actually worse for them. They go ahead and hunt down the kill anyways. Think of another ult for Artsen.
All right, 4 for 4 pistols.
Something that, I mean, they needed, something that they struggled with. Really,
I mean,
all of stage 2.
Yeah, you think, yeah, stage 2 was a struggle. This game, though, they won the first. And
Osboss is shooting again.
things.
It's bad news for BLG.
Boss may have donated a Phantom over to the other team. Well, so I think we'll see MIBR not do that, or at least try not to do that this time around.
Get this guy! Nice!
Really good comp. Honestly, brother tried. He tried. All right, yeah, we will see what the adjustments are. This time it's just a Marshall enhanced boss.
You can't give them a Phantom if you don't buy the Phantom.
Right. But
What?
you can still lose the opening pick if YZ gets another one with a Frenzy.
Not like this.
Artine trying to fill in. YZ on an island. Shenum and Artine both side by side, getting the best.
How did how did he kill the Viper there?
Sliver of health for the remaining controller. Verno will snap. Verno will get
He
the
just
kill.
spammed the corner with a frenzy.
At 7 apiece.
Must have accidentally double dinked him or something.
Dude, I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna ask it. I'm gonna say it.
Say it.
Where was this team in stage 2?
I don't know, but not Los Angeles, California.
Good night. I mean, they're just playing with so much confidence. And again, I think grit is the most impressive thing. The MIBR of old would have crumbled.
Yeah.
They would have never even been in this position, much less had the fortitude to hold it together.
And you think about a team with 3 rookies to the America stage, let alone the champion stage.
Yeah, I'd argue 4. I mean, our team wasn't there at
Oh, sick play. What a sick play. Oh my god, that was so good. That was such a sick play.
That was unbelievable.
Waylay believers rejoice.
I'm curious, where did he throw that? Where did he throw the saturate from?
Question is whether or not he get a chance to do it. He is 1 off of his ult, so you imagine you want to let him off the leash.
What an incredible play call, too. Just destroys their first gun round. And they give him the ace. I mean, it's over. It's over after that.
Long have we waited. Hossboss is back.
Okay, so he just
Look at this play.
throws
I
it
mean,
insta.
He does it all himself. There's a paranoia too, but everyone's trying to jump.
That's so good, man.
And they're just caught in the air.
That's so good.
That was so sick.
That's so good.
And that, Doug, was the bonus.
Yep.
A completely different story to the first half. Back and forth, messy, sloppy. No, this is devastation.
And it's
Yep.
getting worse.
Yep.
Verno's brought the Odin onto the field.
Yeah, this is where BLG has always been bad, is that they have a really hard time adjusting their style.
Yes, they're still in this. Yeah, they have an opportunity to
And
fix
so
this,
if
but
they're
this
getting
whole
picked early, they will not
beautiful
stop
Hossboss
getting
continue to push the
picked.
pace. This time may have overcooked, but Verno's there to pick him up. This is dangerous.
Probably.
This is not secure. This is not safe.
And the Annihilation just plucked up Shenum.
Yeah, this is
BLG with a numbers advantage.
problematic.
They don't have the rifles, and there's 2 players now on the flank for
Maybe it's
MIBR.
not over. Okay, they saw.
Everything. Artine has a knife. Did you hear that? He did hear it. Still, but he
Oh
doesn't
my
get the
god.
kill. Elias gets
Just
2.
whipping.
The MasterCard Thrifty is
All right.
BLG. Swing back.
There is just absolutely no way.
Come on now, MIBR. Clean it up.
This game is all over the place.
Clean it up.
He should have never gotten away with that.
I mean, they heard Levius pick up the gun. They see the gun coming out of the poison orb.
Poison's off. 1 enemy remaining.
Levius still is able to adjust and get the second.
Yeah.
Roller coaster of
That's
emotions.
a that's a killer as a coach, man. Absolute killer as a coach. You're in such a good position. Just run away with the map after that bonus round.
Oh, the counter is there from K-Knight.
Beautifully done.
He knows those lines himself.
Artsin not moving while just spamming through a smoke with a gun that leaves tracers.
K-Knight's come over here. There is a drone.
Amateur
They
hour.
need to use that to deal with this operator.
That's exactly
Amateur
what
hour.
repositioning.
Jenem needs to get 2 here, otherwise Ospas is dead. Well,
Out of the sky, doubles down onto
he
them.
gets 2.
Just like that. They respond.
This is a round of 4v5 after the disaster that was round 16.
Yep. Really good recovery from MIBR.
Turned it right back around on its head.
BLG looking for a little bit of room, a little comfort, a little space to breathe and try to get the spike down. But not fully committing onto it yet, setting up in the crossfire first.
Okay, Rushia could still win this. His position is really good here. I mean, they know he's here,
Any info
but
would be devastating.
2 players are low. They kind of need to wait for Verno.
Gone off undetected. We've seen some silly rounds. Has the potential to be another one. K-Knight on the swing.
Wow. Ospas just
up.
expecting him to come
Three
through.
on the round for the controller, who had a very quiet start. Oh yeah. As MIBR take
Yeah,
the
great
lead
round
back.
from Jenna. Huge
All
round.
about that after the 2 kills he just found. BLG's mid players.
MIBR was just in Paris the whole time practicing. Yeah.
Shot onto YZ was
They knew that they were going to make it because America is such a weak region. So they just boot camped. Yeah, that was so important. So important. Otherwise, Ospas gets shot in the back.
Very well done.
Nice! Perfect, boys! There's an audience.
And so off of that, a timeout.
All right, timeout, BLG. Yeah, desperation time.
Respite for the reality of the situation to sink in. You walk into this stage, you walk into Paris knowing that you have MIBR first, and yeah, they're historically good, but the number 4 seed didn't even play in playoffs. Couldn't expect a ton, right?
Not at all. And now you have that voice in the back of your mind, like, we're already down 1-0, now we're trailing by a round on Corrode, a map we'd only ever played 1 time before. This is a map that BLG were banning all the time. Had to play it in the best of 5s.
And I'm reminded again of the conversation that I had with Fraud prior to the series starting. Yep. This was the map ban they wanted. They've had everything at their disposal so far. You can tell they're drilled. They have really cool execs. They have a lot of plans for how BLG want to approach this. And I mean, BLG have 1000% operated under this bend but don't break. But the pressure feels like it's mounting.
It absolutely is, especially when you look across the aisle and you see Ospas 20 kills to 10 deaths after the worst tournament in his career, which was Toronto, now lighting up the server on the Waylay of all things.
MIBR getting curious and exploring across the middle of the map, while BLG set into a 4-1. All picked up and going to rejoin alongside Levius and see how they want to approach the rest of this round.
Yeah, BLG might just want to play for a couple of ult rounds back to back, pretty close on a few of them.
Yeah, they need to like mic the crowd better too.
Martin and Verno.
For sure.
Good timing on the drone to see the other side of things, but no one's scaling behind it.
That will conceal Artsine though. Caught by the net, forced to take the fight. Verno's there to help, boldly removing it in the middle of the chaos.
Artsine just gets out there? You gotta be kidding me.
All right, shuts down the mid pressure. Op posted on A.
Managed to stay alive.
So now what do BLG do? We need to come back into B, perhaps?
Forzia baiting for Genom. They don't have a Neon to entry, so Alman's going to have to teleport in, basically.
First it was Artsine, and you're right, now Shenum. Tucked.
3 players here. I mean, they're cooked. They are super cooked.
Artsine gets another. And now the Hunter's Fury results in a flawless round win for MIBR.
MIBR, by stealing away that fight into mid, taking YZ out of the equation, not only does it ruin BLG's chance of playing the macro of the map, okay, you have no mid space, you gotta just run an exec onto a site, but it also means they have no way to break that choke point.
Yeah, YZ dying early is really bad for for them this map.
All the way back to B to hold that 180-degree crossfire. Shenum in the pocket.
And also the timing of the utility was perfect. Cortesia hit a spit at just the right time.
Cortesia cracks me up so much, dude.
But again, no real time.
Okay, here comes the Nongshim exec and instantly shut down.
And another ping, so Artsin's looking for more.
Instantly shut down.
Verno looking to get in on the action, have a little bit of fun himself. Lucia, though, finds a little bit of timing.
What is he with the operator? Huh?
Of course, the Vipers got the operator. Osboss wanted to have a rifle round.
BLG
What?
lost full control of the situation right now.
Oh.
And a leg, too.
I
It's
mentioned
out.
it earlier. It felt like it was bend, but don't break, and they were able to live off of that for so long.
Nice.
But MIBR, tee off
I mean,
as they get
MIBR
to
looks
11.
great. BLG does not look great. BLG looks very messy,
Coming up to join this MIBR squad.
and their players look inexperienced.
Lights out kickoff stage 1. And now with the operator of all things. Dominating in this round as well. Combo of him and Artson just dismantled BLG. Nice! Let's go!
Let's go, dude.
A complete subversion of expectations, but the job's not done. Does he stick that ult?
Yes,
he does. No smoke to conceal it either. So a little game of cat and mouse as Verno rotates around looking for
Yeah. Basically all on Rushia here.
He's looking for the hunter, but he's the prey. But things might turn. Little ring around the rosy.
No
Will
way.
Verno find him? Yes,
Oh, the timing is rough.
everything going right for MIBR. And now they can
Unlucky
turn
for
their attention back
Rushia.
over to A, where yes, all of BLG are. The wall will cause problems, but they're just
Okay, I
fighting
mean, they're
through
just
it.
getting the
And it's
duels.
exactly what MIBR need. Cortesia gets two.
This map is over.
Now-
Alt wasted.
Isolated.
It's done.
Trying to
2-0
hang on
MIBR.
to this spike, trying to hang on to position, trying to hang on to the round. But his grip is slipping. It slipped from
Damn.
BLG's MIBR series point.
It's just a position that no one would have thought we'd be in. At the very
Let's
least,
go.
not in this fashion. Right from the 13-2 scoreline on Haven to now a dominant second half out of MIBR. And these rounds are getting chaotic as well. BLG are throwing everything they've got at MIBR. The ultimate into the back lines. Burno's doing his best detective mission to figure out where this guy is at. But MIBR somehow seeing the pathway through these incredibly chaotic round states.
What's the play now? Do they have something dialed up to be the final hook?
They're running 5 players straight into a Viper's pit.
They can bully him out of this if there's not enough help. Cortesia must be careful here. The drone to lead the way, and now the spam through, and once again, an obfuscation of sightlines, the paranoia through. And as one goes down, you see BLG hang on to theirs.
This is so sick. I'm really happy that MIBR looks this good.
Question mark they're not really sure about. They don't know if people have stepped up into the pit. Now the net as well. They're stuck in the open.
The paranoia is going to tag onto
You needed this for your pickups? Yeah, I mean, MIBR look good.
As Kana tries to line it up with YZ,
They legit look
following
really
the red
good.
carpet that's been rolled out. The site is now theirs. YZ gets another.
Spike planted.
Can they
I don't
close
even
this
care
out?
about this round.
MIBR plenty of money. No real reason not to go for it.
They're
But
gonna
they
win
take a
this
step
map.
Back, they let it reset.
MIBR have Artson on the flank. He will be the way back into the round now for MIBR.
He's got his ult. He's got to get these kills, though. Not able to find him. Both fall. Aspas left in a 1v4. Tries to slip his way through. Position given away. BLG do not relent. They're not done yet.
Yeah, they are.
BLG reacted very nicely.
MIBR is going to win the next round.
Viper's pit being dropped down in main there. Countering
I
out with
guarantee
one of
it.
their own, and signaling into the site. Sova dart
They
into
only
the
won that 'cause they had
area.
pit.
And this is coming down at the same time there was a net into backside.
They used
so
3
Sova
ults
actually
to win
tried
this round.
teleport away before taking the net out of himself. He's just a sitting duck. Follow up from YZ there is nice as well.
And Aspas just showing a little leg. And that's what cost him his life.
Heavy
MIBR
mid
able to
shutdown
invest
from
in this. They still
MIBR.
have Nodin, they still have an op, and they still have Artzin's ult.
Is the solution just B execs for BLG? Is that really it?
Yeah, I
Will
mean,
they play a
BLG
few of
definitely
these rounds where they
needs
step up into B main and then drop down that
pressure this
sensor or stop
Viper.
any refight coming through from MIBR. So this time it isn't that acceleration
Heavy
into
walk
the
down by
side
Ospas
again.
with the operator. Going to
Ospas
get
is up
chased
really
out of
far.
here. Does he have
Remember, he's got the
recall?
He's got to clear the drone.
No, he does not, but he
But
escapes
can,
anyway.
Aspas has to give the line up.
They're just going to come back and hit B because they've seen Odin middle, op, link, I think there was also a para there. So yeah, they're just going to hit B now.
One big difference here is
Okay. AO ult is a big
previously.
deal, though.
Now he can stall this hit out with this ult.
Yeah, now what do you do?
Busted down by Verno Zoden.
The question is, do BLG just wait for this to go out and then they re-hit?
They have to. They have no space anywhere else on the map. They've decided to stop playing for lurks or anything like this.
They
Now
are
tagged up 3 players
going to get
spotted.
destroyed here.
Tells MIBR
Double flash.
everything they need
No
to know.
molly, though. Oh, Cortezia, you are a
Both
crazy
teams
guy.
know what's about to go down is a
You
battle
are a
of skill.
crazy guy.
Scurrying back B. The spam through from Verno denying entry onto the site.
They need the dart.
Cortezia trying to do a bit of the save, but Osmos gets 2 with the out. Verno gets another. And now the ult popped.
Oh, Rushia.
K-Knight left in a 1v3.
Nicely done, MIBR.
They might be fit for a glass slipper after all.
Yeah, I mean, probably RRQ FNATIC does make it out of the group. But I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what version of RRQ shows up. We'll see what version of FNATIC shows up. MIBR legitimately looks really good, though, on those 2 maps at least.
Not even made playoffs in Americas. If you check,
Beautiful.
it's 9/10th place finish for MIBR.
And just as personal bias, I hope they go on a run. I think that would be so sick.
The first champions for 4 of these players. And they have shut out China's best team.
Off the backs of Aspas and Verno. And really, I mean, it was by committee at the end.
Aspas at the top of the scoreboard,
Those 2 were stars.
just where he belongs.
Masterclass from Verno. And map 2, Aspas back on the big stage playing the
Verno played insane. Aspas played very well.
Round that BLG will not forget for a long, long time.
Yeah, and you know, maybe a bit removed, a bit far away from really painting this as a Cinderella story, but they have taken their first
Good.
step.
I also
And
love
think
to
the
see
question
BLG
now
losing.
has to
I don't
be
like this
asked,
team at all.
Given that they just took out the #1 seed from the
Who I have
series,
3rd and 4th in this group? I mean, I went pretty basic. I think I had first seed was FNATIC, maybe. And then second seed was BLG, 3rd seed was RRQ. So I had a pretty basic pick 'em.
And I do want to point this out too, because remember, you mentioned it earlier. Verno joined after kickoff, right? He was playing on a different team, joins MIBR.
Guess China was not underrated. I mean, we'll see. I still think that EDG can maybe make a comeback. I think XLG can maybe win their next game. But yeah, I mean, it might be the case where all the Chinese teams go out in groups.
Congratulations. I'm going to have to borrow you for a second after this beautiful victory.
Definitely possible.
Against, BLG. So first of all, parabéns. Congratulations. Thank you, merci. So my first question is going to be easy. We have a multilingual team here. You guys are Brazilian, so your native language is Portuguese, but we have Verno too, who can speak several languages, but you guys keep it in English for everyone, you know, to understand. So does it happen sometimes that you switch to Portuguese in clutches? How do you handle all of this?
So usually when we are playing like me and Shannon inside the clutch, we call in Portuguese, but we are trying to call more in English because of Verno. Now he's the IGL and he needs to understand what is going on in the minimap. So we are trying to improve more in the English so Verno can call better.
It takes time, but I think you guys are doing pretty good indeed. Donc on a une team qui est multilingue. On a des Brésiliens donc qui parlent portugais, mais aussi Verno qui parle anglais. Donc comment est-ce qu'on gère ça? Est-ce qu'en clutch ça leur arrive de parler portugais? Bah oui.
I've become a big fan of this Cortezia guy. I think he might be my favorite new player in the league.
Pour aider un petit peu Verno qui est IGL. And my second question is, I'm very proud to see a mix of Brazilian and French attitude and trash talk here on the stage in Paris from you. But how do you maintain focus? How do you maintain lock-in when you send the chair and everything like in the air?
So I think every team needs a guy like me to hype up the team. We see Baby Bay, we see Zelzis, so it's really important, and I am this guy.
So you are this guy, and it helps you lock in actually. It seems like you're playing better when you do this.
Yeah, it really helps me a lot, but I think it's more for my team. It helps me, but helps more my team.
You do it more for your teammates indeed. Donc on le voit se lever. Cortesia, il célèbre à chaque round, il se lève de sa chaise. Comment est-ce qu'on arrive à rester focus, à continuer de cliquer quand on fait ça? Et bah tout simplement, je le fais pour ma team. Il y a toujours un coéquipier qui fait ça dans l'équipe, que ce soit Zelziz, que ce soit Baby Bay. Dans mon équipe, c'est moi. Je le fais pour mes teammates. And I think that's really beautiful. Thank you very much. Obrigada for your time and congratulations again for this victory. And we're gonna discover very soon who's gonna take the win between FNATIC and RRQ. Stay with us.
Yeah, this next series is going to be very interesting. I feel like these two teams match up very well against each other in that they both kind of play a similar pace, similar tempo. I don't know who has the advantage right now, honestly. Probably FNATIC slightly, but it's going to be close. I think, honestly, for the rest of this tournament, I'm just rooting for MIBR. I might just be rooting for MIBR for the rest of the tournament. All right, I will be right back.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I'm here for the lightning round with FNATIC. We have boasters. We have Crashy and we have boasters.
Together we are brashies.
My two favorite FNATIC players. The rules are very simple here. You're going to hit the button as fast as possible. After I read out the question, you're going to have to answer the question correctly. Some of these, I pray you know the answers to. They're all Valorant related, obviously, which is to your benefit.
Yes, thankfully.
All right, number one. And this one, maybe a little bit of mathematics, if you need to count. What number of global event is Champions Paris since the start of VCT in 2021?
Holy guacamole. Alright, let's think.
This one's tough, I'm not going to lie. Crashies has the answer.
You don't even have the answer.
16.
No, it's not.
Incorrect.
It's not. It's
I hate to say it. I hate to say it.
It's you just do it like this. Berlin, Istanbul, Korea.
Yeah, bro, there's a time limit.
Champs, Paris.
Bro, this is about to be a
3,
20 minute
6,
segment.
9. It's the 12th.
Way more off than he was.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
It's higher.
It's the 15th.
Is it?
This is the 15th.
Bro, I was close at least.
Wait, which champs did I miss?
He was close. You missed a year.
I missed a year.
You missed a whole
That was
year
the
of
gas leak year.
events. That's criminal. All right, next question. Name at least 3 of the 4 Champions MVPs.
Yeah, right, bro.
What's he got?
Aspas Kung Kung CNED.
Yes.
Close.
Kong Kong, Aspas, and
Zeke.
Les. No?
No! Can I go again?
Wait, I already said Aspas. Wait, let me go again.
I'll let you get one more.
Wait. Aspas? No, sorry, not
No,
Aspas.
you already said it.
No,
Yes,
I meant
yes.
Kung Kong, CNED.
Nope. It's
You're
Zeke.
wrong already.
Huh?
It's not CNET.
Okay.
It's not CNET. It's
What's
not
he doing?
CNET.
Why were you
Aspas,
making it?
Aspas, Kong Kong, and Zeke.
No!
He got it. He got it. It was Zeke. It was Zeke. He got it.
your button.
He got it.
I
And
need
the
a
other one-
point.
The other one was Demon 1. The other one was Demon 1.
Oh,
All right.
Demon 1. They won
This one,
champs. That's
y'all-
the champs I missed. LA.
Y'all better both get this or you're fake. What team did Chronicle play for in Champions 2020?
Hey, he cheated.
Gambit.
I thought the question had to be
Gambit.
finished.
No, I already know what he's going to say. Gambit.
Yeah, I knew too.
I'll allow it. I'll allow it. I'll allow it.
NA favoritism.
All right, next.
It's unheard of. I'm just smash my head on it.
Who has the most kills in EMEA Stage 2?
Oh, stick. Oh. Ara. I
mean,
know that.
You're correct, but at what cost?
Oh.
Yeah,
Bro,
what
your
cost,
IGLing is going to be off
I've got
in your
concussion.
first game. How many FNATIC players are in the top 10 most kills at Champions?
Yeah, good luck, mate. I don't even know.
It's going to be like 4.
2.
Mm.
That is correct.
Oh, wow.
Hey,
It is
who?
2.
It's just Ospas and Durka.
And
Or
that's a
Alpha and
double
Durka.
point,
Yeah.
Knows. You said you were nervous before
Yeah, I
we
was.
started.
I
You
was
were locked in. All right, the final question.
Not Durka.
Yeah, kind of shocking, really. Last question. See if you can redeem yourself. Crashy's kind of on point.
I got concussion.
Which players tied have the most Champions appearances to date?
Boaster, Mako, and who's that other guy? Buzz.
He's done it.
That's done it. But
He's
you've lost
done it.
anyway.
The Buzz one, I felt that was a tough one. I'm not gonna
Came out of
lie.
nowhere.
That
I saw
was
his
difficult.
face, and it was like.
Did anyone keep track of who had? No one in the room.
Me.
No, because
So,
I'm as the ref.
Winner.
I lost count.
Me,
3 person. Was that tied? 3
me
or
and
3?
Austin combined, we won. Technically.
Yeah, fair enough. The viewers are the winners.
Yeah, that's true.
All right, and that's the end of the FNATIC lightning round.
That was actually funny.
And that was Wyatt in our weekly third wheeling session here at Valorant Champs Paris. Did you feel like you were third wheeling?
Yeah, Buster's
The romance.
Welcome to
so
my
funny.
world.
It's gonna be a tragedy when he retires. I mean, he'll probably go to be on broadcast or something like that, but he's so funny as a player.
Yeah.
Sorry, sir. That's rough, man.
Now you know how I feel.
Yeah.
But this is the thing, though. You know, we've been hearing about the way that Crashies has improved and changed and evolved so much. I don't think we ever remember him doing content on his previous teams at global events and being that happy and whimsy and silly.
Well,
no. And far less smitten also. Far less smitten with his teammates.
Does he have a reason to be? They qualified for champs pretty early doors, but I mean, the truth is, Uber, playoffs was not it.
No, I mean, and there's like a narrative around FNATIC about this sort of stage 2 holiday that they had. I think they qualified after beating Apex officially, but they did, in fairness, try a bunch of different maps, right? A couple of different looks that we hadn't seen from them so far. I think that like a lot of the stars are still very much present on this team, right? You know, it's just. It's obviously, Boaster brings the intangibles. You know, statistically not a strong performing individual when it comes to the gunplay, but like Kayak, Alpha look very, very good. A lot of the elements that, you know, have been present in successful.
These guys are just, they're too funny. They're too funny.
I don't think people should be underrating this team, otherwise you're just not a ball knower. These guys at Globals are different.
I think fan favor is pretty correct, but definitely not favor. For the first time in a long time.
Yeah, certainly not. I was super high on them going into Toronto, and they played an amazing tournament there, coming in second. And honestly, I buy into the fatigue narrative. I think it's very relevant. I think you could see it in their play. Like in their last match against Giants, some of the guys were shooting like Alpha on Lotus, where they've been performing at their best. I think Lotus has been
I think he's got maybe.
But as a team, I felt like you could tell they were just.
I think he's got maybe like.
With each other, miscommunications, etc.
2-3 more years, and then he's gonna want to not travel all the time, probably.
Into them by Giant X in their matchup, obviously the one that had them.
But we'll see.
Out of the playoffs there. It was. You know,
it'd be great if he would stick around for a while, but I don't see it happening.
You know, going away now, which they were undefeated on, I think, in stage 2. So we'll see if that affects them.
I will go as far as saying this is the worst map pool that this organization has ever had to face. Yes. No split, no fracture, no icebox.
Okay.
But we do have Boaster, and Mika Fab's got a chance to catch up with him a little bit early, and this is what he had to say.
I hope in the next 5 years, Valorant will be as big as CS and LoL. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. We'll see.
You are such a household name when it comes to these global events.
It's doing well, but it's definitely not as big as either of those.
You guys haven't lifted a Champions Trophy just yet. So tell me, why is this year the year that FNATIC gets to do it?
Well, I think no EMEA team has won a VCT trophy globally since I shook my ass on stage. So I think I cursed us all. So in order to like remove the curse, I'm going to have to seal the Honmoon and win this trophy. Yeah.
Happy fans, happy Honmoon. Oh.
I don't know what's going on. I don't know why I did that.
He's so goofy, man.
I don't know if he could seal the Honmoon with that.
You can't unring a bell and you can't unshake an ass. At this point, Boaster is priced in. Just send it at this point, man.
Yeah, he wasn't just shaking his ass before. He was giving it against RRQ the last time they faced each other. The L dance, why it was coming out, all the shenanigans on stage. You think RRQ maybe looking for revenge this time?
For sure. Honestly, in a way, I think they needed that. Like,
yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty obvious that when he does retire, he'll just go into being like a desk analyst, and he'll be amazing at it. Like his career trajectory is going to be totally fine.
I think they needed to kind of suffer a loss in a way.
I don't think that he will leave fully.
Jemkin needed it as well, because it felt a little bit too much like Jemkin and friends for this RRQ team in Toronto. And frankly, he choked. He wasn't, in that FNATIC game, he wasn't able to stand up at all. And, you know, it's a bit disappointing to see from a team with like a lot of hype behind them. But they've been adamant. They've been insistent.
Yeah, his co-streams would be crazy as well. That's for sure.
A lot of players. I think Monye is crucial. He enables Jemkin very much of that Yoru. Comes in, picks up that Neon when required. It's a strong double duelist look that RRQ can throw in. But, well, Icebox was also...
Okay, RQ's going to ban Bind.
They are, you know, they're undefeated on that map at stage 2.
They've got the Haven, and I would love to see the Haven, because FNATIC's Haven has been really bad. But I want to see them take it one step further and throw FNATIC off, maybe with an Abyss, cheeky Abyss pick coming.
I wonder if RQ picks Haven, I think they might be in trouble. Even though it's been one of their best maps and one of FNATIC's worst maps recently, I would be very afraid if they pick Haven.
That's actually the map they knocked RRQ out on. And then from there, it's been on the decline. Yeah. So maybe they can bounce back, because RRQ, they let that map through all the time. And they're not even that good on it, but they keep playing it.
The Corrode stats don't look that compelling on the graphic, but they were 3-0 in playoffs on Corrode. And they got through teams like Genji, DRX, T1, and Talon to get there. So some really big names. It was actually...
Don't remind me of the Talon one. What are you doing?
Ooh, that was brutal.
Yeah. You mentioned Jemkin, and I think a part of the story is going to Toronto. Do you think maybe the expectations were a little bit too high?
They were massive.
But this time around, I don't think he's gonna be underwhelming again. Surely.
Jemkin is really good. I actually love the Waylay stuff that they're doing. I think they have a cool read on the meta that's unique and pretty good.
I was talking to Mika about this, and she mentioned that Coach Ewok on the team wanted to get Jemkin. One of the reasons because of that.
I don't think you can replace him. I think you just have to kind of like rebuild the team.
He bounced back and went crazy on the map just after, and I think that's telling of the kind of player and person that he is. And
it would probably be a total different cultural shift for the team. Like you may have to replace multiple players to remake a team if Boaster leaves.
Of course, previously Deboto. I'm sure some people might remember that breeze against Optic. Anyway, he had a chat with Mika Fabs ahead of this massive matchup against FNATIC.
Mika here, and I'm with Xfero of RRQ. Now, of course, this is a very, very big match for you guys, and I'm wondering if the team has shaken off those first global event nerves.
I like these hoodies.
Are you finally going to get your revenge on FNATIC?
Yeah, we are taking match by match, and we believe in each other, and we believe in our preparation as well. So yeah, I'm really excited.
Yeah, sometimes that's all you need, the power of friendship. Good luck to you.
Preparation is going to be really important coming into this, but also Alpha Year probably almost robbed of an MVP. Toronto hasn't been the best though in EMEA. Had a drop in form too.
Yes, I do remember he was the one that tore RRQ to shreds in that matchup.
I'm really curious to see how Muniet plays. I feel like he's the difference maker for RRQ. As good as Jemkin is, you kind of just expect him to play well. But when Muniet is playing extremely well, RRQ is really good and hard to beat.
It's an interesting comparison between him and Muniet because they're different flavors of flex. Muniet is an Omen player and then picks up the Neon required and also enables for the Waylay to be picked up by Jemkin. Alfio really feels like he does it all. We're comparing Neon to Killjoy stats here just to contextualize
It's interesting. Alpha's been putting up some of his best games playing KJ. I mean, even in that last game that they lost against Giant X in the playoffs when they were knocked out, he was still dropping bombs playing KJ on Lotus. Interesting, but yeah, I mean, he was on point there at least. I'm hoping he can bounce back.
Well, it's going to be a huge rematch here. Can RRQ get their revenge? And what are FNATIC going to bring? There's only one way to find out and send it down to the stage.
J'ai bien compris que pleurer ne m'apporterait rien. Écoute, si on dit à mes bros, ils m'attendaient pas. Je le fais taire et puis je reviens. Tu finiras en taule si t'es pas mort avant. Une vie dans un coffre, c'est pas vraiment. C'est tard, c'était fait comme un rat. C'est beau d'y réfléchir à deux fois dorénavant. Dis-moi comment je vais te rattraper, je suis en pleine forme.
Alright, let's see. What's the map pool? What is the map pool?
We have seen this matchup once already this year. This time, coming onto the champion stage, FNATIC are not the kings they used to be. But RRQ, oh my goodness, they look great.
Who will get Muniet or Munyoy? True.
Region is the only one that are undefeated so far at champion.
Yeah, many of you at home voted for that.
Nice, we get the Abyss. FNATIC picking Ascent is pretty crazy.
Some will be upset about that.
On this map in stage 2.
Some will be very frustrated with FNATIC picking Ascent. I'm hoping
Picking Ascent, starting on attack, where they have been awful, will be very interesting to watch.
RRQ let Ascent through constantly, and they're 1-4 on the map. They have not looked great there. They've made multiple comp switches. They're even trying to play Tejo on the map, still not working. So I think that if they continue to flounder, even if FNATIC aren't at their best again, maybe they can just still beat a weaker RRQ.
Similarly, yeah, RRQ have been really testing a bunch of different comps on this map. They tried the Waylay. Now it looks like they're folding in Tejo and Yoru to try and see if that gets them any value. Like
What? I assume they're still going to be playing their comp, but man, this is a crazy map pool, actually.
This is going to be a great fruits of their labor demonstration to start the series.
The Abyss, obviously an unknown. It wasn't an amazing map for either team at the beginning of the year. I want to kind of even rate FNATIC's lower than RRQ's, but bit of a toss-up, and then Corrode I'm just thinking about the X-Pharaoh versus Talon dropping 20 kills on attack, 20 for 5 on just attack Viper. He has been amazing this last stage. I rate him so highly. I think he's playing the best Valorant he has all year as of late.
This really worries me because we look at the map pool, and for me, again, I think it's the weakest map pool for Fnatic ever in the history of their organization. And when you look at the 3 maps they have to play, usually
I'm wondering if it's a comp change or whether they just have it figured out how to play attack.
And in this, they are not the kings of any of this. This is just completely new.
Something tells me they're just gonna go back to like basic Ascent.
Well, yes, a little bit, but it honestly for me has less to do with their level and more to do with RRQ just not having an identity there, not being able to figure it out at all.
Well, they can't go back to basic Ascent. Who would play KO?
But also, do they stray away from it?
I have no idea what they're gonna play, honestly.
I love the bind ban because if bind was in there, that would
I mean, it's probably still just gonna be the chamber comp, right?
Fnatic thing where they are good at. And now they don't have any strong maps, so this is a tricky situation.
I love what you said, though, off camera or off mic as we came into this. So this feels like a true rematch. Like, neither of these teams have changed materially in terms of personnel since that event. And I have flashbacks to just watching Alpha destroy RRQ on that Ascent defense side. Always seemed to be exactly where he had to be. The chamber is something I'm going to be looking at very closely if that's what we get from Agent Select here. It's a style I think Fnatic can definitely lean into. Just play extremities.
Yeah, this match should be really good. Okay, Boaster, Omen, Stage, Yoru, Vice, Sova.
In Toronto. This is an experienced RRQ.
The Sage.
Alpha is playing Sage. It's a Paper X. This is the Paper X.
I mean, the Sage was
okay.
old on this map and is now back and is very
Please lock in Brimstone.
You have Sheer Wall and Sage's Wall, and you've got
No,
extremely good
it's gonna be Omen.
for anything
Okay.
that approximates a fast
Crazy guy playing the Teo again. Ooh, this is gonna be an interesting game.
Block off that catwalk to Cubby hit when RRQ get on the attack side.
When this Fnatic comp, they're starting on attack. When they get the spike down, this comp excels at being able to stop floods coming back in, which is something that you want to, try to do with your Teo. Not going to be able to do that when you're getting slow orbed, hit by thorns. RRQ are going to struggle if Fnatic are able to get that spike down, get into the sights.
They got experience, right? The last time they played against Fnatic, the chamber, it caught them off guard. They've never seen it before. We've never seen it before, heck. But this is the comp that Paper Rex play in their own region. You got to be pretty happy if you're RRQ.
Yeah. I mean, they do have the experience against it before, an experience in which they took an L, so maybe they can bounce back and prove that they've learned from that loss against Fnatic.
I'm looking at Jamkin as well. He will have to be able to draw out some of this util for Fnatic. Honestly,
I mean, I don't know. Probably have to favor RQ slightly just because they're starting defense, but Fnatic's always been good with the Sage, and Sage is good on this map.
They do need to play up on these sites. They need to anchor aggressively here and make it so the center util can't lock him out of the game.
I mean, Alpha's definitely going to play aggro on Sage, for sure.
Into Ascent, and I can't wait to throw it over to your casters, Mitch and Tom.
Well, it's the champs' debut for RRQ, who are back for revenge against the team that ended their run in Toronto. Rosters, well, they look the same, but we've got a new map pool, and with Corona,
I think Sage is in a very good spot right now, honestly. I think Sage is super well positioned, like not overpowered, but definitely strong.
Sure, a pretty hefty defeat, struggling on that attack side when playing versus this comp for RRQ, but defensively on this map, they've always been pretty good. So a defense-sized start for RRQ, this could be a very different story. And you've now lost what is that Alpha aggressive entry playing on the chamber and replaced it with a Sage. So I want to see what sort of attack side ideas Fnatic have, because
yeah, I am curious to see how they enable. Oh my God, they're doing the
defensive ideas from RRQ and the pistol firing squad in mid.
who's
A few shots fired, but nonetheless,
was that the RQ pistol? We stole that at one point. The 4-person. I think it might not have been RQ. I think it was a tier 2 team that was originally doing that.
Might even be thinking about going in towards mid. Certainly with the reveal, here's some util following it up, but a lot of this is posturing from the defensive side. They're trying to make a favorable engagement happen, find something when the reveal pops.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite pistols on this map. Just 4-person holding top middle.
We know Fnatic are renowned for this slow style. as mentioned by Wyatt, and I agree that getting into those post plants, they're going to be tough to beat, especially in a pistol round. That wall is going to be devastating, but
3 players here.
walking into a stack up. 3 players on this side of the map. They're slowed as well by that smoke being into position. Actually, Alfia doesn't look like he's going to use that wall for the post plant at all.
Yeah, this is one of the main reasons you pick Sage, is so you have the upper angle. Ooh, he gets 2. That's big.
An immediate response from FNATIC puts them into a 4v2 post plant.
Yeah, this is going to be tough to break back in. That double entry is huge, but Alfia still on the wall, has been caught out. Chronicle in a fairly open position, but will just opt to fall back.
Chronicle's Vice has been really good too. I feel like this comp fits FNATIC super well. I'm just curious to see how well they can utilize the Yoru.
Just got his flashback online. There's the shot from Jemkin though. Crashies, who is desperately low, is down, and it's the 2 players in Boathouse who have to pull this
Big
off.
shots from Chronicle.
With a pistol in hand, it might not be the classic, his signature weapon. He will find the kills nonetheless and put FNATIC 1-0 up.
Yeah, he's definitely one of the players I want to keep an eye on, because even when they were in poorer form, you did start to see Chronicle coming back to that championship level. And we know that if they are going to be a contender in this tournament, he needs to be on. Like, he is that player that I feel like desires to win more than any other. And a solid start for him in the pistol round. Already seeing an idea.
I feel like Sage is such a good litmus test for calling.
At least I've been seeing since 2020.
Obviously, we had some slower weeks from Chronicle over in EMEA as well, but he certainly found his form towards the end of the season. But that was something Uber was saying. You know, across the board, it's felt like regular season stage 2 has been that little bit of a drop-off for FNATIC. But this is their chance to put their best foot forward in terms of opening matchups in Champions. They've only lost to 1. It was their 2nd appearance.
A little bit of a B contact split.
It was back
Sage
against
wall.
the Thieves. Other than that, this team is usually undefeated.
Good timing from Chronicle. Delayed, but Sage wall watches their back. Ooh.
So a big margin for error and only classics that
Okay, yeah, they're just going to commit. Makes sense.
Fairly hefty rotation, but they're not actually within the site trying to use the
Jemkin makes noise in the Thorns.
FNATIC are well aware of, and well, blink and you miss it. Chronicle already up to his 3rd kill of the round, just 3 away from finding his ultimate already. And they're also farming up a lot of the orbs onto Alfia, wanting to make sure that that res is going to be available as much as humanly possible. For Crazy Guy, well, you either want to try and do damage or ideally die to the spike. That's not happening.
Yeah, I mean, if there's any team that's going to try and min-max like the Sage regen shield stuff, it would be FNATIC, but
they come in with 2 pistols, they leave with them as well. A flawless round from FNATIC.
Jemkin is, and just RRQ in general, definitely uses the owl a lot, so
They should have had much contest in. They very nearly dropped Chronicle.
might not be the best team to do it against.
Next one, this is going to be telling. We need to see them get off to a flying start, do some damage, win the round for sure. As you know, in terms of the ascent, the last time these 2 teams faced, it was pretty convincing in FNATIC's favor.
The other thing as well, I think more Integra is actually their last match when they played versus Paperex. They had a 1-11 attack. So this defense has to be solid, because whenever they've done even reasonably well on this map, it's been a defensive-sided half that has done it for RRQ. So that'll be the focus. And this is where they now have the weaponry to play with Chronicle. Even after a pretty stellar early start to this game, he's going to be left down to just a stinger. And Jemkin, well, he's going to be able to escape
nice duels
and have his teammate double up on
by RRQ.
Great start for this round.
Yeah, not bad at all. Exactly what we needed to see. FNATIC being put in their place early on with that advantage that RRQ are bringing to bear. And as you said, with the defensive side expectations we had. Rifles are left though. 3 of them with an upgrade that can be brought through. Make it from a corpse. Some move towards this A site, but plenty of numbers here for RRQ.
Yeah, I mean, Sentinel mains definitely need to have good aim, because a lot of times you are just like fighting 2-3 people by yourself.
Time to make a decision, and it looks like they might be making the right read.
The thing is, that was their own Thorns. It felt like Crashies wanted to push forward.
30 seconds left.
But his own team's Thorns have blocked him out from doing so. FNATIC like to run the clock low, but I wonder if this is just turning into a save. 20 seconds left on the clock, the spike pushing forward, but Everybody else still with so much space to take. Boaster down.
15.
And yeah, this has to be a save.
Yeah,
now,
they're
but
just gonna
It
save.
still seemed like, at least up until Boaster went down, they were still challenging for this round. RRQ.
Too many early
The chance to
picks.
keep this one nice and clean. And
Can't lose.
anything is 'cause
Really
it's their
can't
first round victory. I don't
lose
expect them
kayak.
to hunt too much for these remaining
Otherwise, it's going to be impossible to attack.
Yeah, no, it's definitely worthwhile just hanging on to what they've got. Even that one Guardian they've now got left with the upgrade for Crazy Guy. Koshi will just carry it forward. Hey, listen, that is a godsend of a round for RRQ. Great early fights, already showing dominance over that mid control and the patience on display late. That's what FNATIC were trying to force out of them. It's a little bit of an overextension. Someone playing too aggro, someone giving the chance for this squad to find a weakness, find a site to push into, but it wasn't given away. The discipline on display gives us a 2-1 score line.
I feel like the op could be a really big problem for FNATIC, potentially.
That was just a bonus, so even the couple of guns saved and a little bit extra is going to put them into a good position. Rez
Farming res a bunch.
already online, so they can now be a little bit riskier. Saying that, the shock dart that's been sent through early from Kushi has done a lot of damage. I imagine
I think Kayak is going to have to play really well on this attack, otherwise they could get shut down pretty hard.
Again, ground to a halt. This defensive setup is incredibly passive. They're not trying to give any of those openers on the other
They
side.
don't have a lot to enable him either, so he's going to have to kind of just use his flashes and stuff for himself.
At times. FNATIC are just having to contact into this one.
That's going to be tough.
They will go. It's the problem.
Good counter missile from Crazy Guy.
In play for RRQ. The salvo coming in from Crazy Guy still has
The insta reclear as well, so he knows that they're boxed in. FNATIC needs to be
very oppressive in terms of the util, the positions that are
really careful about boxing themselves in like this and not having a cancel option.
Rotation through from Jemkin. Mid fully secured, and FNATIC are going to go for this late control. Alfier wants to push deep into the spawn. He's got a guy on the rotate, trying to cut it
Not
off.
having the guy with res there is kind of nuts, but it's going to work. They just win all the fights.
What was a very labored round in terms of the time being bled out of FNATIC's clock has ended up being a huge success for them.
Yeah, no, just their entries into that B site were sublime. Two players at the back of the site being picked off in rapid succession alongside the rotations being cut off. I was a little bit nervous because you have Alpha with the res, and then he's taking a solo fight alone on the other side of the map, but it's clear that the other players are ones with utility. They're actually going to be able to put you into place. So you
can't leave
really
a missile for the
afford to leave
res. I
anyone
mean,
else behind.
if you have the right positioning and timing, sure.
There's not really much of a choice. Just try and hold on to the gun. They managed to keep all 5 players alive in the previous round, so there's definitely
There's a big difference between Boaster and Forsaken in terms of play style.
It's difficult to say what they could really change.
But also,
their players in the right place at the right
I mean,
time.
FNATIC is never going to play like Apex. They're just, that's not who they are. That's fine.
It's on the site when Crashes is able to find a double in quick succession. Those players on Boathouse trying to trade out while Boaster lurks in the smoke.
Very good discipline right there. I love to see
They had the rotates. They had Jemkin close by to support the site. They had the smoke to cover their cross in, or so they thought, but weren't expecting Boaster to be there. And well, that's a very early upset for RRQ, but the reality is they still have the money.
All right, Jemkin op comes out. They go for the teleport play.
It's sneaky.
This is what we did all the time to counter op.
They could be caught off here.
Now has the idea that there's a player in position. Jemkin Crash is about to run out, but just at the last second he's able to catch that kill. Boaster not being able to spot the player further.
Very lucky.
That will be an immediate retrieve.
Oh, just like you said.
Usage of the salvos
That
now.
is nice. Okay.
Kayak for the second time this round. His KD taking
Look at that.
And so a FNATIC in the early stage, they need a response in this. Well, Jemkin's operator has just been a game changer. From an almost
It's a very nice round from RRQ.
It's looking like we might get one in response.
Yeah, I love this from RRQ. The salvos there onto the res, just perfect, and again, highlighting the benefit of having this Teho in. It's a difficult agent to use right now, but we've started to see some teams making that adaptation. And we saw it in the previous round in terms of
I mean, I think Teho is still definitely playable.
Came in, they lost all of their fights, but the stoppage ability is huge. The situational, like right there, massive
pushing that player.
Yeah,
that
for
was raised out
Fnatic, I
of
think
position,
they have
giving
to
Jemkin
win a lot of
every
duels
opportunity.
because they either need to win a lot of duels or their Euro really needs to play like super aggressive. And I feel like Kayak is not really off the leash like that.
The way they're controlling this map, very nice. And I'm curious to see what Fnatic's adaptation will be, because after that previous round victory, they've still got money. They'll be able to invest here. And I think it will
Give me one
just be
second.
this
I need to
back and
turn my
forth with
air
these clean
conditioning.
rounds being traded, if that continues, until we finally see someone's economy being broken.
Well, it feels like we're playing the slowest game of all time right now.
Fnatic attack side on ascent. Yes.
We've also just had like late round saves each time, so it's been like almost a burst of an explosive fight, but even trying to use the heal. And actually, Alfia goes down because he's trying to use the heal while running away. Like, that is so unfortunate, but also just wonderfully placed utility for the side of RRQ. They're definitely a squad that seem to be improving day by day, game by game. Showed massive resilience in their victory to get into that top two. Well, those first few rounds definitely haven't phased them.
A flash, nicely done. Jemkin not able to hit the shot on the jumping Kayak. And it will be a 5 versus 4 with the big player of the previous round, the big weapon of the operator down. They try to delay with the salvos, but Kayak's already through. Crashed through the gates on the B site. He's claimed it for Fnatic. A plant now secured. A 5 versus 3. RRQ, well, you talked about the slow rounds. This was a bit more direct, but we might still get that late round save.
Well, I also think it was Boaster's paranoia that must have just been perfectly placed, because I think that was just an immediate gate crash into the site for Kayak, and it looks almost silly that he's able to get that kill for free. Breaking back into this, though, it was mentioned, it's not going to be easy. You're facing off against that Vice in tandem with Sage, and well, that's before you even talk about some of the individual brilliance currently in the server. This has been a very peculiar game. Both sides winning a lot of their rounds incredibly cleanly. And this time that pace change from Fnatic, and more importantly, catching out of Jemkin, has turned this completely in the other direction. At least, though, Crazy Guy's going to make it a little bit more costly, but let's be real, it's not going to do too much in terms of the economy.
Yeah, I liked what Boaster was doing there. Alpha was a little bit ahead of it, though. Initially, you see him clearing out main, looking for players in the corner, but ends up being at least a dent in that economy. There's your paranoia going through, and the full blinded Cypher on the side of Xpharaoh.
Nice exit from Fnatic.
Not much to say about that. 4-2. But like we said, it's been clean rounds, been a couple of saves at a time. RRQ still able to buy up.
So far, no impact from Xpharaoh and Minyet.
So far in the tournament for the most back-to-back buy rounds for both teams. I mean, it is ridiculous.
Well, I want to see how good these teams are with the Stinger. That's been the gun of the tournament, I feel, so far, but not in this game. I think we've seen one. That was on Chronicle. Nonetheless, he's now got an operator of his own. Clearly expecting that aggression to come in. Early TP just to try and clear out Switch. The run in. Kayak's already gone down. Smoke going to be thrown back out to try and delay them that a little bit further, but it feels like now.
And they get out.
A little bit more committed.
Have a nice teleport by Boaster.
Eventually, but it's the only one out. They're still just trying to get through this choke point. Stuck by Munya Smoke. Getting out of it is going to be difficult.
Yeah, it's tough.
Alfia's got a long way.
Once they get stalled, they're basically done.
We'll be down to the last 15 seconds of the round if that happens.
Why is Yoru taking over Jet on maps like Ascent and Haven? Because Yoru is just a better agent in basically every single situation.
There could even be a world here where they're going to group up, swap that op into Alfia's hands.
Yeah,
there we go. It's the right play. Give him at least a
you can
chance.
basically just do everything that Jet can do, but you also have utility for your teammates. You actually have an ult that is useful.
They've shown us a lot of patience on the
Yeah,
defensive
it's just
side.
a way better agent than Jet.
This time, it may be their downfall is that they will give the plant away. 12 seconds.
With Dimensional Drift online, though, I'm not worried. Like, you could just throw that in just to confirm this round. I think clearing out all of the risky angles will just make this so much easier. And playing
They are pretty far away.
I think the gamble would be is if
Okay,
you left it down to
camera,
1v1 on the site.
tags.
Allow that to happen.
Chronicle needs to go for a
Chronicle,
play.
This is what I'm talking about. He's going to try and get aggressive, try and be surprising. They already know where he
Yeah,
is.
sees
That
one.
surprise factor is gone.
Alpha, though, still manages to land a shot.
I'd be a little careful here. Okay.
Chronicle is, that was the problem. It's
I mean, scaling has been not great from RRQ. That was close.
Puts him in the ground.
That was close.
Convert 3 to 4 now, and FNATIC being wiped out. But guess what? They still got credits.
Yeah, of course they do. All of these rounds have been fairly clean. In fact, this is one of the first ones that hasn't for the side of RRQ, but this is sort of the issue I'm talking about. Like, a lot of the time you're going to see double, or in some cases even triple initiator on this map. It allows you to get through those choke points a little bit easier. Some teams that change it up by running a double duelist. Maybe you see the Jet alongside the Yoru so that you can get that little bit of extra space. In FNATIC's round, what they're doing is, well, this one at least, placing the wall down and try and get through the choke, but the choke is the same. You're still going through that gap. And the couple of TPs not working out made it incredibly difficult to get out of that choke point. Even still, 4-3 up.
Okay, they're one off of Kayak's ult, which is definitely... Ooh, nice proactive ult. They do have res, but big damage.
Not as impactful when they have a Sage, though.
Big damage. It does give Chronicle the ult.
At least it will be the shield stripped away.
So I assume they will res and try to recover this.
For RRQ, they've been playing so heavy on one side of the map, and it makes sense when it's towards A and your Cyphers left to hold the other side. In the last round, they had 5 players.
Trying to disguise where the Sage is by not resing right away.
This time it's 3 towards it. 1 of Jamkim close enough, and the ultimate set off. This will isolate Kayak inside of main, but
they're also not resing it because of that. That makes sense.
That does feel like a little bit of a throwaway from Crazy Guy. The res is still online.
Yeah, I guess the expectation was that maybe somebody was a little bit deeper. They are wary of those salvos. That's what it is. They're using the res here. They're just expecting the salvos to just remove anybody else who's left. Shot dart over the top. Same wall. Getting ready to go. But they should be aware of this. Jemkim also holding the line in the middle. FNATIC starting to fall flat once again. It's only really Alpha.
Wait, they just never res. I'm so confused. Why did they not res?
14 seconds, 4 players to find. And guess what? RRQ are not going to be peeking. That will be the scoreline equalized for the Pacific number 2. And well,
they just never use the res? That's kind of bizarre.
Very much so. I mean, in this round, you see early pick go down.
Especially after the...
RRQ, like you said, is the fact
especially after the tail is used. I'm confused why they didn't res.
Now getting into FNATIC's head. You can't pop that res because the ult can come through, and even after the ult's been put in, you're worried about the salvo. Crashies is going out running backwards to take down a camera. Xfero giving the freest fights of his life. This is a time to take a break, a little timeout for FNATIC. Go back to the drawing board.
He did not have salvo.
RRQ are picking up some steam. They've managed to chain 2 rounds together.
They might not have known that he didn't have salvo, but he did not have salvo.
Yeah. But I think most importantly is the position that they've now put FNATIC in. With the 7th round being clean for RRQ, I think they took everybody out. The same here. Economy's going to struggle, and we'll see the first reward.
Yeah,
that is a good point. It really does kind of counter the res quite a bit.
Jemkim currently 9 and 5 at the top of the board. His operator has been tough to deal with, but also just a lot of those utility combos. I think getting out of smokes has been awkward. I think Xfero as well with his Cypher utility has made it tough just to break through these chokes. And if you get caught in any of the chokes, you run into...
I mean, I think if FNATIC can get 5, they feel pretty good. And they should be able to get to 5.
Put FNATIC on edge. And sure, 4 rounds on the attack side, with the compositions we currently have running, I don't think it's bad at all. I think that I'd still put FNATIC in the driver's seat for now. But if this ends as an 8-4 half, which with how some of these rounds have started to go, I wouldn't be overly surprised. That's a little bit more of a problem. So they want to try and stop that early.
Well, round 9 kicking off. A lot of weaknesses for FNATIC. See if they can turn those into advantages. It's unlikely, and with Jamkin having so much impact so far, since this operator's been picked up, he'll be a big piece of the puzzle to figure out when it comes to the next round.
Portal closed.
Maybe finding some information here will help them out. Slow start, as expected, but leaning towards the B site, which is much more open.
I wonder if this is down to the Steel Garden. One way to level the playing field would be to use that ultimate, remove the weaponry. So if you sit out of the site, fairly easy to step back. It's a slow ult to activate. And then you don't lose any of your weaponry. You can run back in on the retake. And you can see
they're kind of committed to this, but they're not through the choke point.
Make things that little bit more
They've even walled market. Yeah, they got to get through here. Okay, pretty good patience. A little worried.
Gate crash alongside Paranoia to clear that backside beat. We've already seen the impact from Kayak, but so passive are RRQ. They tried to disrupt the plan. They won't find it.
Two big picks from Chronicle.
On the frenzy, hold on. This is looking very winnable for FNATIC all of a sudden.
Okay.
Xvero falls quickly.
Big shots. Was there a dart from Crashies that helped Chronicle, or did he just find two?
The MasterCard Thrifty. I really thought this was going to be RRQ taking the lead, Tom.
Yeah, the one thing I was nervous about was once FNATIC actually took the site, I was like, okay, now that Steel Garden is actually really impactful. It was completely meaningless.
Just nice shots.
Chronicle hitting a lovely couple of shots, and then I think he even tags up the next player, which the spam, helps out Bosa. So I spoke about the potential of championship form Chronicle. This was a round that, well,
big round.
He's going to be very, very happy with. And what was it? What they thought was a setup ends up not working out. 5-4.
They didn't have to use any ults or anything in that.
Once again,
yes, other than the Yoru.
Play for Jemkin. He's been able to sort of dominate whenever he's in the right place at the right time, but
okay, shows the op.
For a lot of this map, it's figuring that out because of how slow FNATIC have been.
So in the previous round, obviously playing off B site, playing a little heavier towards that right side of the map, you're in a position to try to step out of a Steel Garden.
Early info, early mid re-clear. Get the Yoru back on the line.
Hope is from RRQ, even if that ult is used. Actually, you probably want the ult to be used.
Cancels the drone.
Now it's online for this round.
Yep.
Rez is there. Hunter's Fury. FNATIC have so much to work with.
I mean, RRQ is just blowing tons of utility.
One round down, they're on the B site this time, completely trapped in. This is a problem. Cushy, he's going to have a swarm of locusts descending upon him.
Yeah, standing in smoke spam with a Vandal, not great.
Good for one, good for two.
But Cushy's very good in this spot.
He was caught by the Steel Garden. But he's the one drawing blood till Chronicle again delivers a double.
Yeah, Chronicle has been amazing this map. Been getting so many impact kills.
Crashies has that Hunter's Fury, but using it might be difficult. Nice shock dart, but even still a couple.
What a guy.
Looked like they could have gone the other
what
way, but
a guy.
Still stands tall. The rounds that they've been winning the last couple have mostly come off the back of him. The Sentinel now overtakes Jemkin. He's 11-3 right now, and really overshadows the job that was done by Cushy. The fact is, he was left as sort of the anchor so that they couldn't do that again. He did phenomenal work. 2 kills from the backside, but making it through that smoke, similarly to what FNATIC was struggling with.
Chronicle's just the GOAT.
It's just got to be great to have Chronicle on your team, man. Like we said, he had maybe 2 weeks, maybe 3 at a stretch where he was a bit more quiet. Started out 5-0 here, now 11-3. That op from Jemkin on the other side has slowed down. A timeout from RRQ as they start to
yeah, 6 rounds on attack. This is
and big saves.
This is in the danger, getting out of control territory right now.
The eco, as they come into the next, the force by looking very unlikely. We'll see their economy when we get back in the game, but it should be in the bin. With a 2-round lead already, facing into an eco, this could be the advantage at the halftime locked in. And despite how close this was, FNATIC winning the pistol and having momentum towards the end, they could undo all the rights of that early half and end up at double the scoreline of their opposition.
Yeah, I think 6 rounds is already a very good position for FNATIC to be in. Everything points to RRQ having their struggles on the attack side of this map, and well, at 4-4 after losing the pistol, we're talking about potentially turning into a great half now. Well, they'd have to win themselves this eco round to even have a chance of leveling things up.
Yeah, I mean,
flash
can
to
look at
start.
my
They've got all the info. They know about the danger up
connection.
close. FNATIC won't go running
My
brazenly into
OBS.
that, but
We're
Cushy's
we're
trying to
definitely
take
dropping
advantage of
some
the gap.
frames. I mean, the reality is that I'm just on not super good internet, so I apologize if it's a little choppy. There's basically nothing I can do about it. I'm just on bad internet. So if you want to watch somebody else, that's totally fine.
FNATIC have already put their eggs in this basket. The A site being taken. xFaroh tagged low. And a jump around from Kayak will catch him off. There is damage done on the other side though. Kayak is relatively low. They've managed to draw blood onto Boaster.
I'm going to try and reduce how much bandwidth I'm pulling here.
That's realistically going to have. They needed the round win.
At this stage as well, damage really doesn't mean anything. So many credits for FNATIC to buy back in with, and a 7-round attack side half. That was something they'd be happy with their old composition, with the chamber in the mix. I think now that they've added in the Sage, this is looking incredibly dangerous for RRQ, of course. Looking forward in the series, I do think that the map pool should get better for them. They're comfortable on Corrode. They've kicked into Abyss, which, I'll be honest, historically wasn't good for either of these sides, but hey, that's their choice.
And if they can get to 8-4 on attack, this is
so I think expectations were
going to be real hard.
low,
real hard to come back from.
this is starting to look very rough indeed.
Oh, Jemkin, there we go. The return of the op, and of course it's Chronicle that he finds a massive scout.
Jemkin's still doing his thing.
Player who has bailed FNATIC out of a lot of
As
bad
expected.
situations. The 7-5 half up for grabs. Up against the team that sent RRQ out of Toronto, the grudge match. Jemkin's going back out for more. Same spot as before. Of course, he's got teammates covering deep into mid, so he doesn't have to worry about his left side. He's covering this cross, and eventually that fight is going to be forced out. Crashies, but it's more importantly Alfier with the spike.
What?
He's got two!
Ow.
Alpha walls up, pops the res, uses it as a bait for another.
Ooh, big play from xFaroh. Big play from xFaroh.
Spawns from this with the ult from Boaster.
Yep.
The spike will be
Gets
reclaimed,
the
but won't
spike.
get Mun yet.
Giving his position away. Clearly aware of the potential paranoia.
Paranoia gets nothing, swings alone. All right, Munyet is playing pretty poorly right now.
This will be a tough one to win, but it will come down to the timing. If he can find a gap, find some space, maybe there's an opportunity down to just 10.
They need xFaroh to step up. Nicely done.
Managed it with barely any HP left. That is absurd.
A miracle play from xFaroh. Isolating each fight, taking them down and putting 5 on the board for RRQ. A damn sight better than it could have been as we go into the halftime. They are trailing by 2.
Those shots are nuts.
I love the slowdown.
Huge round from xFaroh. That might have saved them. It's going to be hard, but that might have saved them.
From Alpha, he was on fire, but xFaroh extinguished hope for FNATIC in this round.
At least a little bit of semblance of hope after what was a round that was definitely looking like it would turn into an 8-4 half. Nonetheless, it was
Yeah, the
still
coaches
good
know,
half
like,
for FNATIC. So
we'd
let's
won
go
that,
down with Lou,
probably we can
who's
go next
talking
map.
to
But
Boaster's
now,
La réunion de famille continue
we will see.
avec les parents de Boaster. Boaster parents just joined me, Suzanne and Gary. First of all, welcome to Paris. And the first question I wanted to ask you, Gary, is that we know that your son has been, handling the IGL captain responsibilities for a long while now. So do you feel like he always had that extroverted, fiber in him?
Well, it's difficult to say, really. Obviously, he just took over the gaming and went away playing games in London. So yeah, I think
Its dad is so British.
He was enjoying himself since the very beginning indeed. Donc on le sait, Boaster c'est l'IGL, le capitaine, il a des responsabilités depuis le début. Est-ce qu'il a toujours été comme ça, un peu extraverti? Bah oui, depuis le début, il était à fond dans les jeux, il partait à Londres pour jouer, etc., pour profiter. Donc je suis sûre qu'il avait ça en lui depuis le début. And my question now, Suzanne, is for you, because your son is not only a captain, he's also a content demon, especially a dancer. So what do we think about his dancing skills? Where did he get them from, actually? Is it from you?
he's always loved dancing. He did belong to a local musical theatre school, and his favourite was the dancing, ballet, anything. And of course now the K-pop. He loved everything, any dance.
Any dance he can do indeed, K-pop, ballet, that's insane. Donc on parle aussi des skills de danse de Boaster, évidemment. Il est trop fort, il peut faire de la K-pop, etc. D'où est-ce qu'il tire ça? Eh ben, il est à l'école, d'une école de théâtre. Il adorait la danse, donc forcément il est à l'aise pour la K-pop, le ballet. Il sait tout faire. And let's see now if FNATIC can take the win on this map.
I love the fact that we have just shown clips of Boaster twerking to his parents. I'm sure they must look up on the big screen and go,
True.
Yep, that's what he's done for the community.
Getting into your Coinbase econ report now before the next half, and Chronicle has
Chronicle's
to be
going
the
beast
highlight.
mode.
He started out 5-0, ended the half 13-4. The man was hard to shut down, Tom.
Yeah, he wasn't really dying at all throughout. Like, it made it just so difficult. The finances of FNATIC became so good all the way through, and it was him and Alpha that I feel like really put up the majority of their rounds. Of course, going into the defensive side, you kind of expect more of the same. Maybe with a little bit more from Kayak. He's been a bit quiet so far, but obviously we say a lot with this attack side. It's very difficult getting into those sites, and that's where I wonder if Jemkin's going to be able to have the same level of impact. Like, can he now be as good on the entry as he was on the defense? Because it is much, much harder.
Oh, FNATIC!
Big mid.
Taste of their own medicine. It's the
Yep.
stack up on mid 3.
Yep. This is the way to play pistol on defense.
And left X-Sparrow down to 5, a much more successful start. And one of the things I wanted to highlight, Tom, is the man we're on board with right now, Munyet. He has had a tough first half, and a man we have high expectations for. I don't think FNATIC will get to see this side of Munyet for much longer, but for now, certainly a lot more.
Really good start to the pistol for FNATIC. Obviously, if they win the pistol,
both pistols under their belt,
should be pretty easy to snowball this game.
Yeah. I think it'd be a bit
Oh.
more damning. What?
Whoa.
Right. Okay, that's going to help them out a little bit. A full blind shot for one of their players.
Okay.
Another, you mentioned him, and he's come alive, and it's starting to get a little bit dangerous. A fight that could change it, but
Big recovery from Boaster.
he's known for his dancing, but he'll stand up as well. It's Boaster to close things out in the pistol round. And as you said, that extra little boost could make all the difference in their map choice.
RRQ getting a little taste of the UAE chant that we know from the EMEA arena. It's a wild idea as well to do exactly what your opponents put into play. And we've seen this from FNATIC before.
I'm a gardener. I got flowers and shit.
Okay. I'll be honest with you, I don't know what that means, but hell yeah, garden away. FNATIC 8-5. Strong lead, and they're up against Classics. For RRQ, farming those orbs early in the name of the game, you can see the
It's
crazy
hard
guys
not to
containing
enjoy
that
watching them play
While his teammates
when
take
he's
it on
such a
B, but
memer.
Kayak's pushed up on mid. Gate crash fading. I don't think he'll stick around too much longer, and indeed, he's already out.
Okay, full save from RQ. This is pretty normal for them.
Salvos. Of course, you can see the direction that they fly from, so doing it from the right side of the map is important. Already being tripped, and that's going to buy that additional little bit of extra time, but they are swarming in. A lot of pressure. Put onto Chronicle!
Wait, that was a triple collat.
Did he just collat two of them with one?
Yeah, that was a triple collat.
It looked like it was 1 bullet, 3 kills.
Triple collat with the Guardian.
That slowed as much as humanly possible, but that does mean there's an opportunity for the ace, and Crazy Guy does not want to give it to him. This man was confident enough as it is. His 17th kill already.
17 of 4 is bananas.
Crazy Guy. He's trying to go around the world. It seems like Kayak, he is baiting. What a wonderful teammate that this guy
they're going to
is.
give
In
it
fact,
to him.
they're all trying to give the opportunity for this man to get the ace.
Nice.
Chronicle, the first ace for FNATIC in the tournament. And one that, yeah, I'm going to need it slow.
Yeah.
I still don't know.
Hold on. Here we
Boom. 3 people, 1 bullet.
That was one shot, 3 kills. That's unbelievable. Unbelievable from
The fact that they were just all headshot by that gun.
from a team. Patatech should take some notes.
I do feel incredibly bad for them though, because it's like you swarm in one player, 3 of you all line up at once. That's about as cursed as it gets, but obviously it was only an eco. This is when we need to see a change for RRQ. Kayak, he wasn't spotted in the last round, so he's going to go for the same play. Likely that he may not find anything again. Xfero just jiggling.
Yeah, is he going to peek it?
The gate crash going to be used. Surely it's running out of time. There we go. He's back out, but Crashies
big kill on
out of bounds.
Crashies.
He's taken down in market, and RRQ use that knowing that rotations will come
Kayak
through.
has to
Now they
fall
look
out of the
to
mid
pressure
position.
towards mid. This is the right read. Fnatic are offering up a fight, and if the numbers from the attack go that way, they could have had a duel. Very heavily favored to themselves. In fact, they still might. Boaster's going to be walled up here. It's an audacious play, but he goes jumping on top
He tries
of the
to go
box.
a little bit too greedy.
Xfero in with the early punish, a 3 versus 5 now.
All right, this could be a pretty clean round for RQ. And then if they can get another couple, okay, Jim can get another one. 3 off of the ults.
After the last round, Alpha yet he's being watched. Well played by Munya, making sure that lurk can't come in from behind. And well, it needs to be a 1v5, and it's not going to happen. A solid round.
Jemkin 2 off of ult. It's pretty good.
In their attack, but as we know, with how clean the last couple have been, there's another buy coming.
Well, it's already a margin better than the last time these two teams faced.
Not really sure what Crash is doing. Not really sure why Boaster's jumping there. He can see over the smoke anyway.
RRQ hitting 6, but they're facing into a full buy now. Like you said, this is a different flavor, perhaps, from Fnatic. 18 and 5 on Chronicle. He had a lights-out start to the map, but there has just been next to no stopping him. And in round 16, it'll be a slow, methodical start from RRQ. Pressure towards the A site, but the spike still sat outside B. The salvos sent through to clear wine. It's all about just pushing Fnatic back, limiting how much info, how much control they have to play with.
Back gonna stay or gonna take the gate crash? All right, stays. So heavy mid control.
Already having to bait out some of that early utility. Wall being used over into A main. This could be a big part of the game for RRQ with how much is online. Kayak again going walkabouts. The reveal will let him know that there's a couple of players to his right, but that's not who he's looking for. He's expecting some form of reaction. The thing is, though, we haven't
Both
really
salvos
seen
used.
RRQ caught by any of this. Each time they've been patient.
Pretty good A main control.
But now with 40 seconds left on
I
the
assume
clock,
they're just gonna split into A here. Yeah.
Vice wall has also been moved into
They're not
middle,
really in
so they have a
position to do
lot of
anything
information
else.
on that part of the map. The push, though,
But
not
there's
going
3
that
people
way.
here because it's been a little bit slow.
Put through on A, alarm bells
They
ringing.
didn't
Fnatic
trigger
know the hits
the
coming
wall
in.
either.
Paranoia having
Alpha,
landed.
or
doesn't
Kayak,
find
you're
much.
nuts.
A quieter performance continues. We look for another hero on this site. Alfier grabs some info, but swings into heavy traffic. Boaster isolated. He'll be taken down after 1.
Good methodical round.
And Crashies. Okay, that shock dart makes it doable. I was already thinking perhaps the save call, but now
I don't.
they can go for this.
Okay.
Taking a fight alone, he's giving them a real chance.
I mean,
Xfero, so
this round has
desperately
just
low.
been all about
They'll play this together.
random bad 1v1s.
That's a good way to burst them out into this site. If Xfero doesn't break this one yet, be blinded up. It's going down below. Oh, it's going up top. Okay, they're clearing it. Now looking to fight together with the reveal. They've seen one, they've seen the other, but Xfero
Xfero saves them again.
The drop down should be deadly. A double swing, but Xfero gets ahead of the
I
play.
mean,
Crashies running out of time, but
wait, he has enough time. Why didn't he just tuck?
Fnatic, it's close, but I think they've got it.
If they had just tucked, they win the round.
And you have to look at RRQ there. Xfero, that was a mistake.
Yeah, he was so good for the first fight. That gets the timing perfect on the swing, but I think maybe just a little bit
Nice
of
shock also by Crashies.
His shock dart was huge because, as you said, this was going into a 2 versus 4.
Big.
Instead, it ends up with 1 immediately taken out, and then the aggressive position of Crazy Guy. That is just a poor post plant. Like, I can forgive the guy planting the spike. You don't know that's coming. But from then onwards, you have one guy super aggressive, Then you get it into the 2v1, and from that point onwards, you just need to wait for the drop.
That's tough. That's a tough round to lose.
Game and RRQ as well, with the margin of error that they had in terms of economy. This has pushed them to the limit.
I feel like Alfie
This
was
could
playing a
give
pretty
Fnatic
dangerous game here in Sage.
a little bit of momentum to carry it across the line to at least push up to 12.
He's always out in the open by himself, and he has no escape. So if RRQ could get a read on this, I feel like there is a chance they could punish with maybe like an insta-paranoia with a rocket behind so there's no fallback or something.
RRQ have a lot of potential to pad the gap with ults. Hunter's Fury one away. The drone's crossing path, but not really finding out too much, and the pistol shots will be heard, but again, it's just trying to bait that wall being broken. As they now look to try and move back to the other side of the map, but this definitely has its risks about it. FNATIC haven't moved. They'll catch the burst, and actually, that's wonderful.
Incredible shots.
Cushy. 2 players down, Kayak trying to rotate into position. He's hoping someone peeks off it, but they don't. Another control being taken. FNATIC can't afford to fight this. Their economy
Yeah, this is an amazing round from Cushy.
on the brink after that last round. They're just going to have to hold on to their
He is testing the limits. So far has not been punished for it. I think he kind of has to play like this because otherwise you give up A too easily.
But if the play goes even if it goes a little bit better for RRQ, the retake with Chronicle and Crashies both now having ults, it's a completely different game. It's so much stronger, especially the Steel Garden. It would have to be convincing in that A push. And instead, they decide to go back to the B site. They decide to push into the players who have those ultimates, into the heavier defense setup. Especially looking at Chronicle just as an individual and then with his utility. But the fact that Cushy finds not one but both of them, complete game changer. That's a course correction on what was a disastrous previous round. 10-7. 3 players save on FNATIC though.
Yeah, Mania has not been playing well so far.
Yeah, no, they needed all of those guns. With only Crashy surviving in the last round, he's the only one that has any hope for some bonus cash. And even still, it calls into question if they actually want to go for this. It's not the best of purchases if they do. They may opt to just play with the weaker guns that they have, and especially now with a Dimensional Drift Hunter's Fury combo coming in for RRQ, I'd almost say it's not worth the risk.
Like probably mid-default into
He'll play with the frenzy.
an A exec with the ult combo.
Team player right there. When Chronicle's having a game like he is, you better be giving him the rifle. Not sure about peeking short with the frenzy, but it's all for info.
Okay, good drone. Now they know the wall is there, so they can trigger the wall.
Really claim this space towards middle, but FNATIC are responding. They've started to push down through B main, take some deep control of their own.
They don't trigger the wall.
Oh, it is being watched, actually. It's crazy guy just posted on the angle alongside the trip.
I guess they want to let Xfiro just play the spot, so they don't want it to get re-cleared, so they're not going to trigger the wall.
A lot of the rounds has been on this B site, so they'll now deep wall, which again will give them information if it's shot to break, and if it's not,
Now they're coming back to the wall.
that position is clear, and instead they set up a firing squad.
Now they trigger it.
Around the sheer. But this is what I've enjoyed from RRQ. They've been methodical at
Okay, and now they're going to B split
Information will be had that there's
with the ult combo.
around this position. Steel Garden thrown in to try and remove that weaponry, but Jemkin maybe
Ooh, nice teleport to beat. But Spike is stuck.
Oh, there's nobody here anymore, at least with the weaponry. And this hold into mid.
I mean, the Spike is stuck there. Yeah, Chronicle just needs to live. Alright, I'll be right back.
Once again with another massive round individually. And for a second that looked like that could get chaotic, but it didn't even seem like a problem in the end.
Well, it definitely could have. I mean, you look at the TP from Munyet, the fact that he goes from the shadows, the fact that Jemkin's able to make his way all the way onto that side through market to spot those players in the first place. Those are the guys who would be running down mid to pressure these attackers who've just lost their weapons. But instead, it ends up countering that Steel Guard. Hunter's Fury thrown through as well. I don't think it found its mark, but again, it's all about just pushing those players out of position. Lack of comfort. 2 rounds ahead now are FNATIC as they call a timeout. RRQ starting to heat up, starting to catch up with 2 rounds in a row. And the way that the economy's been, I mean, it's still looking pretty shaky for FNATIC. They're not on the same page fiscally. You could very well see RRQ push up to double digits soon. It's the right moment to take a timeout.
Yeah, I think as well, just like, I think that RRQ have been very, very quick to sort of adapt to everything that's going on. Like, they know that the big problem for them will be if they run late into a round and there's the Thorns online, if the Sheer is still there, if the Sage Wall is available, and each time you're watching them methodically through the round, okay, we're going to figure out where each piece of the puzzle is, and then we're going to execute with 35, 40 seconds left. Like, they still leave themselves enough time, but by that point, all of the things that make it very awkward for them are gone, because FNATIC have had to react in case they're going to go diving into the site. And you even see, I think the main one there was the getting rid of the Thorns on shore and then having that Sheer removed. The second that was gone, their execution just picked up pace massively.
Well, the barriers are going up once again. Timeout finished. And we've seen this trip a few times. It was in the previous round, and actually Crazy Guy was holding, letting them take the space, and looking to punish them as they tried to walk around the trip, or walk deeper into the trip. And it's all just to deny that early shock dart that's been put through, and of course, FNATIC for now have no way to know that info is online late round. It's given RRQ a lot more to play with. The wall going to be used, but broken so quickly. They know there's numbers here, but RRQ have been doing a lot of posturing.
But yeah, look, that's Paranoia and Sage Wall gone within the first 40 seconds of the round. They're not going to mind that at all.
No, they're very successful in terms of baiting out their opponent's utility and not overcommitting either. Sometimes you see that work out well half of the time, and the other half you're losing a player or two in overcommitments. That doesn't seem to be the case for RRQ.
No.
Very contained when they're baiting out that util early round.
No, I think they've genuinely been fantastic. Not overdoing it, not taking too many risks. They're now going to go back to the exact position that they sort of baited out before, the slows. Will delay them at least a little bit, and there are quite a few players here for FNATIC. Weaponry, at least on Boast, are definitely not ideal, but again, this is just posturing. They now head back towards Kayak. Now, he's been having a rough game. They could definitely use him helping them out, and with the Hunter's Fury in combination, that creates a distraction. That's the spike on the deck, 15 seconds left. This one's looking a little bit more rushed. They need to get a move on. And Alpha and Chronicle at the back of this site. All they need to do is hold the line at least a few seconds, and in fact, they've already got the Thorns to do that job for them. FNATIC find their form, and of course, once more, it's in the hands of Chronicle.
Yeah, I like the start of the round from RRQ, getting towards short, baiting all of that, but the problem is when they rotate back, having drained the utility belts of their opponents, FNATIC have 3 players close by who immediately hear that. The rotates are instant, they get towards that site, and then you're playing a slow, first of all, 2 points. First of all, you're playing a slow round against FNATIC. They know how to play against slow rounds. They play a lot of them. But secondly, you're running with 15 seconds left into a Vice setup, and that Vice setup belongs to Chronicle.
I think
you're crazy.
I also want to say as well, I want to give credit to Crashies. I think the timing of that Hunter's Fury, I think without it, they probably clear Kayak much quicker, and then maybe you have an extra 15 seconds on the clock to get into the site rather than 8.
Yeah, which also comes back to they heard the steps rotating away. Kayak needs to get out of there, and he does quite quickly. Yeah, it was a little too telegraphed from RRQ. 11-8. Margin for error thinning, and already the economy on the rocks, but Crazy Guy comes in with a big ult online, especially on the attack side.
There's a lot of angles that can be cleared by this, a lot of cheeky spots that can be denied. But this is both teams with their economy on the brink. This could be a chance for RRQ to equalize, or it could be the end of the map. Kayak again, not quite connecting, got to go forward. Position being created, awkward, and the openers for RRQ are fantastic. Nobody really here to try and deny them anymore. His spams from Crashies are hopeful at best, especially with them knowing his exact position. And it now comes down to the same decision for FNATIC. Do you risk this?
Oh, I love this from Jamkin, 10 HP in a heads-up duel. He's not going to do very well, so he decides to play that very late wraparound. That should seal the deal. And even if FNATIC decide to go back and save these weapons, he will be waiting. Alpha down, Boaster follows, and Crashies inside the smoke. It's soon to fade. I don't think he's got a great chance of holding on to this weapon. But he won't do any damage. It's a flawless round for RRQ. The climb back, just 2 rounds behind again, but these teams have been keeping a healthy buffer between them. If that continues, FNATIC will hit 13 pretty soon. We need to see RRQ continue this form.
Yeah, Crazy Guy's utility in this round just made that B-site hold so awkward. It forced a really aggressive fight from Kayak. And I'll be honest, in terms of what we've seen in EMEA, this isn't comparable. Like, he is having a really rough time on the stage at the moment. He's been caught up by Monyet, but this is a player we expect to have large amounts of impact. Speaking of another, though, that's a nice shot from Alpha. It removes that lurking player of Xfero. Maybe gives them a little bit of extra space. The problem, though, is Crashy's already gone down in response, and the salvo will deny any aggression.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about pistols for most players. Kayak's in a good spot. Monyet crosses over, but he's now seeing Chronicle, and Kayak lands the headshot. An outlaw and a rifle picked up an advantage in manpower. A res online for Alpha. An ult for info if Boaster wants to use it. But Kayak's already got plenty to work with. This is now winnable for the defensive side, and RRQ need to tighten up the ship. They also need a pick, and that's what Jemkin gives them. Cushy following up as well. Now a 2v2, but the res will be used. FNATIC not looking to let this round slip just yet. The flash pops, and I love the thorns to the back, but they don't get activated, and Cushy continues to deliver on the backside. Boaster, landing one, leaves Cushy alone, but it's a 1v1, and with Boaster so desperately low, and the clock draining, it's Cushy to find all 5. RRQ just 1 behind.
He has been so impressive throughout this map so far. There's been rounds that have gone late where you see him run in and get a double, but this was all him. Sure, maybe there were 6 kills to be had in the round because of the res, but I don't think anybody on the RRQ side of things is going to be too worried about that one. A solid hold to end it out, moving him up to 19 on the board, overtaking Jemkin. But this is where FNATIC now have themselves a bye. The last round was a lot of missing pieces, but a big opportunity. Now is where they need to recover, because RRQ have been building into this attack side.
Oh, here we go. Jemkin finding the info. Cushy finding the tags and finding the IGL of FNATIC. He will lead from the death screen, but Chronicle able to trade things back, removing this extra smokes in the late round. That's going to be quite the blow. It looks like FNATIC want to get ahead of this. They've got 3 players in heaven, but a flash primed and ready. They're thinking about getting aggressive as the Rose Garden goes through. In comes Kayak. He's found one. A wall bang onto Crazy Guy, but Jemkin, he's keeping this, well, at least under control for a moment, even with the pistol in play. Late round for Xfero's going to be all that it comes down to, but he's got to swing into a plant position that he just cannot deny the defuse from. 12 to 10, FNATIC. They edge out this round, and they've got 2 chances to take the map.
Yeah, it does feel like every single time there's a moment that it looks like RRQ are going to get back into this. FNATIC just find an extra level, an extra little bit of form, and started with another big kill from Chronicle, but it is just the swarm of the site, not allowing them to get into those post plants.
Hello, hello, where are you, bro? Hello, bro. Where are you, bro? Are you Turkish police, bro?
Okay, match point.
2 rounds left for RRQ to hit an OT. Manageable with the economy that they've got to play with.
It feels like they deserve it. Like, considering they've lost both pistols in this game, it's been a fight back every single time. Kayak is going to get himself into the corner.
Do they flash through this?
Is this something that's
Nope.
checked?
Contacting. Ooh, big kill from Jemkin.
Time and time again. His sight hold, though, has been devastating. They're walking into Chronicle's domain, and thus far this game he's been dominant.
Yeah, Chronicle has been the difference maker. Crashies has been pretty reliable. The utilities keeping them out of Boathouse for now. But the push comes to a slow for RRQ. The spike retrieved. They haven't set their sights on it just yet. The
that's
run through
big.
the smoke successful for Xfero.
Boaster gets a trade. Still doable for FNATIC, but it's gonna be hard.
Going for this. And, oh, well, it's
Wait, he
no
gets another
longer a
one.
decision. No debate. Jemkin's down, and it's Xfero and Munyet against Boaster and Alpha.
Okay, no real utility to
Back into the
use.
2 versus 2.
What does
With the
Alpha decide to
expectations,
do?
There'll be somebody within this smoke already. Alpha not really willing to risk it, but eventually jumps through, but doesn't realize maybe there's somebody on the other side. They will
Wow,
now, and
that
he
is
was
so
gonna trade it
nice
out.
from Boaster.
The TP used as bait. Monya to try and keep them in the map,
And
he
that's
cannot
it.
do it. Althea standing once again.
Really nice from Boaster. Nice job from FNATIC. I mean, it wasn't the best ascent. It wasn't the best ascent, but they did it.
Denied for RRQ. But up next, the shakeup in the map pool with Abyss and Corrode. It's all to play for.
This will be fun. I'm super curious to see what Abyss looks like with these two teams. I assume we'll get a Kayak Yoru.
Because these aren't my shots, they're Milan's. Mine are in the wash. The cameraman was so shocked. I went down, I did that, and I was like, where am I shots? I had to pull it up ASAP Rocky.
Yeah, double pistol really kind of made the difference. You're right.
Now that I'm a mom,
That's why it's important to win the pistol rounds. Let's look at the stats. Chronicle, obviously, super impactful. Dang, Kayak had a rough one. I'm trying to remember. What was the... Where would I even find this? Maybe I can go here. I'm trying to remember what their top 10 was. Okay, did they have Chronicle on here? No Chronicle. No Chronicle on the top 20 is criminal. 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 Yeah, the retake was really nice. It's super good TP from Boaster. It's the TP bait for Alfia to trade. Man, what is this Abyss gonna look like? Is either team gonna play Viper? Probably not. I bet RQ goes Sova. They might go double duelist. No, but then who would play smokes? Maybe Crazy Guy Omen, double duelist. Neon Yoru, I could see. Spiro playing Cypher. Crazy Guy and Omen. That seems like maybe the most likely. could also see them playing Waylay. Maybe it'll be a Waylay Yoru? Waylay Neon? They could also go like Waylay Breach. Then I don't know what Munia would play. Yeah, I don't know.
This interview was gonna come. Mika here with Milan. Hello, from up there, all the way up there. This actually won't work. I need a wall boost of my own, not by Alpha here, but please, can you give me some assistance? Thank you so much. Hi! Hello, Milan. Anyway, I wanted to ask you about that stage pick, especially since we know the team has been experimenting a lot with who gets to play the stage round this entire year. So what was the thinking behind it, especially for this map?
I think it was mostly comfortability. Like, we didn't have a whole lot of time to turn things around. Kron's played so much Vice, so just shoving Alpha on like this battle stage style worked. He can wall boost himself, he can shoot, he can slow fight. We've seen it all, so yeah, it's just a comfortability thing more than anything.
Well, I could use a wall boost of my own, but thank you very much and good luck in the next map.
I mean, the reason that Alpha's able to do that, Uber, and Wyatt, is because Kron can just do whatever he wants and win them the map.
Honestly, like Kron is doing all that stuff like late in the round, but the sheer number of multi-kills for Kron, it's like 4 2Ks, 3 3Ks, 4K and 5K. So a lot of these rounds, Fnatic are walking into short-handed. They're in 4v5s and they're able to clutch out.
He also had one of the most definitive plays of the game, which was just that Guardian 2K on the Thrifty round where they were hitting into the B site.
Yeah.
And it was a full retake situation. He pops 2 coming down from logs. That was one of the most significant rounds of the game.
Yeah, and of course, this is the HyperX reflex moment. We could have picked like 8 different Chronicle rounds.
Yeah, but that, I mean, this one, anti-eco, sure, but I've never seen a 3-man Guardian lineup in a pro game before.
I mean, and it converted into an ace round, so even better than that. But generally one of the most terrifying moments I've seen, and a lot of the work Kron did was with like these weird buys, because neither team really got to set their economy up. It was so grindy, so back and forth. I mean, like, Bosa is getting random frenzy kills through smoke. These guys are doing the most with the least.
Alpha had a couple crazy opening kills as well. There was that little jiggle swing with the Guardian on Cat. He one-tapped someone straight away. But yeah, just having him on the stage, able to fight. Basically, he's just a guy with a gun until a post-plant throws all his jutsu down. He can just focus on aiming.
Yeah, we were like, oh, how does this play into the attack side strategy? Like, let me see this, like, Sage util if they're going to fight for space. No, they just wall boosted. Alpha just gets to do his thing, which is great. But Fnatic never let RRQ get rolling on their defense side. Really disruptive play. They didn't want to fight for B main, which, as we were talking before, is kind of a hallmark of what we've seen from them in MEA as well.
Well, it wasn't a bad start for RRQ by any means, so let's hear what Coach Ewok had to say ahead of map 2.
Mika here, and I'm with Ewok of RRQ. That was a tough loss on the first map, but you managed to bring the score very, very close. And in Pacific, we know you guys as the comeback king of kings. We are still haunted by a lot of your comebacks. So I just was very curious to know what was going on in the comms that the team was able to just still retain some of that momentum, even though the score was heavily favoring Fnatic.
I think we knew we were still fine. The problem solving was good. Everyone's still calm. It's not a bad first map for us. Usually our first maps don't go so well recently. So hopefully we can haunt Fnatic in this one as well.
Well, good luck on the next map.
Awkward.
This is where, you know, we could be worried for almost for both teams, but RRQ picked this. It had to be for a reason.
I am honestly, this might be an insane takeaway, but I'm feeling better about RRQ's chances of winning after watching them lose on map 1. Because this was easily their worst map in the pool of maps that they play. They came into this 1-4 on it in the stage. They kept it that close with Chronicle going crazy, dropping a bomb on them that game. Now we're going to an Abyss map, which is a bit of an unknown. They only played it one time, right at the beginning of the year, and lost to DFM. FNATIC played it quite a bit at the end of last year as well, and then beginning of this year. And it's just never been a great map for them on either iteration of this team. So they'll have needed to really figure it out with it coming back in the pool. And for me, RRQ are just a pure question mark.
Quick duelist check-in for me. I thought that, you know, Jemkin was doing pretty well over the course of that game. Good mid-control on defense. There were some cheeky little set plays that FNATIC tried to do. Like, you saw Boaster TPing top box and top of mid and having the gate-crashing Oro come in. They were able to unravel that.
I wonder if FNATIC will play the chamber.
It was being shut down a lot, especially by Jemkin in the head-to-head. 7-2 favoring Jemkin.
Also, for Jemkin, the AWPing was really solid, and we're going to another map where AWPing is crucial. The sightlines on this map are stupid long, obviously. The map
Breach Waylay. I see it. The leaks. Breach Waylay, Cypher, Astra.
I do wonder what FNATIC are going to do, because this is a rare map that Alpha gets to play Jet. We're going to get a Waylay, and I mean, it's not going to be a Waylay. It's Kayak that plays the Euro normally.
And this is what FNATIC, you know, obviously Waylay wasn't in the game yet, but back when they were playing Abyss before, they loved running Breach on it still, the double initiative.
I definitely like,
playing the Astra on it.
I like FNATIC's comp better. I think Breach is way better than KO on this map. I think KO might be the most overrated agent on this map.
We talk about comfortability. This is
I like the Astra, like the Waylay. Yeah.
FNATIC are sticking to a Breach on this map.
They haven't locked it in yet. They haven't locked it in yet.
Yeah, they haven't locked it. Maybe I'm being baited. I'll wait another 10 seconds or so. Am I being baited?
We have to, I think, double down this Waylay, because this is not something we see from FNATIC. This is brand new for them.
I mean, I don't know what Crashies is kind of play. Yeah, we're actually getting trolled. That's crazy. Yeah, G2 did this to us plenty as well. Okay, but let's talk about what we do know. RRQ, obviously, standard comp's good for a good reason. They've got really great, like, re-clears off of our drone, of course. KO, good for those fast hits as Crashies locking the server. So it will be the Breach Waylay look here for FNATIC.
And a lot of pressure on Kayak to come right back to life after a slow start on map one. And
have we seen him play Waylay at all? Has he played Waylay at any point this year?
When he's going to be using that light speed to double dash in, he is going to be critical in turning his game around for FNATIC.
Jack.
Historically, they don't win very often.
No Waylay games.
I am surprised that Alpha doesn't get to play that Jet. You would think with the
but his best agent has been Jet, and Waylay is kind of the closest thing you can get to a Jet.
But I'm not going to be mad about a Waylay debut on the side of Kayak. Mitch and Tom, what did you make of this one?
Well, I've been convinced by the Waylay, I'll tell you that. I think in terms of what RRQ are bringing, we've already seen how this can be punished, I suppose, here on the map of Abyss. I'm curious to see Jemkin, and if he has the same struggles that we've seen before for Team Liquid when it came to that attack side, in terms of taking that space and then doing something with it.
The only thing I'm sad about is the bit I liked about the previous Waylay we saw was that there was a Yoru to go with it. Like, there was always a 1-2 punch. Like, this is a solo Waylay, and actually running the comp in the past, Alfia was actually running the Jet. So it was like you had that double duelist that I think worked wonderfully for FNATIC on that attack side. And obviously, there's benefits of having the other util, but
nice cam.
I don't know. I kind of wanted to see the double duelist flare come out of FNATIC with that Waylay in play. We'll see what ideas they have, at least for now. Kayak going walkabouts.
That's exactly it. Straight down through mid. FNATIC starting out confidently. They're going to be greeted by Xfero, who's been there to punish them a couple of times on the previous map. That stun.
Ooh, they get the pick. 2 picks. Nice stun from Boaster.
Back by 2 and slowed down in the re-aggression through mid. RRQ by the
really good stun from Boaster.
Through that choke. Get up
Ooh.
onto the stairs. I thought FNATIC would be safely out of there, but yeah, Kayak has been caught back to a 3v3.
Definitely favors RQ.
In the angle, but doesn't manage to land.
But now with that damage, it's going to be hard.
FNATIC have won both of them so far, and that was
where is Crazy Guy going? Where is RQ going?
All 3 players of RRQ grouping up outside this B site, and after a little peek in that direction, it feels like
ooh, FNATIC going to go for the gamble the other side, and it's going to be wrong.
They're going to be as far away.
Was he sound baiting? He might have been sound baiting.
That this was going to be an A hit, but whatever it was, it has baited them completely.
RRQ have also done a great job of keeping their utility here. Munyet not burning up a Paranoia. Taking this as a contact play now gives them a lot more to work with when it comes to this post plant. I'm curious to see whether this was going to be used in an aggressive way with the position of Jemkin to try to paranoia him through when they hear these steps of the retake, but instead they're playing back on the side.
They got both of the shock darts and the recon as well, so there's a lot available for them.
This paranoia line
to try and have their sweaty little lineups. There's the paranoia just to kind of keep Jemkin safe in the corner. It does mean they know he's there. Crashy's able to clear already.
Yep. Good clear.
Potential, but it's just going to be the firefights for Crazy Guy, but it's worked out. One found already within the Smoker's Chronicle. He's trying to continue from.
Oh, what a guy.
It's going to land himself another shot.
Not enough time though, yeah?
Whether or not he has enough time.
No, not quite.
It was incredibly close for another Chronicle miracle, but instead, it will be RRQ taking the round.
And we know how good he is with the Classic. We saw the Ghost in the last map, and now the Sheriff here, but 0.31 of a second stands between them and success. And this, as you said, was the difference maker. When you look back
Wow,
in the
that shot by
previous
Crazy Guy
map,
and Boaster was nuts.
Fnatic won by 3 rounds, and they got a 4-0 start in terms of those pistols and follow-ups. It makes all the difference. Maybe it will here for RRQ as well. This is, you know, you look at Ascent last time, that was what sent them out of Toronto. They were 13-5 on it up against Fnatic.
Big stack at A, big stack at B.
But now this one, we're going into unknown territory.
Definitely easier to hit B on anti-eco rounds. So
I'm curious to see in the rifle rounds how this comp is going
good call by RQ. Should be free. And then Fnatic is going to jump off the edge. Goodbye. Oh, not in time though. So they get the spike money.
Can see the tweets already.
All 5 players going down. They gambled on one side of the map. They got the side of the map wrong. They don't want to give the orbs over on the rotation either. So economically, not bad for RRQ. They get to keep all their guns, but they don't gain any of the orbs for it. We'll put them 2-0.
Yeah, Econ was really good. Could be really good though for RQ, especially if they win this.
Onto the board. There's even an argument for buying up a 5th
Munyet laughing is a good sign. Yeah, definitely.
The Marshal.
He's looking a little stressed in map number 1.
Set up very early in towards this B side. It seems to be their favored of the 2 thus far. We'll see if that continues throughout the map.
Stunned how there's no way Kayak's getting super aggressive here on the back of it. Now they will just sit and wait, but here comes a dive from Jemkin.
Did he miss his dash?
He gets out. Has his refract to go back, but doubtful that's going to be used.
I think he might have come up a little short on his dash.
5v4, denying the plant. Oh no, it's not. It's on the other side of the box, pardon me. Cushy's able to get the plant down nice and open.
Yeah, I guess they didn't expect just for him to plant almost in front of them. It's a bit of a gamble with this many players there, but it sets them up nicely into the post plant. All 5 players from Fnatic and still a decent amount of utility. Recon already being sent out to try and clear some of that backline, but in fact it's a much deeper post plant. The spams is the aim of the game. A 1-for-1 trade, but bear in mind what they lost it on last time. It was the time, it was the clock that went
Yep, good post plant by RQ. Fnatic's going to have to adjust. I would almost call a timeout early here. Oh.
I don't think it's quite as close this time around. They will be able to
if that shock dart hit, it's over. Yeah, they need to make sure that they're flanking or speeding up when they get into sight.
And that's a completely different game. Yeah, that's unfortunate for RRQ, but they make that one.
Because RQ is going to play post plant a lot on this map, I think.
Losing opening pick and then pushing into the site in a 5v4. Numbers against them. And they managed to run that clock way down, that flash popping just a millisecond too late. Guess they weren't expecting Crashies to have pushed up quite that aggressively. Now, 2-1, but the damage done in that previous.
Also,
away at a few of the credits.
Cushy here, Crazy Guy. I don't like this from RQ. Not a huge fan of this.
Well, that's what I was going to say. Look how passive they are on B. They've not taken any of that early control, so even the aggression that's come out from Kayak is not really going to tell them too much. Shock darts even being put through or being
like anytime you take Cushy off of scan, RQ plays worse.
Parsova's on this side of the map.
So I
likelihood is that's where the push will be going.
Don't love
this.
Makes
me a little bit nervous that it least for the moment, he was there alone with the spike. But the drone.
Although he did play well in Vice, but
they've sold a double fake.
not sure about KO.
Back, so that then when the drone goes through, of course, FNATIC are going to rotate another player back to the other side of the map. Still having 2 players here, though.
Sorry, I know this is mid-round. I'm just curious.
Scurry back to the A side.
The decision then, when you see this utility come through from Alpha here, do you stick around, do you look for the fight, or do you simply back off? And it looks like he's made the right call. And Crashies,
unlucky.
Didn't think he needed a fallback. He should have been safe inside the smoke, but he has been taken down.
All the plant.
I mean, FNATIC tried to deny
Everybody gets
RRQ
here.
the opening pick, and they still get it. That's a
Ooh, Alpha gets dinked. 1 HP.
He's 1 HP. Like, the spams have done so much damage to the side of FNATIC, but getting back into the site is going to be a difficult one. They're still going for it. They're still trying to make that space. Kayak's actually won the opener. That's not a bad way to find
fast reflank from Minyet.
This late wraparound from Mumyet that could cause them problems. The fight on
They're
the
winning the fights.
The way of FNATIC and an old school cam and the spike is going to be a nasty surprise.
That's so annoying.
Means once again they haven't been able to get on it. Have they heard Mumyet? No, they haven't. But he's gonna
Wow. I mean, Chronicle is just playing unbelievable. He's just playing so well right now. It's kind of insane.
Great work connecting the dots in the end for Chronicle. Not sure who made that call, but with Omen being there in the early round, they realize he's been missing for a little bit too long. The drone sent up top.
I mean,
it wasn't even the tag, it was just a wild spray through. Guesstimating Crashy's path out of there.
This is our map! We have a
cleanup.
We have a map!
Nice retakes, boys.
That was a big conversation on the desk, right, about how
yeah, I know. My internet is not doing super hot right now.
My mind is always going to be Icebox back in the day. They don't have that here.
I would say Lotus, but you know.
Lotus, I mean, it's more recent. It's not as niche. I like the aged one.
Okay.
Well, already.
Okay, RRQ trying to speed it up.
Taking a casualty. So the weaponry, well, the only rifle that's had is going to be the upgrade. I said I wanted to see those stingers. Well,
You're going to try and push him, huh?
Shock dart out, but a single bullet onto any of these players would be certain demise. Even still, though, the time ticking. And that's already been a bit of a burden so far for FNATIC.
It's been a much better start for Mumyet, and it looks like he'll have pressure on him again.
They're going to play for Sova ult.
Here comes the flash. I'll be caught by it. Hunter's Fury, though, sent through as a response. Drop down is good for Boaster.
Wait, he can stick? Maybe?
Picks his fight from the corner. Boaster, though, putting the pressure on.
Oh my gosh, Chronicle again, man. Chronicle again.
They started this out on the back foot, but the lead is now theirs.
Unbelievable.
They've looked better and better as the retakes have gone on. I think Boaster being able to bait the player in main, the Hunter's Fury, not quite having the impact that they would have desired. Even still, from a low buy, it's not bad, but it's the committal of the ults late that definitely makes me say that it's a bit more costly than you might think. You look at 5 stingers and you go, okay, that's fine, but
yeah, using the ults there, still losing is tough.
I'm trying to tell you something. I can't move, Alpha.
Oh, it worked anyway. 3-2. A retake after a retake after a retake, but RRQ, well, they probably feel like the B site after it being half a second and a slightly missed shock dart. Might be the better of the two for them. They're heading there early.
Lots of fast stuff from RRQ.
Taking the space, but Kayak's there to punish.
Well, if they lose this, they're definitely going to call a timeout.
Happy with his opening pick, with the advantage claim. The spike making it to backside.
Convergent paths is really nice here.
Aftershock goes down. This time they try to deny the close plant. The wraparound from Mumyet catches them in that transition period.
Mumyet's playing really well on this map.
RRQ have a
much better, much more confident.
Pharaoh
on the flank. Yep.
Still a trip covering it. These players on site.
Surprised they didn't flood this. Ooh, that's a huge kill. Yeah, Alpha losing that duel is big. Okay, a little rough from FNATIC. A little indecisive, a little sloppy.
It seems difficult to separate these teams in the early stages of any map.
Yeah, no, I really like that every round we're seeing a variation of
But,
those late
yeah,
fights
it was
coming through. Like, they haven't always been
good timing, and winning that is
But this
crazy.
fight for Xpero was everything. And I think
Monyet getting a
his
second one
positioning
as
has been
well.
sublime.
Yeah.
Like,
Okay.
he's the reason they win this round. He's able to get a little pick on the corner. Yeah, and then maneuver up top outside of
Yeah,
the ult.
Monyet has been
and find
really
another
important in
as
this
they try
map.
and switch in. Because of that, they're slower to get the kill onto Kushi. Great round from him individually.
Hello?
That trip's taking a worryingly long time to set up. If they had swung that corner, that man is certainly dead, but hey, he got it done in the end.
Already you can
Again, another fast round. They are really
they
just
know with the knife popping that no one is on the site. Very quick to take the space.
trying to push the pace here.
Jemkins landed himself up top, a different route than was planned for by that trap wire. Hunter's Fury active, but
Double
denied
tag,
immediately.
but good
The
KO
old
ult in
KO
response.
taking all the abilities, all the ultis away, and buying so much time. FNATIC will have to now wait. They've got so much util for the retake, but that clock is going to run low by the time they can use it.
Well, it has been running low every single time. Monyet faking out the idea, and well, Kushi's just swung into them. He knew where they were. That's Messi.
Wait a second.
This round was looking done, but
Wait a second.
he's been revealed. They know where he is, but he wants to take that fight.
Huge round from Boaster.
Alfia onto the defuse again, and this time
What was that tag at the very end? Was that camera or was that dart?
But I'm just looking at Boaster. What was the third kill? Did that player get pinged and I didn't realize it? Because that looked so clean from him.
Yeah, I don't know. It's straight through the smoke. Even the second, he was lucky to survive. Dribble will catch it from his POV, but there were a lot of shots fired his way. It looked done. One through the smoke, another player whiffs, and then the reveal is there to take Kushi. A good job that that reveal went down just before Crashies went down.
Hello, bro. Monyet, hello. How you think, brother? Hello,
bro. Hey, I'll say that the last guy who waved at Monyet had a bad day. Benji remembers.
Well, Alpha, he's clearly feeling confident down on that stage. We're gonna have the Blade Storm activated for Jemkin. Deep play towards the A site for FNATIC. Early doors taking a lot of control. And RRQ hasten their pace as a response. Straight through mid. There's two players quite passive on this B site, ready for the fight. Crashies slowing down the players in mid, making a bit of
all alone.
effect. This is leaving more isolated battles. Alfia dies after just one though.
Ooh, Monyet. I mean, Monyet's position is nuts.
Out of the round completely. They now have to focus in the
His position is absolutely nuts here.
You've talked about the late round flanks.
Yeah.
Well, Monyet might have the best one yet.
He's low on HP, so he has to pick his moment. The rest of the team have been able to place themselves.
His timing's pretty good here.
Chronicle with a single kill might even
Especially when they get knifed, they're going to slow down.
They don't want to overface, they don't want to get aggressive. They are giving the time for Monyet to make potentially the play of the round. He's watching it.
Oh boy.
A little bit messy, but he'll still get the one. Not quite as much as he would have hoped for, but the rest of the players have still been just waiting patiently. Kushi again, swinging from the same angle.
Dang.
And this guy has been unstoppable from that spot.
Okay.
A fourth kill from him. And well, once again we find ourselves level. It's been the story of the match.
It really has a perfect
Yeah,
storm of
it's
power
still
here on
all
the server.
basically Monyet. I know Kushi gets 4, but
This is spot.
Monyet's pressure is
Every
so
time you
important.
see him there in the post plant, he's able to deliver, and I'll tell you what, Alfia might be regretting his words now. You're gonna keep losing retakes. Well, not this time, says Kushi.
Down to an eco. They've got Rolling Thunder, but probably going to save it for the next round. Kushi back up to a KO ult again.
Well, crazy individual plays or mistakes.
That's nuts. He already has KO ult again. He just used it 2 rounds ago.
There's a lot of info in towards the A site. He's playing in mid, obviously trying to avoid any of the KO utility if it was thrown through. Of course, Kushi getting so many kills that he already has that null command back online. And the support that Alpha has is just the jiggle peak of Chronicle. It definitely leaves him out to dry, but when you have a buy like this, you have to take risks.
Big pace change from RRQ.
You've heard the cam on A. You've heard the drone.
They went fast for like 6 out of the first 8 rounds, pretty much.
The guy was to drone it himself. Make sure they haven't taken the space. Now they're
5
starting
out
to
of the first
respect
8.
those rotations
Now
coming through.
slowing it way down.
4 players outside it. Only Crashy's here to stop them, and it looks like they have done a remarkable job of avoiding this play early on. Now the thing is, that trap's still online. Alfie is far enough away to not get caught by the null command, but they will find it before they run on into it. Late flank being set up as well by Xfero. He goes down, that is a rifle gifted over, but Alpha is going to have to really tick all the boxes to clear him out. He saw the pistol, but now he certainly spotted him, but Alpha
Oh boy.
lands the shot. They want to be patient on FNATIC, but RRQ get ahead of it.
Nice
They're
flash.
aggressive, finding the double.
Good timing. Very nice flash.
I think most of the danger is gone. Alfia with the rifle is the one piece of the puzzle, and well, nobody's going to find Crashy's corpse, that's for sure. And for Alfia, it then gets to the point of like, okay, do you just hold on to the weapon? How much damage are you really hoping to do here? The answer is absolutely nothing. And Chronicle with no orbs needed to be gained. I think the only thing he can
Might even be time for a timeout from FNATIC.
the taste of the spike.
5 on the board for RRQ. The lead reclaimed, but I think most of us are expecting the next to go to FNATIC. Not because of their comp or their economy or the way they're playing, just because of how this game's been.
Yeah.
Back and forth. Have plenty of games of tennis here.
Yeah, I really
looks
wanna
like
give
another.
I want to give credit again to RRQ for how methodical they are in these moments. Like even when they use the null command into the site, they're still checking for those trips.
And
They
just
know
go
that
Boaster
one
on a
of the main
Bulldog.
dangers is just
3
a
half
quick someone on the
armors.
corner. They're
Rolling
checking and
Thunder,
picking up the
Cosmic
cam
Divide
site.
available,
They
and
are
no
not
ults for RQ.
aggressive in the way they're doing things. They're smart with it. Very enjoyable team to watch. A set play though.
Getting a little aggressive, huh?
For FNATIC.
I don't mind.
Still forced them back, but unfortunately for Kayak, there was nobody caught in the stun.
Karanai is used.
And RRQ don't just run to the other side of the map, knowing now that they're facing in to that Rolling Thunder. They'll still compete for the orb, but with 4 players here, it's going to be the exact same round minus the null command. They've lost
Chronicle
one to
just
Chronicle.
peeks and gets 1 while he has ult.
Rolling Thunder will be put through. It almost sent Munyet off the map, and instead
Wait.
it sent him into the waiting arms of Chronicle. But a 3v3, and again this mid play. Alpha
Hero
got the better
is
of Xfero last time.
always lurking.
For RRQ Cypher.
He's always so late. All the way on the other side of the map. Wow. Okay. Chronicle can win them the round.
Okay, well throughout this, Chronicle didn't move. I can understand why. You've seen a kill on the other side of the map. You kind of had the expectation that they go the other way.
Boaster re-clearing, Chronicle hanging out. Big kill.
Crazy Guy's been able to get out of the grab well. Because of that, he gets that early fight. And Boaster's been wrapping around the back line, going all the way around the map to try and get in from behind. He does have...
It's going to be impossible. I mean, maybe it's not planted for him, so maybe he can just like smoke pick half.
He started to realize that he has to be coming in from behind. The tap on the spike reveals his opponent's position. But the clock is in his favor.
Ooh, well played from Boaster. Really nice, actually.
These late round scenarios, and who would have guessed it? 5-5 and another retake of sorts.
It was the Hunter's Fury online, though, for RRQ, for Crazy Guy in that moment. I think that's going to put so much pressure on Boaster. The fact that he goes for the tap, not trying to bait out the ultimate instead, trying to bait out the player. It was a great read, but this guy would still be sticking around up close.
I mean,
that could have played out very badly.
the RQ individuals are kind of just, or FNATIC individuals are kind of really just carrying the series right now. But it's kind of what you expect when 2 teams are strategically pretty comparable, is that it comes down to the individuals. So, yeah, I mean, I think I would probably favor FNATIC.
Going to take some early space. It will be spotted.
Just because of the experience.
There we go. Just a little bit of patience. Jemkin still looking like he wants to challenge this, maybe expecting a reaction. The A-site split, not something we've seen too much of. It's a very tight angle to try and make your way through. That's why Crashies is just happy to try and hold this one. Dart up, stun, keeps them locked in, and well, the players attempting to make it through A main are kind of stuck until they get through this choke.
They
Poor Kayak has not had a chance to do basically anything this game.
Dealing with Alphair's utility, it doesn't feel like he's getting a lot off those traps, constantly being destroyed. Always caution on the push through. It will be the same again.
He's using his FNATIC to clear mid.
FNATIC group up here. 4 players moving into heaven, but RRQ want to take the fight to them. Both
big trades.
In goes the Hunter's Fury. It's a narrow laneway. Doesn't land for more than the one though.
Surprised he didn't try and finish that kill.
Oh, Moniette! He's just delivered a double.
Did he just spray and get 2?
The trap on the other side reveals one of the last players, Boaster, the one that was
Wait.
unknown. Alpha will be caught by Crazy Guy in the 1v1.
Close.
Back and forth as it went. It's RRQ.
Show me the Moniette kills. Was that just a blind spray?
Every single time, it seems like when he's in the right place, he delivers. That will be the lead. Pick back up. We mentioned it. That it was a close first half. And
Okay.
the last half, Pistol was what made the difference.
Like a short burst blind through the smoke. That's crazy.
Take it in this one. Come on, just look at what is on the board for FNATIC in this round. This series for Kayak has definitely been a nightmare one. We've yet to really see him deliver on either the Yoru or the Waylay. And what is a fast-paced take once again for
Back
RRQ.
to fast rounds.
Jemkin looking to harvest souls, caught by the stun, yet he still survives. Koshi again, but it's
I mean, Boaster's playing really well.
life into FNATIC.
Seems pretty hard to win, but
He loves the cam on the spike.
And it got down just in time. That shock dart landed just a little bit too late.
Nice shot.
Crashies, he'll have no more chance to play with the bow. Last man standing, Alphair. He's got a classic now.
Stinger at range.
Rifle. Well, better than the classic, perhaps.
Well,
maybe not, actually. It depends.
I mean,
Certainly ended up with a better
good.
rifle.
That is what RRQ have been so good at.
Decent round from decent half from RQ, decent half from FNATIC, honestly.
Baiting him into taking awkward positions. He doesn't have anything to play with. The time against him.
Yeah,
And look,
there's
even
the
at end,
camera.
the cam will be what decides the round.
GG.
Just making sure that there is no fight to be had. The half will be won by RRQ. And well, they stopped all those retakes from happening again and again after the last few rounds.
It was a razor's edge between triumph and tragedy in that first map. The pistol rounds ultimately cost RRQ the chance to be 1-0 up here. But they
That's
are not
a crazy
letting
shot.
go of hope on map number 2.
Camera taken out.
A 7-5 scoreline, a strong performance from them across the board. Cushy stepping up to new heights, but I think you really look at the entirety of RRQ and say they have got a chance.
I
when we
mean,
get to
5 is not bad on this map for defense.
halftime break.
Et on a des fans de toutes les équipes ici en France, y compris RRQ. Hi, Maxime. I'm glad to welcome a French RRQ fan here with me. And the first question I want to ask you is, how did you discover RRQ? What gave you, faith in them and want to follow them? Donc, première question, c'est étonnant aussi d'avoir un fan de RRQ, une équipe qui vient de si loin. Qu'est-ce qui t'a donné envie de les suivre?
Je suis tombé dessus un peu par hasard quand j'étais en Corée du Sud. J'ai regardé un match, ils ont gagné. C'était preuve de résilience, c'était juste incroyable en termes de gameplay. Je suis rentré, j'ai acheté tous les billets pour le reste de la régulière saison 2023 et je suis allé à tous les matchs. C'est pas compliqué.
So it's a love story back in 2023. I started following them a bit randomly. I went to the arena in Seoul and I loved them. They had such a big resilience, so I bought all the tickets for their future matches back in 2023 and I never stopped following them. So that's beautiful dedication indeed. And this might be a tough question, but I want to ask you, what is the best region in the world? Are you going to go for EMEA, for Pacific? C'est quoi la meilleure région du monde?
Bon, certainement pas les Américains.
Ooh, definitely not the Americans.
On aurait tendance à dire IMIR, mais il y a quand même la meilleure équipe du monde au Pacifique et RRQ. Donc,
Pacifique?
Bah oui, bien sûr.
So yeah, maybe I would say EMEA, but I have to stick with my boys from RRQ here. And last question, who do you think will carry this Abyss maps on the side of RRQ? Qui va carry cette carte pour RRQ?
J'aime beaucoup Xero et j'aime beaucoup Ewok aussi, c'est des pierres angulaires du projet et ils sont là depuis le début et je les supporte depuis le début et c'est sûr qu'ils vont faire quelque chose devant, c'est sûr, c'est certain.
So yeah, I love Xfero. I love the coach too. I think they are really like Stone Miles in that team, like very, very strong player and coach. So I'm definitely rooting for them. Merci, Maxime. Thank you very much. And let's get back to the game.
Well, it's time to get back into the game very, very soon, where RRQ are now leading. I guess the pistol really does make the difference as we get into the coin.
Yeah, we'll see.
Report. And you can take a look at Boaster.
Boaster's been popping.
About his performance throughout the regular season, but he has certainly stepped it up here today.
Yeah, no, he's definitely had his moments. I think especially on the defensive side, being able to get into those positions to basically get them back into the site that they'd lost, because every single round that they won was based off a defuse.
It would be pretty nuts if Pacific
they were playing the retake.
gets wins in every single matchup.
I love seeing Astra on this map. Well, when I think of Astra, I think of him, I think of Boo. Like having those post-plant gravity wells to buy you that little bit of extra time can make a massive amount of difference. The fact is, though, I'm going to be looking at RRQ and what they've got on this defensive side. I think they've had a great start to this map. But if they want to survive going into that lower bracket, they need to make sure that they close this one out.
Well, this is their best chance so far. The lead by 2. Pistol round from FNATIC. Have to have Ascent. It was a bloodbath to start it out. Cushy getting aggressive, and he's being tagged up. It's time to fall back. Same for Crazy Guy. Taking some scars early on, but yet to drop a player. Question is, do they have the read right? As we see a lot of this defensive side flock towards the B site, and it certainly seems like for the moment that's where FNATIC want to take it. But I am seeing Boaster clearing a lot of space on A.
Oh, it's almost an early pick.
Okay.
Eventually we'll find one, but he's
It's
crazy
one.
like Cushy. Again, he seems to love this
Heavy
B side.
damage on RQ.
With space being held, this was something that the old FNATIC on this map loved to do. They just leave Boaster in the spawn. Crashes, though, has been caught, looking like maybe he wanted to try and get out of there. Instead, they're now walking into a site that I imagine
And
they
they're going to try and
believe to be
split.
clear, but
Spike coming through
they're
vents.
definitely still waiting. And actually, he's in the perfect position. Now they try and split back.
Not going to happen. Wait. I mean, Boaster's playing unbelievable.
One of the remaining players incredibly low, but they need to get this plant in. And Boaster holding the line.
He's found himself 3 already, but he's the last healthy player. Alpha down to 25. That's Sheriff. A 6-chambered up against him. And
Boaster is playing unbelievable right now. He's playing unbelievable right now.
We just highlighted him, and for good reason.
Yeah, no, impressive stuff. And as said, like when you look back at their old composition where they had that double duelist, a lot of the
I mean,
times
that second one is ridiculous.
hard lurk, if he's setting up utility from afar,
Fade
and
away.
basically not allowing you to push across the map. This, though, was a different story. He completely took the A site on his own and then ended up clearing out the players as they went to rotate. A brilliant round from Boaster. And while we mentioned the importance of the pistol rounds in the last map, they're even in this one.
Conversion here.
Ooh, only gets one. Just a fast A react makes a lot of sense.
From RRQ.
Get the spike down. 3 rifles versus a Marshall.
Alongside damage, that can be a very valuable weapon in a round like this.
It is fun to watch. When he's popping off, it's either a really bad sign for the team or a really good one.
How do you want to play this? Especially with the range advantage going back towards mains. Not a bad idea, but conscious of Monyet being able to just smoke them off. They want to stay a little bit aggressive. Keep some control.
Nice flash by Cushy. Uh-oh. Boaster again. Oh my god, he can't lose. He cannot lose. He cannot lose right now. That is insane.
A safe pair of hands in the late round.
I mean, really bad anti-eco in terms of the money going forward, but
that was incredibly messy. The aggressive positions helping out the flash of Cushy that did so much work to get them back into spot.
you can't lose duels right now.
Those fights with the classics, that's a dangerous spot to be from, and by the looks of it, FNATIC have invested quite heavily back into this one. They might leave themselves in a bit of trouble next round.
We'll see how the economy settled. As players start to fall.
I mean, that's a great opener.
He's got one up top. That's another rifle. This is a
Oh my gosh. The fadeaway.
It's double connected, and he's hungry for
The
more.
fadeaway.
Blood in the water, and he's swimming
Oh, he sees him.
Sparrow. Just about manages to survive that engagement. The Cypher healthy towards the spawn, but a 5 versus 3. That
Huge
investment
openers for
FNATIC
Kayak.
paid off.
But that was the man we wanted to see. He's been missing throughout the majority of this series. Cushy trying to take space back through. This is not going to be easy. Maybe it is. There's a gap.
Yeah,
A spot for him to take a fight, but look how passive the remaining players are.
Ooh.
Cushy's found another. Making this one interesting for sure. They've dodged themselves that knife, and now already that time being more to Boaster and Chronicle combined. Holding the line.
This guy is ridiculous.
To be the superstar, but Boaster is stealing the day.
Popping and locking it down there on the stage. Didn't see the same reaction from Chronicle, but I think he's still pretty happy.
Yeah, amazing opener. The breach plus waylay is super good.
As soon as they tap the spike, they know the knife didn't hit anyone. They have a grab well. We need to push, and they just weren't expecting there to be.
I'm turning into a monster.
Oh my God, Jake.
He's gonna have a duet with Rihanna soon.
Imagine being the guy on the other side of the stage. That is literally like a parent embarrassing their child, which is funny because Boaster's parents are in the crowd.
Yeah, and I think Kayak looked like the embarrassed child there as well. Yeah.
Exactly.
8-7, and a timeout from the defensive side of RRQ.
He's just going nuts. He's going absolutely nuts on this map.
And I don't blame them.
Wow, yeah, it's looking like after Angels retired, Boaster's just absorbed all of that extra Unk energy and is just taken over. 19-7. This has definitely been his map. The scoreline definitely still not out of the realms of possibility. There's only a singular round between them at this point, but that was a bonus round where in the prior, only a single player had survived, and that was Boaster. And even with some heroics from Cushy, he's been having a great game overall. I'm sure they can start to feel this game slipping away from them, and as we've already witnessed, there's been plenty of upsets, plenty of teams falling into the lower bracket. With Billy, China #1, currently sat down there.
I mean, yeah, if they can get...
RRQ want to join them.
I think especially...
yeah, it was
like
double
this.
pistol again.
I mean, look, it's still a very tight game, but now they've got pistols. You should be looking at a 9-7 scoreline. And, you know, if Chronicle's the one digging your grave, well, hey, listen, plenty of people have fallen into that pit hole. Alpha, up for contest as best player in the world at one point in Kayak, the guy coming up from the Tier 2. Looking remarkable, the young gun, but you're getting diffed by Boaster. That's something that I think you know what I'm
He's a young
saying.
man.
He is, yeah. And as the desk was highlighting, his stage 2 performance was lacking a little bit individually. But we've seen that. The guy's got a lot of responsibilities. Right now, it seems like he's the brains and the brawn down on that stage.
Oh.
Kayak taking the space once
Oh, the
again.
spam.
Spam not quite
Where's the
finding
recon?
anything. Of course, there's not a whole lot to play with in this round, so there might be a chance for him to farm. He already has ult online.
Nice.
I think the confidence...
Big paranoia. Can they flood off of that? No, they cannot. Maniac gets in. He's going to go for a play.
Trying to get their way back into the game.
Ooh, nice repush by FNATIC. Gets rid of the danger. 9-7.
Plenty of utility denying anybody swinging that planter. For the remaining players, can they do any damage? That's not a bad start, but Alfia quick to respond. And an easy round for FNATIC.
And you look at FNATIC there, they do give RRQ a lot of opportunities. A bunch of individual fights taken, swinging into Sheriffs, it's risky, but for RRQ, they're not getting the shots off, and that's a problem. Because now you start to talk about confidence on one side for Kayak, building that is huge, but you go into a round like that, you see, we had the chance. They're disrespecting us now. They're starting to just run it down at us. They need to see a
Okay,
bounce back
Jemkin
here.
operator.
This is 4 in a row now
Can
on
it
the
make the
attack side.
difference?
With a
This
4-0
is
start, we've seen it many times.
honestly, if they
Many
lose this
times
round,
we've
it's
seen that
probably
team
over.
end with 4 or 5 rounds in the half. This is RRQ's chance to prove that it was just a
Yeah,
hiccup.
if they
Early half
lose their
upset.
first operator buy, it's probably over.
When that came into play on the defensive side of Ascent, it was a massive game
Big
changer.
ults coming
That's
up
where
for
Jemkin really
FNATIC.
did the damage.
Just the
Problem thus
KO
far.
ult to counter.
And a problem that, again, I still remember back to the beginning of the season where FNATIC played, I think it was
Very,
versus
very
Gentlemen. They
passive
loved
from
the
RRQ with
A-side
the op
takes.
too.
Seems like they've developed a taste for B, and that's where Jemkin will be waiting for them.
All right, they're in.
That stagnates. It's time to switch it
Can
up.
he find the
Now
timing?
straight to the
Nope.
B site.
They know the op is
Shots
here.
not landed and quite a bit of damage done in return.
Ooh,
Next
big
Pharaoh
kill from
falls.
Chronicle.
Utility now. Those trap plays no longer there to work with.
And they get
Gets
the
on
info.
back of it.
Chronicle gets
Crazy
another.
guy trying for the punish.
Uh-oh.
He finds himself falling.
I mean, they kind of have to go for this,
5v3.
but
That
also if
all
they
needs to
lose
start
this, it's
delivering,
over.
But the opportunities are few and far between with trades lightning fast.
Yeah,
for Fnatic.
should be it.
Digits
That should
acquired,
be
and
it.
They are on the path to success.
Yeah, this is starting to look pretty damning for RRQ. The attack side looking stellar from Fnatic. It started with clutches, it started with individual brilliance, but now it's starting to become all but dominant. Easy openers, and even the null command was committed in that round by Cushy. That was one of the few ults that they had available to
Yeah,
them.
they got to call timeout. I mean,
Panic pause taken from the side of RRQ, a chance for Ewok to try
I feel like
come up with big changes because
you got to put some pressure on middle early maybe, or the mains, make them use their drone early because they're playing the breach, so their information game is a lot worse.
And now they're starting to drift out of this game. From a 13-10 in the previous, but they lost both pistols, and you start to see those sparks of hope when they win the pistol here, when they leave half one 7-5, but now it has been 5 in a row, like you say, 7-10.
Yeah.
Fnatic with that big lead. The momentum, the IGL delivering, whether it's in clutches, whether it's in opening duels, the guy's been there every time.
Yeah, it's worth noting as well that a victory here, of course, the next matches will be that upper bracket, but of course there is a day break tomorrow, a dark day from the broadcast that will give everybody a little bit of extra time to prepare. So
Oh, really? Tomorrow there's no games at all?
it's starting to look like
That's
they
true?
may need that extra time.
Full day off tomorrow. Okay, interesting.
Bear in mind, not looking good at all.
Let's see if things change in the next round. Here it's Sheriffs. Individual's going to be relied upon. The cam.
Yeah, trying to go down middle.
The door has to be broken open, and as he fades away, Munyet fades out of the round.
But it's
trying
tough to do
cover
this
his
on your
teammate.
eco.
4 Sheriffs now left in play, and for Fnatic, grouping and hitting a site, it's the right call. It's what you want to see happen from our perspective, and you can see they've made that call.
Yeah, the worry as well is like the
I mean,
next
Cushy's been playing well, but I just genuinely think KO is like not good on this map. I don't think it's very useful.
potential for every single ultimate bar, maybe the neural theft, to be online for Fnatic. Like, they haven't had to use anything. The neural theft was used in the last round. But if they're clever here with like who plants, well, there you go. There's one. That's Chronicle's ult.
I mean, they've got
Maybe they send
3
Crouchies
ults
out
into the
to
next round, which is basically
try and
RQ's
hunt,
last
but
chance.
He's always there to just sit
This is
passive with
looking,
the
this is
shotguns
looking
and
done.
the recons.
Straight up. RQ's gonna have to make some real hero plays.
Spot. At least the ults will also be there for RRQ, even if it's just via deaths.
Well, Kayak, he's in a lot of trouble.
No.
He looks to be in a lot of trouble. In fact, he'll take down 2 before he falls. The ults online for Fnatic in the next are looking deadly for RRQ. No need to give them even more.
Yeah, don't give them one more towards the Silva ult, I suppose. But
Going down to the spike is
looking
the correct
tough.
play, but now back against the wall. It's been 6 straight rounds for Fnatic. A pause just called in the previous by RRQ. This is what they will have talked about. The rifle round has to be theirs.
Yeah, but again, you're going to have to break through all of those ultimates. I'm sure they have some of their own, but
Munyet! Munyet! Hello, Munyet! Look at me again. Look at me again, bro. He's not. He gets scared.
He also has headphones on.
It would be worrying if he looked over.
I don't think he can hear you, but I appreciate the effort. Albeit clearly feeling it. Well, this time, Munyet's revenge hasn't really looked like it's taken its toll. 4 rounds ahead, 6 in a row, and high impact ultimates on board. FNATIC though are taking mid control. There's been a challenge in the last couple, but the success hasn't been there. Cushy's been one of the few glimmers of
Man, Jemkin just posted on an angle again.
Down on his own.
Ooh, they're just bending it. Nice split. One of the nice things that Breach gives you is these split plays. Do they not know that this guy's here? I mean, sick call from FNATIC.
And it looks like soon to be a finish for the attacking side. A 4th to 9.
Little aggressive, but good trade. Yeah, I mean that's a great call out of the timeout. It's like a completely different type of round than they've run before. Something you can only do with the Breach, so you don't get to practice against it very often.
FNATIC decide to throw in a set play. That's
yeah, it's super nice.
Thunder that forces the players. We've seen them play on this close B box so many times. So Rolling Thunder forces them in, and that's why Boaster is running it down mid. Because if he knows if he gets in behind them here, they're going to be stunned up and being flown in towards him because they're so worried of the players coming in front. That is a gorgeous set play from the side of FNATIC.
Boaster 23 and 8 is some absurd numbers.
There looks like there is no resurgence to be had. This attack side from FNATIC has been flawless.
Not a bump on the road so far. Remember, this is RRQ's pick, and the conversation that's been going around about
it is a little bit interesting that RRQ picked this map because they're such a heavy anti-team. I think that's probably some of their best stuff is when their coaches have the ability to kind of like get reads, and they picked a map where they just have no read as their map pick, which is kind of insane.
Kayak's deep dive. They see the cage. Oh, what a shot on the Jemkin! The first of what could be many to fall.
I don't totally understand why they did that.
But now they know it. They know exactly where he is.
He's got both trips just blocking off this right-hand side. They're yet to be broken. They now will be, or at least the first one. If anybody's jumping across, Boaster could go flying off the map, but it may not even matter in the end.
Just clean. It's just clean.
Make that just one.
Give Boaster one more. Give Boaster one more. What a series from FNATIC. They look really good.
On that attack side, not a single round drop.
They look really good.
And well, for a map choice of RRQ, they're left with egg on their face.
FNATIC off to a hot start.
Yeah, I think that Abyss pick is not good from RRQ. Why not just pick a map that you've seen FNATIC play like 20 times?
You can see all those times in the past that they've stepped on
get some anti going.
Stage, but never touched the trophy. Well, they are here with 1 goal in mind.
Boaster plus 16. 53% headshot. I mean, he was just locked in.
The fun thing as well is that this now sets FNATIC.
Chronicle plus 23 for the series. Alfear 9-1. I mean, very, very good.
And honestly, the display, at least in that second half, is the
and it's true. Everything you pick has been wrong. So now you know. All right, y'all. Thanks for watching. Day off tomorrow, so I will not be streaming, but then we'll be back for the rest of the games.
Yeah, Scott's not a fan of that one.
But yeah, thanks for watching, guys. Have a good rest of your day. We'll see you soon.